The second you channel your spiritual aura into this bad boy, even top-tier Saint Realm bosses won't be able to get within 10 feet of you. But fair warning, kid, until you level up to the Divine Realm, you won't be able to unlock its full potential. Changge gave a cool, confident nod. Down in the VIP section, a red-haired elite gasped in pure shock. No way. They actually gave him the phoenix-winged halberd. The sheer jealousy in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife as the surrounding prodigies groaned in envy. Hovering in midair like an absolute god, Changge smirked down at the masses. So, do any of my fellow elites or legendary prodigies down there want to step up and test my strength? A female disciple basically melted on the spot, her eyes sparkling. He is ridiculously gorgeous. Senior Gu totally lives up to his hype as a legendary immortal reincarnate, but hiding in the crowd, Gu Si and Air glared daggers at him. Looks like that brutal stab wound from last time is completely healed, she thought with absolute zero chill. Changge's gaze lazily drifted right over Gu Xian'er before he spoke to the crowd. Well, since it seems no one here has the guts to challenge me, I guess I'll just have to graciously accept this supreme throne. Hearing that arrogant tone, a wave of bitter disappointment hit Gu Xian'er hard. Wait, is he seriously wrapping this up? She internally raged. Wasn't he supposed to give me a dramatic opening for a duel? Now he's just going to use this insane power gap to troll and bully me later. The entire academy roared in total submission. We bow to your absolute supremacy. Senior Gu, another disciple, instantly hyped him up. Are you kidding me? Senior Gu is a straight-up generational monster. If he doesn't sit on the heir's throne, literally who else is qualified? Gu Xian'er clenched her fists, practically radiating toxic amounts of angst. Why the hell is he acting like I don't even exist? I haven't even gotten my official revenge beatdown yet. How can he just toss me out of his mind like yesterday's trash? All my blood, sweat, and insane leveling. Decades of nursing this burning hatred. Did he really just cancel out my entire vengeance arc with that one fake, self-inflicted stab wound? The more her brain spiraled, the more her blood began to literally boil. Who gave him the right to act all untouchable and godlike? He's treating me like some random NPC. I don't even get the basic respect of being treated as his mortal enemy. Just as she was about to completely lose it and scream, whoosh! A massive golden wing casually shoved her out of the way. It was Peng Fei, the absolute prodigy of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. He stepped up with a slick smile. Massive congrats, Brother Gu. You are literally the gold standard for our entire generation. Seeing your overpowered aura up close today is honestly blowing my mind. Gu Changge kept his cool. Alpha male composer, you flatter me way too much. My winged friend. Suddenly, a fiery blonde beauty stepped out from the elite VIP squad. I gotta ask, Brother Gu, what's your take on this totally unhinged demonic art inheritor rumor that's currently breaking the internet? Everyone gasped. Recognizing Qi Ling, the fiery princess of the Vermilion Bird clan, Gu Qing stood tall on the elevated platform. The demonic art inheritor is a massive threat we all know about. He stated smoothly. Why do you bring this up? Lady Qi Ling. Qi Ling narrowed her eyes, stepping forward. Brother Gu, don't you think this whole demonic art situation is throwing up way too many red flags? She refused to back down. Throughout all of history, whenever an inheritor spawns, the entire multiverse literally shakes to its core. It forces the absolute strongest factions to team up just to survive. Their raw power is so broken that normal people cannot even begin to comprehend it. Gu Changge gave a calm, validating nod. True. Qi Ling pressed her advantage, pointing out that everyone was currently trying to pin the blame entirely on Ye Ling. Rumor has it, the guy has not even managed to break through to the King Realm yet. So how on earth could he assassinate someone like Bai Lai, who was stacked to the brim with god-tier survival artifacts? Gu Changji played along perfectly. You make a totally fair point. If Ye Ling lacks the raw stats, how could he take down Brother Bai Lai? There are definitely way too many missing puzzle pieces here. Ye Chen finally stepped into the ring. Look, I have actually traded blows with Ye Ling. His spiritual energy is straight up bizarre. Plus, the guy has zero backing and absolutely no farming resources, yet his power scaling is completely insane. And the biggest red flag, top-tier prodigies from multiple elite factions have been vanishing into thin air lately. Add the fact that Bai Lai's dead body was found straight up dumped inside the Inheritor's underground dungeon. You literally cannot look at all this and not suspect Yiling. As a member of my Ye family, if he is the mastermind, my clan has to take full responsibility for his crimes. Qiling was absolutely not having it, but that is literally all just wild speculation. We cannot just cancel an innocent guy and ruin his life based on conspiracy theories. Peng Fei snapped back, his voice dripping with venom. Innocent, tell that to the White Tiger Prince. What about all the other slaughtered youth elites? Were they not innocent? I heard a little rumor. Back when Yuling was grinding in that secret realm, you were right by his side. Lady Qiling. Another angry voice from the mob shouted out. Are you secretly working with him? Is that why you are trying so hard to cover his tracks and let him escape? The accusation hit like a truck, leaving Qiling completely frozen and unable to defend herself. A dark smirk crept into Gu Changge's mind. So, that was the missing link. She actually had a secret connection with Ye Ling, a wild card he had not planned for. It looked like the grandmaster of this chessboard just found himself a shiny new pawn to play with. Toxic whispers spread like wildfire through the crowd. Dozens of glaring eyes locked onto Qiling, their suspicion hitting an absolute boiling point. Cold sweat dripped down her neck. The sheer, crushing pressure of the angry mob was starting to suffocate her. Right on cue, Gu Changge descended from his pedestal to play the ultimate white knight. Enough. Lady Qiling is simply speaking out of a pure sense of justice. I say we hit the pause button on this witch hunt for now. If we blindly frame an innocent man, sending every cultivator on a wild goose chase after Ye Ling, the real demonic inheritor will slip right through our fingers. That would be an apocalyptic disaster. Qiling stared at him, genuinely stunned by his sudden defense. Ye Chen tried to push back, but Brother Gu, before he could even finish his sentence, Gu Cheng raised a single hand, instantly silencing the entire zone. His aura turned incredibly commanding. The demonic inheritor is a walking nightmare that threatens the heavens. We cannot afford to mess this up. We must operate on cold logic, not toxic mob mentality. Ye Chen had no choice but to back down, nodding in defeat. I cannot argue with your logic, Brother Gu. In that case, we need to fall back and gather concrete evidence first. The rest of the crowd instantly switched up, nodding aggressively and praising his supreme sense of fairness. As expected of Senior Gu, he is truly the ultimate pillar of the righteous path. The golden-winged warrior and the rest of the elites bowed in absolute respect. Brother Gu, we will take our leave for now to investigate. Gu Chang returned a flawless, polite bow. Safe travels, everyone. But beneath that holy exterior, a truly villainous calculation was running through his mind. No matter how this played out, the toxic title of the demonic inheritor was permanently glued to Ye Ling's name. This massive distraction was the ultimate window of opportunity to hoard insane resources and skyrocket his own power levels. His gaze shifted slightly toward Qiling, his mental gears turning at light speed. The ancient immortal continent is about to drop its barrier. The ancient corpses inside, and even the primordial immortal remains are going to drop god-tier loot for my progression. Not to mention the fairy spirits preparing to spawn. Qiling stepped into his personal space, her defensive walls completely down. Thank you for bailing me out back there, Brother Gu. A slight blush dusted her cheeks as she looked away. Since I am completely new to this server, would you mind giving me a VIP tour of the Heavenly Immortal Palace? Gu Chengji's smile was picture perfect. When Lady Qiling asks, how could I possibly say no? He extended an elegant hand, gesturing forward like a true gentleman. Come, let us walk and talk. From the deep shadows, A tiny figure watched the entire exchange unfold. Gu Xian'er stood completely frozen, her jaw dropping before she could even utter a single word of absolute disbelief. The scene beautifully transitioned to a breathtaking pathway within the palace. Qi Ling tilted her head, clearly super curious. Hearing you speak today, are you actually an expert on the demonic art inheritor? Gu Chang let out a humble, soft-spoken sigh. I know a thing or two. Yes, but only from studying the broken lore and ruins left behind from the ancient eras. Everyone knows how insanely toxic and dangerous the inheritor is. Giving the crowd a quick reality check is simply my duty to the realm. A bright, admiring smile lit up Qi Ling's face. Is that so? You really are the ultimate protector of the people. Brother Gu, beneath his warm facade, his inner thoughts were ice cold. I would not call myself a protector. I simply refuse to watch the innocent burn in an ocean of absolute hellfire. If the demonic art has truly returned to our world, how could any true martial artist just sit back and watch? He furrowed his brows, playing the tortured, righteous hero to absolute perfection. Brother Bai Lai and I had our differences, but he possessed the proud spirit of a true warrior. Seeing him meet such a tragic end, I cannot help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. He let out a heavy sigh. The vermilion bird maiden gazed at him with deep admiration. Brother Changge, your righteous heart and noble spirit truly command my utmost respect. Gu Changge offered a humble smile. You flatter me too much. Maiden Qi Ling, truthfully, I have also begun to doubt that Ye Ling is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Think about it carefully. If Ye Ling dared to openly challenge my authority in front of everyone, he must possess the honorable spirit of a warrior. If he truly practiced the forbidden demonic arts, why would he draw such massive attention to himself? Qi Ling eagerly nodded in agreement. I will not hide it from you. Ye Ling's character aligns perfectly with your brilliant analysis. Brother Changge, that is exactly why my faith in his innocence remains unshaken. He could never be a demonic cultivator, but with a respected figure like you stepping in. Brother Changge, washing away the stain on Ye Ling's honor will be an absolute breeze. When the truth comes to light, perhaps the two of you could even forge a profound brotherhood. Gu Chang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Qi Ling beamed with a bright, innocent smile. Absolutely, a man as noble and warm-hearted as you, Brother Changge, is a true friend to all righteous souls. In the shadows of his mind, Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. What a predictably naive little bird. Trying to build a bridge of friendship between me and my prey with just a few words still. If you desperately need a savior to clear his name, I am the absolute perfect man for the job. On the surface, a look of deep contemplation crossed his handsome face, but beneath that saintly mask, a venomous smile bloomed. After all, who else possesses such a terrifyingly perfect disguise of righteousness? Noticing his sudden silence, the vermilion bird maiden gently called out to him. Brother Changge, is everything all right? Gu Changge snapped back to his flawless persona. Forgive me. Since you place such absolute faith in Brother Ye Ling, you must have a way to track his current movements. Correct. Qi Ling hesitated for a fraction of a second. I do not know his exact location, but I possess a secret method to contact him. Gu Changge gave a slow, satisfied nod. Excellent. Qi Ling leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Actually, if Ye Ling is entirely innocent, do you think the true demonic inheritor could be Ye Langtian, the young master of the Ye family? Gu Changge let out a soft, amused chuckle. I am genuinely surprised to hear you cast suspicion upon Brother Ye Langtian. Tell me, Maiden Qi Ling, why do you not suspect that I am the one hiding the demonic arts? Qi Ling furiously shook her head. Brother Changge, your status is as high as the heavens, with a limitless future destined for supreme greatness. Why would you ever taint your soul with filthy demonic power? But Ye Langtian, His situation is entirely different. He was once hailed as a legendary emperor seed. Yet the power gap between him and you grows wider every single day. If the venom of jealousy pushed him to embrace the demonic path, it would make absolute sense. Changge stroked his chin, feigning deep concern. The waters of this conspiracy run deep. I must tread carefully. As the two continued their stroll through the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, a chilling presence suddenly blocked their path. A cold voice echoed through the air, calling out to the heir of the Vermilion Bird clan. Changge paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ming Kong Qiling quickly stepped back, offering a respectful bow. Brother Changge, this formidable aura belongs to the crown princess, Yue Ming Kong. From the shimmering mist, the stunning yet icy visage of Yue Ming Kong finally revealed itself, seeing the profound displeasure etched on her delicate brows. Changge offered a smooth explanation. My fiancé has been holding quite a grudge against me lately. Please, do not mind her frosty demeanor. Hearing the underlying tension, Qiling wisely cupped her hands in a swift farewell. It seems I have chosen a bad time to visit. I would hate for your beautiful fiancé to misunderstand our relationship. Brother Changge, I will take my leave for now. Changge gestured elegantly, playing the perfect gentleman. Safe travels, Maiden Qiling. As the Vermilion Bird Maiden flew off into the horizon, her thoughts drifted back to her falsely accused friend. Yi Ling, I have paved the ultimate path for your survival. Whatever you do, absolutely do not let them catch you. Meanwhile, Changge watched her vanish, a villainous smirk twisting his mind. Foolish little bird, trying to manipulate the strings of fate in front of me. You are thousands of years too early. His predatory gaze then shifted to Yue Ming Kong. With slow, deliberate steps, he closed the distance between them. Is my dearest Ming Kong still throwing a tantrum over such trivial matters? She violently dodged his reaching hand, her eyes blazing with glacial fury. Until you confess the identity of that seductive vixen from the other night, do not even think about laying a single finger on me. The playful warmth instantly vanished from Changge's face, replaced by an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. When the time comes for you to know, I will graciously enlighten you. But as for the secrets meant to stay buried in the dark, I strongly suggest you stop digging. Suddenly, his voice softened into a dangerously smooth whisper. But let us address the real issue here. After all this time we have spent together, does my beloved wife still doubt her own husband? Yue Ming Kong froze, a chill running down her spine. Doubt you about what exactly? Changge leaned in, his demonic purple eyes piercing straight through her soul. A brilliant woman like you surely knows exactly what kind of act I have been putting on for the world. Do you not? Panic seized Yue Ming Kong's heart. Has he realized that I know the truth of the future? Is he finally going to silence me? In a flash of survival instinct, a razor-sharp dagger materialized in her trembling hand. Changge merely smiled at the pathetic display of resistance. Ah, Ming Kong, I truly find myself falling more in love with you every single day. Breathtakingly beautiful, terrifyingly sharp, and armed with a killer instinct. You are the absolute pinnacle of a perfect wife. Cold sweat drenched Yue Ming Kong's back. His words felt less like a romantic confession, and more like a predator examining its prized prey. Changge, cut the games and tell me what you actually want. Crackle, a terrifying sphere of apocalyptic purple lightning materialized in the palm of his hand. He tilted his head, his voice dripping with venom. You already know the truth, do you not? With a flick of his wrist, the catastrophic sphere expanded, sealing the two of them within an impenetrable dome of purple lightning. He stepped impossibly close. Yi Ling is absolutely not the inheritor of the demonic arts. His true identity is the fated successor of the ancient heavenly venerate of reincarnation. I suppose it is only fair that my lovely wife shares in this little secret. Yue Ming Kong stared deeply into the abyss of his dark, monstrous eyes, realizing she had nowhere left to run. She slowly closed her eyes and embraced the terrifying reality. You are exactly right. I know you are the true inheritor of the demonic art. Her brow furrowed in deep defiance. So what now? Are you going to silence me forever? In her heart, a chilling certainty settled. The fateful day she had been dreading had finally arrived. Pitch-black demonic aura erupted around Changge. A wicked smile played on his lips. You see, wouldn't it have been easier to be honest from the start? Why exhaust yourself with such useless acting? The demonic art is a secret of absolute weight. If word gets out, I will fall into eternal ruin. Killing you here and now would permanently sever that threat. Yue Mingkong held her ground. Then do it. What are you waiting for? Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. My dear Mingkong, you do not honestly believe that pathetic runic dagger can save your life, do you? With those words, a suffocating wave of dark energy crashed toward her. A flicker of pure terror finally broke through her composed facade. In a flash, Gu Changge seized her wrist. The dagger clattered uselessly against the cold stone floor. Panic seized her heart. I am completely defenseless. She realized in horror. He towered over her like an insurmountable mountain. His piercing purple eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. At this very moment, he was the terrifying incarnation of a demon. A suffocating wave of despair washed over her soul. Was her regression completely meaningless? Had absolutely nothing changed from her past life? But just as the echo of the falling blade faded, Gu Changji suddenly pulled her into a deep, warm embrace. I am so sorry. I should never have hidden this from you for so long. Yue Mingkong froze, completely shattered by this unpredictable turn. His voice softened into a gentle whisper, carrying the burden of the demonic art. It has been eating away at my soul. I only kept it secret because I was utterly terrified of dragging you into my danger. Now that you have dragged the truth into the light, the crushing weight on my chest has finally been lifted. Yue Mingkong stood there paralyzed by confusion. Right on cue, a translucent screen appeared before his eyes. System notification: the main character of Fortune's emotions are violently fluctuating. Host gains 800 fortune points, destiny points increased by 4,000. Gu Changge smirked in his mind. Hook, line, and sinker. These sugar-coated lies never fail to break through a woman's defenses. Snapping back to reality, she shoved him away with trembling hands. You are sparing me. Are you not terrified? I will expose your darkest secret to the entire world. Gu Changge let out a self-deprecating sigh. Of course, I am afraid. But raising a hand against you, I could never bear to do it. If you truly wish to ruin me, then I will simply accept my tragic fate for falling in love with such a cruel future wife. A furious blush violently spread across her cheeks. Nonsense. Who are you calling your wife? We have not even held the wedding ceremony yet. A storm of suspicion still raged in her mind. In our past life, he slaughtered me without a second thought. Why is he acting so tender and merciful now? Wait. He has already secured a perfect scapegoat for his crimes. He had every logical reason to eliminate me right here. Killing me would make his master plan absolutely flawless. Gu Changge gently but firmly grasped her hand again. It is only a matter of time. My dear, body and soul, you belong to me entirely. You skipped my ascension ceremony today. I was actually hoping you would pick out something nice from the mountain of treasures those old fogies gifted me. Yue Mingkong gasped in pure disbelief as he revealed an item. The Phoenix Feather Immortal Gold Dagger. Gu Changge casually pressed the legendary divine weapon into her palm. A little gift for you. If you truly wish to take my life, you will need a treasure of at least this caliber. She gripped the heaven-defying artifact, her mind spinning in total chaos. Gu Changge, what kind of monster are you? Why is it that the longer I know you, the deeper your mysteries become? Meanwhile, the scene shifts, far away from the inner sanctums of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. A suspicious bald cultivator was aggressively flashing a bounty poster. Hey, you there, have you seen the criminal on this parchment? Hiding out in a rundown tavern. Yi Ling let out an exhausted groan. Master Turtle. This is completely ridiculous. The White Tiger clan has elite cultivators hunting me down every single day. Are you absolutely sure this pathetic disguise is going to hold? Maybe I should dye the rest of my hair, just to be safe. The ancient spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Calm your nerves, boy. The divine reincarnation concealment art is not some cheap parlor trick. Those fools can easily pierce. Yiling slumped in his chair with a dramatic sigh. Such a tragic waste, to think I have to hide my devastatingly handsome face. I cannot even flirt with the lovely immortal maidens in town right now. You foolish brat. The spirit snapped angrily. You are literally being hunted for your life. And you are still whining about chasing skirts. Yi Ling's expression finally turned deadly serious. The timing of the demonic inheritor's appearance is way too suspicious. I am willing to bet my life that the real culprit is hiding right under everyone's noses. They might even be an elite disciple of the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace itself. And if we connect the dots, especially regarding that sudden ambush by Yue Mingkong, it makes perfect sense. She must have somehow acquired classified intelligence about my ancient inheritances. That is the only logical reason she tried to ruthlessly murder me to steal them. Furthermore, Yue Mingkong is Gu Changge's fiancé. Birds of a feather flock together in their twisted schemes. Yuling stroked the ridiculous fake beard attached to his artificial mole. A massive revelation hit him like a lightning bolt. I completely overlooked him before. But looking back at every single disaster, Gu Changge is the most terrifyingly obvious suspect, from deep within his storage artifact. The ancient spirit's voice trembled slightly. Boy. If your deductions are actually correct, then the reality of this situation is utterly horrifying. Right under the collective noses of the mighty Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, their most heavily guarded and revered heir is actually the nightmarish inheritor of the demonic art. If this catastrophic truth were ever exposed to the light of day, it would trigger an apocalyptic earthquake across the entire upper realm. Yi Ling ground his teeth in pure, unadulterated fury. Every single disaster I have survived. Gu Changge's sinister shadow was pulling the strings from the very beginning, and I was too blindly arrogant to notice. The sheer scale of the conspiracy sent shivers down his spine. Curse you, Gu Changge. If you are so dead set on destroying my path to the heavens, then I will clash against you with everything I have. So what if you possess true immortal aptitude? So what if you command the forbidden demonic art I, Ye Ling, refuse to bow to your twisted fate? Do not let rage cloud your judgment, the spirit urgently warned. We absolutely cannot make a public move, even if you scream the truth to the heavens. Not a single soul would believe you over him. The fact that he has never attacked you directly proves his vicious cunning. He is manipulating the entire world to make you his perfect sacrificial scapegoat. We can only pray that our dark theory is wrong, because the thought of an omnipotent predator hunting us from the shadows, it is enough to freeze the blood in any cultivator's veins. Suddenly, 3 sharp knocks shattered the silence. A cautious voice drifted from the hallway. Is anyone in there? Yi Ling's face lit up with immediate relief. It is Qi Ling. Hurry up and come inside. The wooden door creaked open, revealing the stunning Heavenly Maiden. She stared blankly at Yi Ling's absurd disguise before bursting into utter disbelief. Heavens! What did you do to your face? If you walked past me in the market looking like that, I would not have recognized you in a million years. Yi Ling let out a heavy sigh of absolute defeat. I have no other choice left, he muttered. If I do not lay low, I will be wiped out before I even know what hit me. But the Crimson Spirit Maiden placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Do not lose hope, Ye Ling, she said softly. I swear I will find a way to pull you out of this mess. In fact, I recently crossed paths with an incredibly influential figure. He actually believes you have been framed. When the time is right, we will work together to clear your name. A spark of hope ignited in Yi Ling's eyes. A massive shot. Who is it I need to thank him face to face? But the maiden hesitated, suddenly looking away. Well, I cannot reveal his identity just yet, she stammered. But he is remarkably young, and his aura is so overwhelmingly pure that even my own pales in comparison. Internally, she could not help but sweat drop. After all, Yiling had been practically screaming about wanting to crush senior brother Gu Changge. Yeah, keeping that a secret for now was definitely the smart play. Overcome with gratitude, Yiling pulled her into a sudden, tight embrace. "This is amazing news," he cried out. "Qiling, I do not even have the words to thank you. If I can finally wash away this false accusation, I will repay this mystery savior with my life." The crushing bear hug made the maiden wince in discomfort. All right, back off. Muscle brain, she complained. You are literally crushing my ribs right now." Meanwhile, miles away in his luxurious private quarters, Gu Changge let out a sudden sneeze. He rubbed his nose, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. "Is someone out there singing my praises?" A glowing blue system interface materialized right before his eyes. Scanning his character stats, he did some quick mental math. I have devoured a mountain of premium resources gathered by Yinmei lately, and yet, my cultivation base barely moved an inch. It seems breaking into the heavenly god realm is going to be a real headache. For now, exchanging for divine talismans should be enough for the ancient immortal continent. But more importantly, this transcendence talent is finally ready to shine. The system interface flashed with a golden notification, highlighting his ultimate divine ability. Transcendence. This supreme, reality-defying talent completely ignored the laws of heaven. It could force an absolute evolution upon his bloodline. His bones, his organs, and even his very soul. The cost 30,000 destiny points per use. A mechanized chime echoed as the system confirmed. 3,000 fortune points have been successfully converted into 30,000 destiny points. Gu Changge's mind raced with sinister calculations. Burning 30,000 destiny points lets me evolve a single normal bone into a supreme Dao bone. His smirk widened into a predatory grin. So, as long as I keep farming these points, what is stopping me from evolving my entire skeleton into a divine weapon? He tapped the glowing confirmation button hovering in the air. I have to admit, he mused, this cheat system is just as wonderfully broken as ever. In a flash, Gu Changge levitated into the center of the room. A blinding, majestic radiance erupted from his body, lighting up the entire domain. A shockwave of pure, terrifying power blasted outward. The sheer pressure was so intense. Even an immortal spirit, crane flying miles away, nearly plummeted from the sky in absolute terror. Gu Changge slowly opened his eyes, dark energy swirling within his pupils. Incredible! I can actually perceive the hidden laws of the universe. This is an absolute domain that only a Saint Realm master should be able to grasp. He clenched his fist, feeling the godlike power coursing through his veins. Does this mean my true combat strength has already reached the point where I can slaughter a saint? A violently ruthless shadow crossed his handsome face. But a second later, he casually picked up an apple and took a crisp bite. Well, my preparations on this end are perfectly complete, he mumbled casually. Suddenly, a massive pillar of chaotic light pierced the distant heavens. Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. Perfect timing. Meanwhile, far across the horizon, the very fabric of reality tore open, unleashing a storm of apocalyptic purple lightning. From a towering peak, an elite observer narrowed his eyes. The spatial tremors are peaking. The gateway to the ancient immortal continent is about to fully manifest. The absolute prodigies from every supreme sect are going to clash in there. Heaven only knows if this will bring glorious fortune or a river of blood. Elder Yan stroked his long white beard, his gaze ancient and wise. Fortune and disaster are two sides of the same coin. For the indigenous tribes trapped within that continent, our arrival is going to be a brutal test of survival. After all, legendary treasures are bound to surface, and those natives will not hesitate to butcher our outside disciples to claim them. As for our own prodigies, if they want a piece of the pie, they better have the raw power to back it up. The great elder's voice boomed like thunder across the supreme sex. Issue the command to all inner court geniuses. You have exactly 3 days to assemble at the Vanguard Zone. Prepare for the ultimate expedition into the ancient immortal continent instantly. The sky was painted with thousands of glowing flying swords, as a chaotic swarm of cultivators raced toward the dimensional rift. An older cultivator sighed. Watching the majestic scene, the legendary gates are finally opening. Such a damn shame, us old-timers are completely locked out. His companion chuckled, patting his back. Hey, it is for the best. The ancient monsters hiding inside the continent are restricted from attacking anyway. This hunting ground was exclusively designed for the younger generation to slaughter each other over. A stunning grandmaster in a flowing pink dress stepped forward, her eyes gleaming. Divine spiritual treasures are guaranteed to spawn this time around. Whoever grabs the ultimate prize will literally reforge their mortal body and shake the entire world. But as for whose hands the treasures fall into, that is a pure battle of absolute strength. Beside her, a battle-scarred elder spoke up with a deadly serious tone. Do not forget, there are snakes hiding among the dragons in this expedition. Worst of all, the legendary demonic art inheritor has been causing absolute chaos in the shadows. We must drill it into the kids' heads to stay on maximum alert. One tiny mistake, one moment of dropping their guard, and they will be assassinated in the blink of an eye. Hovering in the center of the massive plaza, the great elder delivered his final, booming warning. Listen closely. The supreme elders of the outside world will absolutely not intervene in the ancient immortal continent. Likewise, the dormant supreme entities natively residing within those lands are bound by ancient pacts to stay out of your way. Once you step through that rift, endless miraculous fortune awaits you. But remember this, your survival depends solely on your own fists. Live or die. Your fate is in your own hands. Down below, hiding quietly in the ocean of disciples, stood Ye Ling. He stared up at the floating islands, utterly awestruck. The Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace truly lives up to its legendary status. This terrifying display of power is exactly why they rule the realms. And the crazy part, this magnificent display is just the tip of the iceberg. God knows what kind of monstrous foundation they are hiding in the shadows. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as a massive uproar erupted from behind him. A wave of fanatical cheering echoed through the plaza. It is Senior Brother Gu, the young master of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, has arrived. Just hearing the name Gu Changge sent a violent chill down Ye Ling's spine as the supreme young master descended. His dark, godlike gaze nonchalantly swept over the crowd, causing Ye Ling to flinch and instinctively shrink back into the shadows. Why is he looking at me? Did he figure something out? A voice echoed in his mind. Relax. You are just being paranoid. The disguise of the ancient reincarnation talisman is practically flawless. Ye Ling let out a heavy breath. Good. Let us hope so. But little did he know, the massive fortune value of 5,500 hovering above his head had already betrayed him completely. The moment Gu Changge descended, the Heavenly Maiden Qi Ling approached with a warm smile. Brother Changge, please watch my back during our expedition in the immortal ancient continent. Gu Changge offered a flawless, polite bow. You are too kind, Lady Qi Ling. Watching this, Ye Ling ground his teeth. I need to warn her, before she falls for his hypocritical saint act. That bastard right there, he is the true prime suspect for the demonic art inheritor. His gaze shifted toward Yin Mei. He sighed inwardly. The tragic death of Bai Lai clearly left a devastating scar on my sister-in-law. She has absolutely no idea that Gu Changge is the real murderer. I have to reveal the ugly truth to her as well. Suddenly, the Grand Elder's voice shook the heavens. The immortal ancient continent trial officially begins now. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, rocketing forward like a massive storm. Charge. The best treasures go to the fastest. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, Yue Mingkong, and Yin Mei strolled casually at the very back of the pack. Yue Mingkong let out a soft, cold sigh before launching herself into the sky. Gu Chengji watched her fading silhouette. Is she still holding a grudge? He mused. Whatever. I knew she would not travel by my side anyway. She has her own fated encounters to chase. Next to move. Was Guxianer. She shot him a glare sharp enough to draw blood, leaving Gu Chengji absolutely speechless. This brat. He thought. Forget it. Harvesting Yeling is my top priority right now. Gu Changge turned to his subordinates with a chilling calm. Once we cross the threshold, we scatter. Keep your transmission jades close. If things go south, I am your first call. Let us move. The ancient gates groaned open, revealing a breathtaking, boundless expanse of emerald plains. Xian'er scanned her new surroundings. To her shock, an immortal spring lay right at the entrance. The legends were absolutely true. This ancient realm was overflowing with mythical opportunities. She cracked her knuckles, eyes burning with a fierce, battle-hungry glow. This trial is my golden ticket to finally crush Gu Chengge. Suddenly, 3 hulking figures blocked her path. Well, which little faction do you belong to? Wandering all alone, they sneered. The leader grinned like a predator. Why not tag along with us? Big brothers here will take excellent care of you. Xian'er's gaze turned sub-zero. You reek of rotten fish. Get out of my sight. The leader's face twisted in pure rage. We gave you face, and you spit on it. He barked at his grunts. Grab her, throw this brat into the spring to wash with me. A shimmering longsword materialized in Xian'er's grasp. She smirked with absolute disdain. Mermark is realm trash. In a fraction of a heartbeat, she instantly obliterated the 2 lackeys. Without missing a beat, she shot toward the leader like a meteor. He panicked, failing to even summon his weapon. She is too fast, he screamed internally. With a brutal kick to his wrist, she sent him tumbling through the dirt. Then, a single, ruthless flash of steel sliced cleanly across his throat. She flicked the blood from her blade. I do not have time to waste on bottom feeders like you. 3 golden rings floated up from the corpses, landing perfectly in her palm. But I will gladly relieve you of your spatial rings. Moments later, a completely different squad stormed the area. A haughty female voice shrieked. Absolute trash. A nervous servant bowed his head. 7th Princess. He was still your younger brother. He carried the proud blood of RC King Palace. The 7th Princess ignored him, coldly pressing her palm against the dead boy's forehead. Shut your mouth, she snapped. I know exactly what to do. The Sea King Palace commands absolute terror across the Star Realm. We will not be humiliated in a place like this. Reading his final memories, her face twisted in utter disgust. What a pathetic waste of space, bested by some random little brat. Murderous intent violently erupted from her eyes. Just wait until I get my hands on you. I will make you beg for the sweet release of death, high above the carnage. Hidden within the clouds, a man cloaked in shadows and a warrior with brilliant golden wings observed everything. The shadowed man chuckled darkly. How truly fascinating. That little girl in green is actually Gu Changji's younger sister, a true Nirvana Supreme in the making. The golden-winged warrior scoffed. The Sea King Palace is no pushover. And honestly, whether that monster Gu Chengji will actually step in to save his quote-unquote sister is anybody's guess. Meanwhile, in a completely different domain, Gu Changge sat upon a massive stone throne, projecting an aura of absolute dominance. He gazed down with godlike indifference at the broken figures trembling at his feet. My lord, one of them wept. We will be your guides, please. Just spare our miserable lives. Suddenly, a female subordinate dashed into the throne room. Master, urgent intelligence report. It seems Lady Xian'er has deeply offended the forces of the Sea King Palace. Gu Changge lazily raised a single eyebrow. The Sea King Palace, the subordinate nodded vigorously. Yes. Master, shall I dispatch a shadow unit to assist her? Gu Changge slowly closed his eyes, his voice devoid of any warmth. Do not bother. As long as she is still breathing, it is fine. Besides, those old fossils trained her well enough. Stepping out of the shadows, Yin Mei bowed. Master, our squads are ready to deploy. Gu Changge gave a slow, approving nod. Good. Do not forget your primary mission. Infiltrate Yiling's inner circle at all costs. Yin Mei offered a wicked, knowing smile. Rest assured, Master, with your flawless strategy, playing a fool like Ye Ling will be as easy as flipping my palm. With that, Gu Changge rose from his throne. His terrifying aura washed over the trembling captives below. Get off the floor, the hostages whimpered, still terrified out of their minds. With eyes cold as the abyss, Gu Changge demanded to know which of them held the map to the ruins. Instantly, a rat-faced beastman threw his comrade under the bus. He pointed a shaking finger at a man in a jeweled crown. He is the leader. He knows everything. The rest of the cowards frantically nodded, sealing their captain's miserable fate. Gu Changge's eyes flickered with a chilling purple light. A deadly smirk crossed his face. Oh, then I suppose your usefulness has come to an absolute end. The two lackeys froze in utter confusion. Meanwhile, across the desolate battlefield, a terrifying spear brutally pierced through a demon's chest. The remaining monsters shrieked in absolute terror. Who dares, they roared. Who has the guts to trespass on our sacred ancestral grounds? The legendary Eight Desolate's demonic halberd materialized from the shadows. Behind it stood Gu Changge, radiating pure menace. Do me a favor, he whispered, and step aside. But in a heartbeat, his dark irises flared with that sinister purple hue. His voice dropped to a freezing whisper. Actually, do me a favor and just Amidst the shattered tombs, a pitch-black shadow manifested. A mysterious vase floated into the sky, ruthlessly devouring the four corpses below. Flesh and bone melted into pure energy. Gu Changge watched the horrifying display. Is this the legendary essence? He muttered. Hoarded by the holy spirits for generations. As the last remnants vanished into the dark artifact, Gu Changge caught the falling vase. He clicked his tongue in mock disappointment. I definitely overestimated these guys. Stepping out of the ruins, his gaze shifted toward the horizon. The supreme fairy spirit was about to be born. When that happened, the entire continent would tremble in madness. Before that chaotic moment arrives, he calculated with a cold glint in his eye. I need to hunt down much higher-level souls. This petty essence was far from enough. He would have to squeeze more value out of the Son of Fortune. Far away, Qiling and Yeling were caught in a desperate battle. A divine realm beast, Yeling yelled out, sensing its monstrous aura. But a cocky smirk quickly replaced his shock. He sneered at the terrifying monster. Qiling, stand back, he bragged. Leave this oversized mutt to me. Qiling stared at him in disbelief, while her guards immediately started whispering. Is he insane? They muttered. Trying to play hero to impress the Holy Maiden is one thing, but he's throwing his life away, ignoring their doubts. Yeling charged forward with a battle cry. You clueless fools, he roared. Open your eyes and witness my true power. But before he could even launch his attack, boom! The colossal beast's head spontaneously exploded. The massive carcass crashed to the earth, leaving Yeling frozen like an absolute clown. A majestic figure descended upon the bloody corpse. It was Yue Mingkong and her elite royal guard Shi. Ling's heart pounded as she recognized her. The guards immediately dropped to their knees, shouting, All hail the crown princess of the peerless immortal dynasty. Yeling swallowed hard, sweating profusely. The beasts in this ancient realm lacked intelligence, but they were absolute tanks. To obliterate a divine beast in a single strike required the insane strength of a true king. So this is the legendary Yue Mingkong, he thought, thoroughly intimidated, standing gracefully on the slaughtered monster. The crown princess extracted its glowing beast core. Her eyes darkened as memories of her past life surfaced. In her previous timeline, the ancient tombs of this continent had been ruthlessly wiped out. Thinking back now, it all made perfect sense. That absolute monster, Changge, had been secretly harvesting the divine soul essence from the dead. As the true heir to the forbidden demonic arts, this ancient battlefield was practically an all-you-can-eat buffet for his dark powers. And with the supreme fairy spirit about to awaken, Changge's cultivation would skyrocket to godlike levels by the time he left. She clenched her fists, praying to the heavens. Just let him focus on destroying Ye Ling for now. Please, don't let that psychopath turn his attention to me. Down below, Qi Ling and her squad bowed deeply. On behalf of the Vermilion Bird Clan, she announced humbly, "We thank the Crown Princess for saving our lives." Yue Mingkong barely glanced at them. It was just a passing coincidence. She replied coldly, "By the way, are you harboring a fugitive named Ye Ling in your ranks?" The entire squad broke out in cold sweat. Panic gripped Qi Ling's heart, but she forced a calm smile. "Absolutely not. Your Highness, our clan would never commit such treason." Satisfied, Yue Mingkong signaled her royal guard to move out. Once they vanished, Qi Ling grabbed Ye Ling's sleeve, frantically asking if his cover was blown. But Ye Ling wasn't even listening. His eyes locked onto a faint trail of purple smoke in the distance. That aura. It's Yin Mei, he realized. Completely ignoring Qi Ling's desperate warnings, he dashed toward the smoke like a man possessed. Qi Ling's guards erupted in outrage. That ungrateful rat, one cursed. He tags along for protection and ditches us without a single word. His movements are shady. His techniques are dark. Commander, could he actually be the true demonic art inheritor? Shut your mouths, Qi Ling snapped, silencing her squad. But deep down, a seed of doubt began to sprout. He loses his cool over the smallest things, she thought, thoroughly disappointed. Compared to the majestic and composed Lord Changge, Ye Ling is nothing but a street rat. In a secluded valley, Yin Mei was backed into a corner by a rogue cultivator. "Hand over the spirit herbs, sweetheart, or I'll search you myself," he threatened. But just as his filthy hands reached for her, a blinding beam of light crashed from the heavens. Dust and debris exploded outward. From the thick smoke, a heroic silhouette emerged. Bullying a defenseless woman, Ye Ling sneered. "You are utter trash." Yin Mei's lips curled into a secret, manipulative smile. The thug panicked at the sudden backup, cursed his bad luck, and scrambled away for his life. Playing her part perfectly, Yin Mei bowed with trembling shoulders. "Thank you for saving me, brave hero," she murmured sweetly. Ye Ling turned around, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. "Sister-in-law, it's me," he declared proudly, dropping his disguise to reveal his true face. Yin Mei gasped, faking absolute shock. "Ye Ling, what are you doing here?" "You're a wanted man," Ye Ling chuckled arrogantly, crossing his arms. "Please, my stealth techniques are flawless, but the entire world is hunting you down," she cried, acting deeply concerned. "Aren't you afraid I might turn you into the authorities?" Touched by her fake worry, Ye Ling firmly grasped her shoulders. "Sister-in-law, your safety is my top priority. Compared to life, my bounty means absolutely nothing." He leaned in closer, his eyes burning with righteous fury. I came to this ancient continent to find the truth." Yin Mei gently brushed his hands away, looking deep into his eyes. "I know. I believe in your noble character. You would never hurt anyone." Blood rushed to Ye Ling's cheeks. His heart skipped a frantic beat as he whispered her name. "She is the only one who truly understands me," he thought, utterly captivated. Snapping back to reality, his expression turned dead serious. "Listen to me very carefully. You must stay as far away from Changge as possible. I am 100% sure He is the true mastermind who framed me for the demonic arts. Yinmei covered her mouth, her eyes wide with perfectly rehearsed horror. What? How can that be? Why senior brother Gu Yeling grabbed Yinmei's hand. Trust me, when the time comes, you'll understand. Come on. Follow me. First, we need to rendezvous with the Vermilion Bird Clan. Having more backup will make our next move much easier. Yinmei sneered in her heart. Oh. Yeling. Every single step you take. It all plays perfectly into my master's grand design. Not only are you taking the fall for him, but you're exhausting yourself to hand him divine fortunes on a silver platter. You really are working too hard. A calculating smirk played on Yinmei's lips. Meanwhile, beneath a different sky, ancient golden runes blazed to life in the atmosphere. Gu Xian'er's eyes were icy. Mobilizing an entire army just to kill me? You even brought out your clan's legendary sealing formation. I am truly flattered. A thug wielding a bone spear roared. Shut your mouth, blood for blood. Xian'er swung her longsword, desperately parrying the brutal strike. Instantly, another assassin lunged with a deadly sickle. Drop dead. You brat. She twisted her body, narrowly dodging the fatal sweep. But before she could even catch her breath, a massive fist hurled toward her blind spot. I will shatter your bones, the attacker bellowed. The overwhelming impact sent Xian'er flying through the air. Damn it. She cursed internally. There are way too many of them. Inside this barrier, I am a sitting duck. Her sharp gaze darted toward the seventh princess. She realized the enemy's cowardly strategy, a relentless war of attrition to drain her spiritual energy. Plummeting into a circle of 3 elite guards, a sudden thought of Gu Changge flashed through her mind. If she hadn't wanted to mess with his head, she wouldn't have struck that fatal blow so ruthlessly. But wait, if she died in this wretched place, wouldn't she just be removing a massive thorn from his side? That was probably exactly what that bastard wanted. She ground her teeth together. Like hell, I'll give him the satisfaction. The legendary Dao Bone within her chest awakened, trembling with explosive celestial power. Get the hell away from me, she screamed. A devastating pillar of emerald light erupted, piercing the very heavens. The shockwave blasted the 3 elites away like broken dolls. Beside the 7th princess, a lackey chuckled darkly, taking on 3 at once and still standing tall. She is a tough little monster, isn't she? The 7th princess watched xianxia gasping for air and sneered. She is at the end of her rope. Keep pressuring her. Let's see how long this pathetic resistance lasts. Xian'er's mind raced. This endless onslaught is bleeding my aura dry. I have to use the ultimate technique my masters taught me. I need the perfect opening for a one-hit kill. Wiping her mouth, Xian'er taunted the crowd. Hey, you ugly hag and that fat pig over there. Why don't you all come at me together? A hideous brute stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. You little brat. Your tricks are nasty, but your tongue is even sharper. A perverse grin stretched across his face. I'm going to enjoy breaking you. Without warning, the 2 platoons launched a synchronized assault. The brute charged, swinging a colossal spiked mace. I will crush your skull and offer it as a wine cup to the 7th princess. Xian'er hastily summoned a defensive array, but the sheer force shattered it to pieces. 3 elites closed in simultaneously, roaring, "Rip her to shreds!" Suddenly, Xian'er clasped her hands. A cunning glint flashed in her eyes. You fell right into my trap. The 7th princess's eyes went wide with terror. It's a trap. Fall back immediately. But it was way too late. Have a taste of my 4th master's supreme sword art, Xian'er roared. A magnificent golden blade aura slashed through the heavens. It cleaved the attackers in half and completely annihilated the inescapable barrier. Her heart leaped with triumph. The barrier is down. This is my chance to escape. But in that split second, a lethal trident hurtled toward her. You vicious little beast, the princess shrieked. How dare you slaughter the warriors of the Sea King Palace? The trident clashed violently against Xian'er's longsword, The seventh princess glared with absolute malice. So young, yet so deceptively wicked. Your ruthless methods make you a threat. I must erase right now. With a vicious spin, the princess drove a brutal kick into Xian'er's chest, sending her crashing into the earth below. Recalling her trident, the seventh princess dive-bombed like a meteor of pure rage. I am going to tear you apart. The weapon impaled the cratered ground right where Xian'er had been. By pure instinct, she had rolled away from certain death. Her mind scrambled for a plan. She is at the absolute peak of the king realm. Damn it all, my spiritual energy is running on fumes. I have to stall for time. Spitting out blood, she glared up defiantly. You act so high and mighty, but you're just a coward who uses numbers and higher cultivation to bully others. The seventh princess erupted into manic laughter. Bully others, huh? You're damn right, my cultivation is vastly superior to yours. And I absolutely love crushing weaklings like you. She dragged her deadly trident across the shattered earth, closing the distance. You must know the rumors by now. Anyone who offends the Sea King Palace faces a fate worse than hell. Xian'er refused to back down. To hell with your Sea King Palace. Do you even know who I am? Are you sure you can afford my life? The princess scoffed arrogantly. I know you're the beloved disciple of the great elder from the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. But so what? Inside this ancient immortal continent, if I want you dead, that old fossil can't do a damn thing to save you. Xian'er forced a fearless smirk. Maybe. But my older brother is Changge. He is inside this continent too. If you dare lay a single finger on me, he will grind your bones into absolute dust. Even as she said it, she mocked herself internally. Oh, Xian'er, you pathetic idiot. To think you'd be desperate enough to use Changge's name to save your own skin. This continent is massive. That bastard is probably busy hoarding ancient treasures. Why would he ever care if you lived or died? Hearing that dreaded name, the seventh princess let out a condescending sneer. Changge, I can't believe you actually brought his name up. Do you take me for a fool? Everyone knows about the bitter blood feud between you two. Like he would ever care if you live or die. Xian'er let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Haha, you're nothing but a clueless outsider who gave you the nerve to run your mouth about my bond with Changge. My older brother made it crystal clear. He is the absolute only one allowed to bully me, while a pathetic little king realm cultivator like yourself. Her eyes turned ice cold as she delivered the crushing blow. Standing in front of him, you don't even qualify as an insect. Internally, Xian'er was screaming at herself. What the heck am I even saying? The seventh princess lowered her head, her voice trembling with pure malice. An insect. You say perfect. With an explosive burst of speed, she lunged right at Xian'er. Xian'er gritted her teeth. She's snapping this easily. Curse it all. My spiritual energy barely recovered. Am I really forced to reveal my ultimate trump card already? The seventh princess unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Xian'er desperately dodged, but a fatal opening betrayed her, and a brutal kick sent her flying through the air. The seventh princess slammed her foot ruthlessly right onto Xian'er's chest. She sneered with overwhelming arrogance. So what if Changge exists? Did you honestly think I was terrified of him? I am going to slaughter you right here. And later, I'll pay a visit to this so-called true immortal myself. Xian'er's heart plummeted. This is really bad. The seventh princess let out a twisted smirk. I'd love to see what he could possibly do to me. But suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoed right beside her ear. Freezing her blood completely, Changge had materialized out of thin air. He spoke with an indifferent, mocking tone. What could I possibly do to you? Smack! A devastating backhand sent the seventh princess spinning violently through the air like a broken ragdoll. Xian'er watched in absolute shock. Changge. He actually showed up. Is this just a wild coincidence? Or has he been keeping an eye on me this whole time? Changge turned his gaze toward Xian'er with a deeply mysterious smile, sending a jolt of panic straight through her chest. Wait a minute. Does that mean he heard every single embarrassing thing I just bragged about? The Sea King Palace guards, missing limbs and bleeding out. Stumbled over in sheer panic. Seventh Princess, the grand formation has been completely shattered. The seventh princess violently coughed up blood as she forced herself up. Changge, I will admit that you possess terrifying strength. But don't you dare think you can humiliate me like trash. If we were fighting to the bitter end, I wouldn't necessarily lose to you. Ignoring her completely, Changge reached his hand out towards Xianxia. How are your injuries? Xianxia grabbed his hand and gave a casual nod. Changge raised an eyebrow. His tone dangerous. Oh, is that all? The hidden warning in his voice made her freeze. Before her inner actress suddenly awakened. Now that you mention it, I am critically wounded, my bones are shattered, and my internal organs are completely destroyed. She began to wail dramatically. I am totally out of spiritual energy. I can't even feel my own legs. Honestly, if a certain absolutely amazing person hadn't shown up, I probably would have died a gruesome death right here. Wiping away invisible tears, she continued her tragic monologue. Just a lonely, helpless girl, with nobody to even bury my cold, dead body. Boohoo Changge's lips curled into a highly satisfied smile at her Oscar-worthy performance. My, he said smoothly. I had no idea you were suffering such catastrophic injuries. It seems the Sea King Palace truly loves to terrorize the weak. The seventh princess shook with pure fury, jabbing a bloody finger right at Xianxia. You lying little snake. She has been slaughtering my elite guards this entire time. How dare you twist the truth like this? Suddenly, an apocalyptic aura erupted from Changge. The seventh princess choked on her own breath, growling, Changge, don't you dare use your cultivation base to bully us? Blinding streams of divine light began to violently swirl around Changge's towering figure. He looked down at her with absolute apathy. I am bullying you. So what? My cultivation realm crushes yours into dust. Now tell me, exactly how do you wish to die? The seventh princess practically shattered her teeth in rage. Changge, you are pushing us too far. If you insist on protecting this wretched brat. Her voice completely broke as she and her surviving guards were forced to their knees by his soul-crushing spiritual pressure. Changge's eyes resembled twin abysses. Your precious palace nearly kills my beloved little sister. And now you play the victim when I step in. What kind of twisted logic is that? The seventh princess choked on her words, completely suffocated by his overwhelming dominance. Watching this unfold, Xianxia couldn't help but marvel. When she was hunting me down earlier, she had that exact same arrogant, godlike complex. But oh, how the tables have turned. With him standing right here like an immovable mountain. Why do I feel so ridiculously safe? A strange warmth fluttered deep within her chest. This is crazy. Literally 5 minutes ago, I was plotting to frame him for murder and run for my life. Ding system prompt. Xianxia's emotional state has shifted significantly. Desperate, the seventh princess screamed. Changge, if you demand blood for blood, then what about her assassinating my own flesh and blood brother? One of her heavily crippled guards bravely stepped up from the shadows. Yeah, she slaughtered dozens of our elite Sea King Palace warriors, who pays for their lives. Xianxia immediately pointed a finger. Hey, you overgrown, loudmouth walrus. Weren't you the one bragging about shattering my bones just to pour a drink for your master? Suddenly, you want to cry about fairness and logic. The massive guard froze, sweating bullets under her fierce accusation. Changge slowly raised a single eyebrow. Oh, is that so? His piercing gaze locked onto the grotesque guard, making the man violently shake in pure terror. Taking a slow, predatory step forward, Changge whispered, how should we settle this debt? A terrifying otherworldly aura instantly suffocated the battlefield. He let the sentence hang in the deadly silence. Perhaps, sensing an apocalyptic threat, the seventh princess frantically threw her arms up in total defense. She braced for absolute impact. But seconds ticked by, and absolutely nothing hit her. Trembling, she peeked over her shoulder. Changge had merely raised a single finger. A beam of conceptual light shot straight through the subordinate's skull. Why don't you all join the dead? And keep them company, he judged mercilessly. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the screaming guard's flesh was completely drained of life, transforming instantly into a lifeless, petrified stump of rotting wood. The seventh princess watched in utter, soul-shattering horror. He's already mastered the absolute power of the heavenly laws. She stumbled backward, her legs giving out beneath her. You absolute monster. The remaining ugly guard broke and ran for his life. Princess, save me please. A demonic crimson light flared within Changge's eyes. Watch out, screamed the princess. But the warning was completely useless. Changge teleported directly into the fleeing guard's path. Like the Grim Reaper himself, with one merciless hand, he slammed the guard's skull straight into the earth. Life vanished instantly as the man's body turned to solid stone, permanently entombed in the crater. Wiping the dust from his pristine robes, Changge slowly turned his dead eyes toward the seventh princess. Now then, it's your turn, the seventh princess sneered. Changge, using the power of the Tao must have drained you dry. The might of our Sea King Palace is absolute. You have nowhere left to run. Changge's eyes remained ice cold. Are those your last words? Save them for the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, a giant lobster demon leaped from the shadows. Fear not. Your Highness, I will save you. The crustacean warrior smirked to himself. Hey, my timing is absolutely flawless. Changge must be running on fumes. If I take him down now, the princess will owe me, and the palace master will reward me handsomely. He launched himself at the main character with a battle cry. In his mind, victory was already his. But Changge simply raised one hand. With a casual flick of his wrist, the monstrous lobster crashed face first into the dirt. You useless piece of trash, the princess shrieked. Instantly, a blazing divine furnace materialized before her. Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh, a replica of the Crimson Sun artifact, hovering in the air. She scoffed. Even as a replica, it carries the supreme power of the Sea King Palace. The mystic furnace rapidly expanded, glowing with devastating heat. Let us see you block this, she roared. But Changge only laughed. A chilling, arrogant sound. Suddenly, an ancient divine sword manifested from his brow. How amusing, he mocked. The space around him warped as countless shimmering blades materialized. He chanted the ancient incantation. Void sword art cleansing dust decree. A hurricane of 1,000 radiant swords violently launched toward the doomed princess. Absolute terror gripped her soul. Every single blade is infused with the laws of the great Tao. How is this possible? Down below, Xianxia watched in pure awe. Is this his true, terrifying power? High above the majestic mountain peaks, the storm of ethereal swords ripped the very fabric of space apart. The storm of steel pierced through the princess without mercy, ending her life in a single heartbeat. Moments later, Xianxia flinched. Why did you toss her corpse down here to me? She stammered. Changge replied smoothly. She may be dead, but she was still a sovereign-level mutant beast. Her life force has faded, but the primordial blood energy remains within. It is perfect for tempering your bones and meridians. Are you telling me you do not want it? Xianxia glared at him. Why are you even here? Changge kept his expression flawlessly indifferent. Just a simple coincidence. Xianxia puffed out her chest with tsundere pride. Changge, do not expect me to thank you for this. I would have handled her perfectly fine without your help. Changge's eyes narrowed dangerously. When you need help, it is sweet brother. When you are safe, it is Changge. Are you begging for a beating? Move along, before I lose my patience and seal you back in that pit for another 500 years. Xianxia stomped her foot in total frustration. Wipe that smirk off your face. One day, I will crush you beneath my heel and make you beg for mercy. If you want revenge, then prove your worth. Changge retorted coldly. Right now, you are not even qualified to be the dust trailing behind my footsteps. Those harsh words struck a nerve in Xianxia's heart. Suddenly, Memories from their childhood flooded her mind. The sound of a little girl crying echoed in her head. Brother, they are being mean to me. A young Changge had scoffed at her tears. Get lost. Do not interrupt my cultivation. But the tiny xianxia had clung desperately to his leg, wailing uncontrollably. But they keep making fun of me. The young Changge had roared in annoyance. Pathetic. Do you really think I care about your childish drama? But then, the memory shifted to a quiet bamboo forest. There stood Changge, mercilessly beating a disciple's face to a bloody pulp. Who gave you the audacity to touch her? He had snarled. The battered bully pleaded for his life. Mercy. We will never do it again. Young Changge's voice had been absolute. If anyone ever dares to bully xianxia again, I will burn them alive in the alchemy furnace. Off to the side. The little girl had giggled with pure joy. She had happily kicked the defeated bully, glowing with absolute adoration for her brother. Snapping back to the harsh reality, xianxia bit her lip. I am not a helpless little girl anymore. She stared intensely at the main character. Even if your current actions are just born from a guilty conscience, I do not care. The bottom line is, you cannot hide the truth of what happened back then from me forever. Because sooner or later, her eyes blazed with fierce determination. I am going to defeat you fair and square. Suddenly, a translucent blue system window materialized before Changge's eyes. Ding. Daughter of Destiny xianxia's attitude has shifted. Host rewarded with 100 fortune points and 5,000 destiny points. Changge simply turned his back and began to walk away. Then you had better train harder. His dismissive tone made xianxia huff in total exasperation. Meanwhile, detailed system diagnostics cascaded across Changge's vision. A dark, cunning smile crossed his mind. This foolish little sister of mine, she keeps barking about defeating me. But deep down, her fundamental hostility has already crumbled. Stealthily, Changge extracted the supreme origin essence from the princess's corpse, leaving only the physical scraps for xianxia to refine. She is incredibly naive, he mused internally. Just a tiny breadcrumb of kindness, and her emotions are completely tangled in my web. If she were left to deal with the true monsters of this cultivation world, she would be chewed up and spat out in seconds. If a loving older brother like myself does not protect her, who knows what terrible fate would befall her? Changge practically patted himself on the back. I truly am the greatest brother in the world. As he prepared to depart, he reviewed his recent monstrous gains. His cultivation base had effortlessly broken through to the legendary Void God realm, even without activating my demonic arts. I can crush these so-called peerless geniuses with one finger. Meanwhile, in a forgotten crater nearby, the arrogant lobster demon remained knocked out cold. Changge's thoughts shifted to his next pawn. I wonder how my favorite treasure hunting rat, Ye Chen, is doing. Miles away, atop the back of a colossal flying beast, a group of elite cultivators were deep in discussion. Has there been any news on Ye Chen's treasure hunt? One asked. Another shook his head in absolute disbelief. Forget Ye Chen, did you hear about the young taboo, the terrifying power he just unleashed? Is he truly unmatched among our generation? Standing near the edge, Ye Langtian and Ye Luli exchanged grim looks. Ye Langtian swallowed hard. A young taboo indeed. Brother Gu's monstrous rate of growth is absolutely terrifying. Among the current generation of prodigies, unless you are a freak of nature like Chen Feng, absolutely no one could match his terrifying power. Ye Langtian suddenly threw a side glance. Why do you look so suspiciously happy? He asked. Sweat beaded on Ye Luli's forehead. Me happy? Absolutely not, she stammered defensively. The scene smashed, cut to a roaring river. Someone was surfing the violently churning waves. Yue Mingkong was locked in fierce combat. Let us see how long you can dodge her. Hideous opponent shrieked. Boom, water blasted skyward like a detonated geyser, bursting out from the crushing vortex of water. Mingkong narrowed her eyes in silent calculation. To think she would run into such a massive headache here. Scanning through my past life memories. Ah, She is one of those true dragon lackeys serving that arrogant Lord Long Tang. Suddenly, the monstrous woman threw a devastating punch. "Keep your eyes on me," she roared. You filthy outsider. Ming Kong did not even flinch. She countered the strike instantly without even tapping into her divine sense. Blinding shockwaves of pure energy exploded midair. The sheer impact triggered a massive tidal wave. It crashed into the surrounding forest, sending terrified magical beasts running for their lives. Spectators hiding in the canopy were absolutely losing their minds. Who knew Empress Ming Kong hid such monstrous strength, as expected of young Master Gu's fiancé? Another cultivator chimed in with wide eyes. Hold on. That young girl trading blows with her. Could she be from the ancient immortal race? She actually reached the Void God realm. Someone else gasped in disbelief. Wait. Did not the ancient immortal race go totally extinct ages ago? This continent is huge, but it is just a massive graveyard. Did some survivors actually crawl out of the ashes? A cocky kid scoffed. Ancient immortal race, big deal. At the end of the day, they are nothing but our future slaves. But a sharp-eyed Taoist shook his head. Do not underestimate their mysterious origins. With the insane spiritual energy here, their local prodigies might actually rival our top tiers. Just look at that monstrous girl right there. A young disciple nodded gravely. We need to play it safe and stay completely off the radar from now on. Hearing this cowardly talk, a nearby beauty clicked her tongue in total disgust. The bat-winged antagonist sneered with sickening arrogance. Not bad. Little girl, if we were in the same realm, you might actually beat me. So, I will generously offer you a single chance. Bow down to Lord Longtang, the ultimate heir of the blood demon true dragon. My lord has a real soft spot for feisty women like you. Ming Kong smirked internally. Just as I suspected. It is him. In her previous timeline, Long Tang had smashed through the ancient immortal continent barriers. He completely wiped the floor with top-tier geniuses. But then he vanished without a single trace. People assumed he crossed the wrong boss or died in some forbidden zone. But connecting the dots now, this was totally the handiwork of my absolute menace of a fiancé. Gu Changji's signature villainous smirk flashed through her mind. A guy wielding the demonic art of swallowing heavens. There is zero chance he would pass up a juicy true dragon origin. Well then, I might as well drop his name. Gu Changge will not mind a little extra heat. Right. Besides, this low-tier mob is not worth exposing my real trump cards. The dragon-scaled woman let out a grating laugh. Judging by your face, you already know Lord Longtang's epic reputation. Relax. With your killer looks and top-tier talent, if you behave, my lord will definitely reward you with some intense dual cultivation sessions. Ming Kong let out a chilling, empty chuckle. You had better pray to whatever gods you worship. That my fiancé never catches wind of what you just said. Seeing her opponent look confused, Ming Kong twisted the knife. You clearly cannot lay a scratch on me. So, instead of wasting your breath, why do you not run back and warn your precious Lord Longtang? Tell him to watch his back before my fiancé, Gu Changge, beats him into a bloody pulp. The taunt hit a critical nerve. The dragon woman's face twisted in pure fury. Oh, you are asking for it, Gu Changge. Is it? You had better start picking out a coffin for him right now. And as for you, no prey targeted by Lord Longtang has ever escaped. As the enraged enemy teleported away, Ming Kong smirked inwardly. Just another pawn walking into Gu Changge's trap. Let us see if you can still talk tough when you actually face that monster. Suddenly, her communication jade lit up with a shocking notification. Wait. Gu Changge actually saved Xianxia. Since when does that sociopath do charity work with zero payoff? Has his whole endgame with Xianxia completely changed in this timeline? Or is he cooking up an even darker scheme behind the scenes? She turned to leave, her mind spinning with a million questions. Why is the Gu Changge of this life acting so wildly different from the tyrant I knew? I will tear away his mask and find out his real plans for her soon enough. First step. I need to squeeze some intel out of Uncle Gu. Flash cut to another high-stakes battle zone. Ye Ling was throwing hands with an insanely massive demonic python. "Eat this reincarnation fist," he roared at the top of his lungs. A blinding pillar of crimson energy tore through the sky. The colossal beast was instantly vaporized into cosmic dust. Qilin's squad went absolutely wild, Brother Ye. You are way too overpowered. Did you seriously speedrun your way to the conferred king realm in just a few days? Someone else gasped. Bro, that was a void god realm monster. And you literally wiped it out in one hit without breaking a sweat. This level of brute force totally eclipses those so-called top-tier prodigies, man. We were practically blind for mocking you back then. Standing triumphantly on the smoldering corpse, Ye Ling waved it off. Oh, come on guys. It was just a little warm-up. Nothing special. Another hype man immediately started glazing him. Brother Ye, you are crazily strong, but so incredibly humble. You are literally the ultimate role model. But inside his head, the ancient spirit grumbled a harsh reality check. Listen up, brat. Until you secure that heavenly venerable's ultimate relic, do not let this hype go to your head. He gritted his teeth. Hey, old turtle, he thought. Why exactly is the reincarnation heavenly venerate's legacy hidden right in the middle of native monster territory? With my current power level, barging in there is basically suicide. Staring at the massive ancient wall, the spirit turtle scoffed. Obviously, did you expect him to just leave it out in the open for anyone to snatch? The heavenly venerate was an absolute legend from the ancient immortal era. Every single trial to claim his treasures has been meticulously calculated. You are the chosen heir of a supreme being. If you lack the backbone to face a little danger, you might as well go home and farm dirt. Who says I am scared? Ye Ling snapped back internally. Still, the ruins were swarming with deadly unknowns. Bringing his companions along was definitely the smartest play. What is holding us up? Qi Ling asked, tilting her head. This path led us straight here. So why did we suddenly stop? Ye Ling took a deep breath. Listen closely. Qi Ling, that ancient ruin up ahead is exactly what I have been searching for. There is a massive, fate-changing opportunity waiting inside. If you guys trust me, I can sneak you both in. Yin Mei stepped up instantly. I trust you completely. She smiled softly. A spark of fierce jealousy immediately flared up in Qi Ling's eyes. Yi Ling's cheeks flushed bright red. Yin Mei. Thank you. Not wanting to be outdone, Qi Ling practically shouted. Hey, I am coming with you too. Yi Ling grinned, extending his hands. Perfect. Having you two by my side changes everything. This ruin is bursting with ancient legacies. Stick close to me, and you will score some epic loot of your own. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber far away, Changge sat in absolute silence. Swirling waves of sinister purple aura violently pulsed around his meditating form. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a cold, demonic violet glint in his pupils. So, he muttered with a wicked smirk. The main character's ultimate destiny has finally revealed itself. Back at the towering ancient fortress, Yi Ling's squad did not just charge in blindly. They crouched in the shadows behind a massive, twisted spirit tree. One of the royal guards swallowed hard. This place reeks of danger. But if we can just breach those walls, we will be steps away from the jackpot. Relax, Yi Ling said confidently. I have a special technique that will completely mask our life force. Without missing a beat, he dashed forward. Move out, we are out of time to hesitate. But one of the guards suddenly panicked, desperately reaching out to Princess Qi Ling. Your Highness. Wait, the guard pleaded, sweat pouring down his face. Charging in there is pure madness. Sure, this guy is decently strong, but these ancient ruins are unpredictable dead zones. There could be monstrous entities hiding in the shadows that we absolutely cannot fight. Qi Ling waved them off with a stern look. Then all of you stay out here on standby. If things go south, retreat immediately and save yourselves. But the loyal guard refused to back down. I am telling you, he is hiding something major from us. He has been leading us this entire journey. and his motives are way too suspicious. Further ahead, Ye Ling shot them an impatient glare. What is the holdup back there? Pick up the pace and follow me, Qi Ling said, turning to her guards. Just trust me on this. Watching how he operates, I know he is not the scammer you think he is. Left behind, the royal guards clenched their fists in frustration. That arrogant punk. One growled, I swear I will expose his true colors. Another guard just patted his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Let it go, Shin. Man, just let it go. Meanwhile, Ye Ling mentally connected with the spirit turtle. Hey, old-timer. Those native guardians who protected the sanctuary. They are still lurking in there. Right. The ancient turtle sighed heavily. Most likely. But eons have passed. Kid, if they kneel to your authority as the heir, great. But if their hearts have grown corrupt, this treasure hunt is going to turn into a bloodbath. Walking right beside him, Yin Mei glanced around. Where exactly are we? She whispered. Ye Ling's eyes flashed with fierce resolve. Fei. If those mutts dare to bite the hand of their master, I will show them absolutely zero mercy. The trio soon stepped out before a breathtaking, colossal temple. Deep inside the forbidden halls, a raspy voice echoed. The heir of the reincarnation, Heavenly Venerate, has shown himself, commanding the self. Could the ancient prophecy actually be true? Has he really come to claim the master's legacy? I always thought our bloodline slave seal was a myth. But the ancient chains are actually reacting. A cunning elder from the fox tribe sneered, his eyes glowing menacingly. That, my brothers, is exactly why I called this emergency summit. For generations, our noble families have monopolized the divine enlightenment stones. Are we really going to just bow down and hand over our supreme power to some arrogant brat? We have been locked out of the core sanctuary for centuries, denied the ultimate divine scriptures and peerless artifacts sleeping right beneath our feet. A bald elder with a flowing white beard slammed his fist onto the stone table. Then it is obvious. This so-called heir is the human key we need to unlock the vault. A massive, minotaur-like warrior snorted violently. Chosen heir, what absolute garbage. He is just a thief coming to steal the empire we built. Only a brain-dead fool would surrender to him. The fox elder raised a clawed hand, silencing the roaring room. Passions. Warriors, keep your bloodlust in check. Thanks to the ancient restriction pact, these pathetic outsiders cannot possibly break past the false god realm. They are essentially sitting ducks. If we truly want to secure the supreme relics for ourselves, what is our strike strategy? The Minotaur warrior roared, shattering the floor. Strategy. To hell with strategy. We rip his head off, and the treasure is ours. The chamber erupted into a chorus of bloodthirsty cheers. The fox elder's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then it is decided. Track this outsider like prey. The moment he steps out of line, strike him down. I would rather we slaughter 1,000 innocents than let this one threat escape alive. Back outside, Ye Ling's trio slipped through the shimmering magical barriers and stepped into the ancient city. But instantly, an overwhelming swarm of elite guards materialized from the shadows. Damn it, Ye Ling cursed under his breath. How did a massive native army ambush us so fast? The turtle spirit's voice echoed in his mind. Wake up. Kid, they are definitely here for your head. A drop of cold sweat slid down Ye Ling's face. We literally just crossed the barrier. How did they sniff out our location instantly? Hey! Do not panic just yet. The ancient turtle chuckled dryly. We don't know their true motives. Maybe this is just another brutal trial set up by the Heavenly Venerate. Another trial, Ye Ling groaned in sheer frustration. Are you kidding me? If the Supreme Master wanted to hand down his legacy, why did he have to make it a living nightmare? While Ye Ling panicked, Yin Mei stood quietly by his side. A dark, knowing glint flashed in her eyes. Just as I thought. She mused inwardly. These native dogs are definitely out for his blood. Brother Turtle's voice echoed from the artifact. Why the rush? If this is a trial, there is always a hidden solution. Your main quest right now. Use the Heavenly Venerable's inheritance to locate his hidden cave. That place definitely holds the secret to conquering the Dao Enlightenment platform. Once that legendary platform is yours, it doesn't matter what those ancient natives are plotting. You can completely flip the script and avoid wiping out in this massive dungeon. But Yiling's mind drifted straight to Gu Chang. He muttered under his breath, "You might be reliable, turtle, but I still need this inheritance. It is the only way to expose the truth." Gu Changge, you are the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Suddenly, Yin Mei tugged at Ye Ling's sleeve. She trembled like a leaf. Ye Ling, are those monsters hunting us? She pointed a shaking finger at the sky. Qi Ling quickly shot her down. Stop talking nonsense. Maybe they are just searching for some random treasure. Yin Mei hesitated. But Ye Ling confidently cut in. It is just a coincidence. Relax no matter what goes down. I will protect you both, Yin Mei replied with a sickeningly sweet tone. I believe in you. Yi Ling, you are definitely the most reliable guy ever. Watching this whole display, intense jealousy flared up inside Qi Ling. She scoffed inwardly at Yi Ling's growing ego. Meanwhile, right outside the massive gates, two guards looked like they were fast asleep. But they had already been silently assassinated. Gu Changge smirked from the shadows. While the fake hero plays Pathfinder, I have more than enough time to loot every ounce of source energy in this ancient tomb. A holographic prompt flashed on his system interface. Mid-stage God King Realm. He pondered for a second. Has my cultivation level seriously hit the God King tier already? Talk about breaking the game. Looks like I don't even need to force another breakthrough right now. For someone dual cultivating both demonic and immortal arts like me, my power scales perfectly just by burning through destiny points. Though, facing those ancient monsters who have lived for countless eras would still be a massive headache. Gu Qingxi shifted his icy gaze toward the native creatures of the ancient immortal continent, who were desperately scouring the area. Gu Chengge calculated his next move with absolute precision. Yiling has only been inside for half a day. Yet, this entire ruin is on high alert. Was his cover blown? He paused. No. Their search pattern is way too slow. It is totally aimless. That proves they still have zero clue about Yiling's actual coordinates. Best to just kidnap one of these grunts and extract some fresh intel. Suddenly, a seductive fox-like creature appeared right in his path, sneering coldly. Inheritance. What inheritance? Once I catch you, I am ripping you into 8 bloody pieces. Gu Changge froze for a split second. Then, a terrifyingly dark smile stretched across his face. Hello there. He casually dropped a heavy hand onto the creature's shoulder, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Do not make a single sound, or you are dead. The monster's eyes widened in absolute horror. In a flash of distortion, both of them vanished into the void, free-falling into a massive, isolated pocket dimension. Gu Chengge stood like an absolute god in this domain. Welcome to my personal world. He released his terrifying grip. Panic set in as the monster looked around, stammering in disbelief. This is an entire inner world. Just what kind of divine monster are you? Gu Chang replied with chilling calmness. I just want to learn a few little secrets. The creature instantly dropped to its knees, banging its head against the floor as its tail tucked in terror. Lord, great Lord, I will tell you everything I know. Just please spare my life. Gu Chengge lazily rested his palm on the top of the creature's skull. No need. I prefer to dig up the answers myself. A blinding light exploded from his palm. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream as decades of raw memories were violently ripped from its mind. Sifting through the data, Gu Changge murmured. So the ancient clan elders ordered this lockdown. Looks like even a heavenly venerable could not leave behind a flawless, glitch-free legacy. Slave marks on the 5 great ancient clans. The Black Heavenly Eagle clan holding the Dao Enlightenment platform. The Venerable's hidden cave. Talk about hitting the jackpot. He coldly pulled his hand away. The creature instantly frothed at the mouth, dropping dead on the spot. Gu Cheng fell into deep thought. Who knows how long it will take Yi Ling to actually find that cave, since the Tao Enlightenment platform is locked down by the Black Heavenly Eagles. That is my primary target. I need to set the stage first. Might as well test if my heaven-swallowing demonic art can spawn the legendary wedding dress secret technique. Meanwhile, inside a bustling tavern, heavy gossip was flying. Brother Heiming, out of the four of us, you are the main branch elite. You have got to know the inside scoop on this lockdown. Right. Our 5 great clans mobilized an insane amount of manpower for this. Even Heavenly God Realm Masters were deployed. A demon with twin horns chimed in. Did some outsider cultivators actually breach our sacred ancestral lands? A minotaur-looking youth scoffed loudly. Just a bunch of pathetic bugs. If our clans did not have to honor that ancient pact and isolate ourselves from the outside world, those so-called immortal factions would be absolute trash. A youth in golden armor quickly fired back. Do not act so arrogant. Ever since that heavenly god got dispatched to assess the threat level, this whole situation could literally determine the fate of our clans. A green-haired guy with snake fangs sneered maliciously. So what if it does? Drink up while we can. Even if the sky falls, Heiming still has his overpowered older sister to hold it up. He would never have to step onto the battlefield anyway. The golden-armored youth barked. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The snake-fanged youth shot back without missing a beat. Heiming has a clan elder backing him, plus a sister with god-tier talent. He gets heavenly god bodyguards just to take a walk. He is nothing like us struggling peasants. He continued his brutal mockery. Imagine being born into the main family, only to be permanently stuck in your sister's massive shadow. Having zero power in your own clan while playing the good boy must be absolutely miserable. Are you truly satisfied with your current pathetic state? These words struck the golden-armored warrior deep. He thought of his incredibly powerful older sister. We share the same bloodline, he replied. Her dazzling achievements naturally bring me joy. But tell me, what exactly are you plotting by bringing this up today? The snake-fanged youth smirked. We have known each other for ages. Do you think I cannot see the burning ambition in your eyes? You are just waiting for the right moment, a chance to become the chosen one, worshipped by the masses. With that, he stood up to leave. Forget it. For weaklings like us with such pitiful cultivation, it is best we scurry home early, before the absolute monsters out there slaughter us like mere livestock. A square-faced companion quickly agreed. I am out of here. The bull-headed youth followed suit. I am taking my leave as well. Soon. The armored warrior sat alone. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed from the void. Young mortal, do you wish to stand above billions of living beings? He jolted, wildly looking around. Who is there? Show yourself. But the ethereal voice simply continued. Do you crave true power? Do you wish to reach the absolute apex? He stood frozen in the empty room. Watto. What the mysterious entity pushed further. Do you desire heaven-defying cultivation? Do you want to rule your destiny? A frantic thought flashed through his mind. Could this be it? Has my legendary fated encounter finally arrived? He burst into crazed laughter. Senior, I want it. Give it to me instantly. A blinding purple aura swallowed him whole. When his vision finally cleared, his jaw dropped in sheer awe. What is this place? A colossal, ancient gateway loomed before him. The supreme voice rumbled from within. Step through my gates and sever your mortal ties. Once you embrace the eternal abyss, there is no turning back. The massive doors creaked open. A majestic grand elder, radiating divine energy, stood before him. Heiming, born to the proud Black Heavenly Eagle clan. Though you have been shielded from true suffering, living in the shadow of your genius, twin sister has tempered your mind quite well. I am a supreme being. With a single thought, your entire existence is laid bare before me. Heiming instantly fell to his knees. Senior is truly a living god. Desperation burning in his eyes. He begged, Senior, what must I do? How can I obtain absolute power behind that wise facade? The elder was already plotting. He had handpicked this exact pawn from the masses. It seemed this brat's obsession with power was delightfully deep. The bait was set, and the desperate fish had finally bitten the hook. Trembling on the floor, Heiming pressed his forehead to the ground. Please bestow your supreme guidance upon me. The majestic elder stroked his beard. I am the sovereign of creation, descending from realms beyond the heavens. Become my devout follower. Chant my true name, and I shall grant you eternal life, even if the universe crumbles to dust and rivers of time run dry. Your mortal soul shall remain indestructible. Heiming muttered in a trance. Chant the true name for eternal life. Chant the true name for eternal life. He slammed his head against the ground repeatedly. I pledge my soul to the Supreme Being, please. Senior, bless this lowly servant with your grace. A blinding sphere of pure energy materialized in the elder's palm. As my chosen apostle, open your spiritual sea. Embrace the boundless light of the great Tao. Overjoyed, Heiming practically wept. Thank you, thank you. O Supreme One, my life and soul belong entirely to you. Boom. The divine light struck Heiming's forehead, sending terrifying shockwaves through his brain. As the ancient knowledge flooded in, a gasped. The demonic devouring art, a heaven-defying cultivation method that completely ignored natural talent. If I secretly pass this art to others, I can steal their innate potential. I can even siphon their hard-earned cultivation and make it my own. A twisted, sinister grin stretched across his face. Veins bulged violently across his trembling hands. The Supreme Being knew my talent was garbage, so he gifted me this absolute cheat skill. Little did this fool know that untouchable divine elder was actually none other than the villainous Changge. The true mastermind smirked inwardly. The demonic seed had been perfectly planted. Heiming was already drunk on the terrifying dominance of this dark art. The pathetic boy's suppressed ambitions were erupting like a massive volcano. He was past the point of no return. Back in reality, Heiming shot to his feet. He threw his head back and cackled wildly. I did it. Let us see who dares to call me trash now. The sheer intoxicating allure of this stolen power was simply impossible to resist. I have rotted in my sister's shadow for far too long. All I ever needed was a single spark of hope. He laughed like a madman, totally consumed by greed. Meanwhile, Changge turned and walked away. A mocking thought crossed his mind, the classic trash to treasure trope. With this brilliant chess move, the Black Heavenly Eagle clan had essentially birthed their own child of destiny. With this brainwashed pawn planted on the inside, swallowing the 5 great ancient immortal clans would be absolute child's play. As the void gate slammed shut, Heiming frantically called out, Senior, wait. The landscape warped instantly, throwing him right back to his original room. He blinked in shock. I am back. Such ghost-like teleportation, Senior truly wields the legendary power of a supreme emperor. He stared at the chaotic dark energy swirling violently in his palm. Thank the heavens. The divine art is real. I need to grab some test subjects immediately. If this demonic power is truly as heaven-defying as promised, I will secretly feed it to my own clan members. He clenched his fist, his eyes burning with wicked ambition. Once all the clan geniuses practice this art, their peerless talents will become mine. Unifying the 5 ancient clans will just be a matter of time. And as the true master of this power, I will hold the strings of destiny. I will ascend to the realm of absolute supreme power. The throne of the clan patriarch is completely mine for the taking. Somewhere else, a blinding streak of crimson aura ripped through the ravines. Deafening explosions shook the very earth. As the thick dust cleared, an imposing figure descended. The massive crowd instantly dropped to their knees in absolute awe. The mighty Long Tang had finally emerged from his deep cultivation. He glanced back, his voice booming. What of the task I gave you? A trembling subordinate stepped forward. My lord, Just as you commanded, we located the rumored chosen daughter from the outside world. She possesses world-shattering talent and peerless beauty. Long Teng's eyes lit up with arrogant amusement. Oh, let me see this ultimate prize. A glowing blue holographic array materialized in the air. The minion explained. Her name is Yue Mingkong. She is the unparalleled crown princess of the supreme immortal dynasty. Long Teng smirked, utterly captivated by her flawless features. What a breathtaking masterpiece. To think such a divine woman exists. My sister truly never disappoints me. The subordinate hesitated, then quickly added a warning. However, she is already engaged. Her fiancé hails from the immortal Gu family, and he is the heir of the Heavenly Dao Academy. Rumor says he possesses true immortal potential. Taking her might get messy. Long Teng sneered, flashing a set of razor-sharp fangs. Some outside trash dares to call himself a true immortal in front of me. If he dares stand in my way, I will rip him to shreds right before his precious fiancé's eyes. Meanwhile, in a lush paradise filled with soaring spirit beasts, a group of elite young cultivators gathered around a roasting fire. One of them sparked a conversation. Did you guys catch the latest news? Long Teng, one of the ancient immortal continent's top 10 prodigies, has just exited seclusion. He is definitely going to crush young Master Gu Changge. A beautiful girl scoffed, rolling her eyes. Haha, you are totally insane. Does Long Teng even understand what it means to be a youthful taboo? A swordsman chimed in. Word on the street says young Master Gu has already captured a bunch of Long Teng's minions. A massive showdown between those two titans is absolutely inevitable. A heavy-set guy nodded enthusiastically. Hey, do not sleep on Long Teng. That guy is an absolute monster. We are definitely in for an epic show. Nearby, Yi Langtian casually took a sip from his cup. When we first entered this continent, I actually heard wild tales about this guy. If he can actually force Brother Gu to reveal even a fraction of his true power, then things are about to get incredibly crazy. Yi Luli tilted her head in pure curiosity. Big brother, do you really think Long Teng has the guts to strike first against Gu Changge? Yi Langtian brought his bowl back to his lips with a cool smile. If those two monsters really clash, we will grab front row seats. Just getting a glimpse of Brother Gu's actual bottom line would make this entire expedition absolutely worth it. The scene shifted to a towering, cloud-piercing peak. Yue Mingkong stood elegantly, examining a glowing pink spiritual fruit in her palm. This divine fruit radiates immense immortal energy, she murmured. With this, stepping into the false god realm will be an absolute breeze. She then glanced over her shoulder. Any updates on Gu Changge's recent movements? Her shadow guards immediately dropped to one knee. Reporting to the Crown Princess, we still have zero intel on the young master's whereabouts. Yue Mingkong let out a soft sigh, her mind racing. Makes total sense. That absolute menace must be lurking in the shadows, pulling off his shady grave robbing schemes. His cultivation level has probably skyrocketed by now. She gazed deeply into the vast horizon. In my previous life, Gu Changge was busy orchestrating his massive dark plot, which is why he completely ignored Long Teng in this realm. But things are totally different in this timeline, with Long Teng actively knocking on his door to pick a fight. Backing down is simply not in Gu Changge's dictionary. A wicked smirk played on her lips, especially since that arrogant fool boldly claimed he would steal his fiancée. The stage is perfectly set. Even if that brilliant bastard figures out I am the one pulling the strings, he has absolutely no choice but to show his face. Cut to a breathtaking, roaring waterfall. Gu Xian'er's giant majestic bird circled the sky, shrank into a tiny ball of fluff, and landed softly on her shoulder. Gu Xian'er giggled, her eyes sparkling with absolute mischief. Who would have thought that mega villain Gu Changge would finally find himself in a tight spot? She playfully poked her feathered companion. Little Blue, are you absolutely sure the 8 saints here are fully grown? The tiny bird bobbed its head in rapid agreement. Her gaze shifted to a towering, radiant spirit tree, heavy with 2 clusters of dazzling, Golden fruits. She fell into deep thought. Honestly, I was kind of hoping Changge would completely dominate. But word on the street says Long Tang just broke through to the true god realm. Taking him down will not be a walk in the park. She let out a long, dramatic sigh. Man, my path to getting sweet revenge on him is still a million miles away. Down below the spirit tree, a gang of massive, grumpy-looking guardian apes glared up at Gu Xian'er, grunting aggressively amongst themselves. Gu Xian'er pumped her fist. Whatever. I still need to go check out the hype. What if Long Tang actually manages to smack Gu Changge around? Little Blue chirped another rapid-fire melody. Instantly, a hilarious image popped into Gu Xian'er's head. The almighty Gu Changge getting beaten into a swollen pig. She nodded firmly. Oh yeah. I am absolutely not missing this. Far away in a dimly lit, expansive chamber, Haiming threw his head back in manic laughter. Ha ha ha. I merely planted my power-stealing technique into 3 test subjects. And the kickback is already this insane. My innate cultivation talent has skyrocketed. He stared greedily at the violently swirling aura manifesting in his palm. This forbidden art is purely heaven-defying. It will not be long before I trample over every so-called genius and stand alone at the absolute apex. Boom! The heavy wooden doors violently swung open. His older sister stormed into the room. Hey Ming, she screamed, her eyes blazing with panic. What kind of catastrophic disaster did you cause this time? He scrambled to drag her inside, slamming the doors shut. Sis, keep your voice down. You need to hear this. She glared at him, crossing her arms suspiciously. What exactly have you been sneaking around doing all week? Haiming wrapped an arm around his sister. He leaned in with a secretive grin. I brought you something incredible today. The beautiful woman sighed. What could you possibly have to show me? Just keeping out of trouble is a blessing. He slid an ancient manual into her hands. Take a look at this. She stared at the worn pages. What exactly is this? An ancient divine technique. Her eyes went wide with sudden shock. Wait a minute, the profound energy radiating from this is terrifying. Where did you even find this? Haiming rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish laugh. I just stumbled upon it by pure luck. Look, sister, don't overthink it. If this technique is the real deal, we can pass it on to father and the clan elders. His sister looked at him with profound pride. To think Haiming found a legendary ancient art, and his very first thought was to sacrifice it for the family. Haiming put on a flawless mask of false humility. You know me, sister. My cultivation talent is nothing but trash. Keeping a treasure like this would be a complete waste. It is far better to offer it to the clan. Once our family's absolute power rises, then I can just comfortably live my life as a spoiled young master. Isn't that perfect? Touched by his fake sincerity, her eyes softened. Hai Ming, you have suffered so much injustice all these years. She gripped the manual with iron resolve. Rest assured I will take this straight to father. The entire clan will absolutely reward your massive contribution without missing a single detail. Haiming smiled warmly. I trust you, sister. But the moment her silhouette vanished, a wicked sneer crossed his face. Wog. Line. And sinker. Once she spreads this ancient technique to the rest of the clan, every single one of them will become stepping stones for my ultimate rise to power. And all of this absolute brilliance is entirely thanks to the supreme being who gifted it to me. Hidden in the shadows, Gu Changge watched the entire grand performance unfold. He smirked. Not bad acting at all. It seemed this piece of trash wasn't entirely useless. Once the upper echelon of the Black Heavenly Eagle clan becomes my pawns, that will be my cue to step onto the stage. Reaping all the rewards without lifting a finger is infinitely better than running around digging through ancient tombs. How amusing! My dear fiancé and little Xian'er have shifted their little rivalry elsewhere, marching straight into the ancient immortal continent together. And yet here I am, playing the villain forced to clean up their magnificent mess. Well, whatever. Mingkong has been behaving rather well lately. I suppose I can spare her any further torment for now. In the distance, heavily armored subordinates marched forward, dragging Long Tang's battered lackeys behind them. A female assassin bowed deeply. Master, the targets have been secured. A male guard stepped up. We just received fresh intel. Long Tang is currently in the eastern sector. He is guarded by 7 false god realm elites, with the rest at the king realm. Changge's eyes gleamed with dark amusement. Is there a massive hole in this Long Tang's brain? Offering himself up on a silver platter just to serve as my warm-up. He must be suffering from that classic brain-dead protagonist syndrome. Truly pathetic, since he is practically begging for a brutal death. It would be downright impolite of me to refuse his final wish. On your knees, the guard roared. Long Tang's twin sister thrashed wildly. Get your filthy hands off me. Changge looked down at her with dead, glacial eyes. So, this is the extent of your glorious power. The wretched-looking woman spat at his feet. You must be Changge. Wipe that arrogant smirk off your face. Lord Long Tang is my twin brother. He is coming for your head. If you so much as damage a single hair on my body, he will rip you all to shreds. She lifted her chin with insufferable pride. And as for that precious fiancé of yours, boom! Before she could finish her sentence, a devastating wave of invisible force smashed into her face. She was launched through the air like a broken doll, crashing face first into the dirt. Changge stepped forward, his voice absolute ice. You should count your lucky stars. The last time I sparred with Ming Kong, I made sure she did not suffer a single scratch. If you had actually hurt her, your soul would have been obliterated by now. Blood poured from the woman's mouth as she shrieked in absolute fury. You, how dare you humiliate me? Changge's eyes flared with divine authority. Shut your mouth. Snap. An invisible magical lock forcefully sealed her lips shut. Panic exploded in her eyes. The power of ultimate decree. How can his spoken words alter reality itself? Changge casually placed his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a dark emperor. Spread the word. Long Tang's precious twin sister is currently in my absolute control. If he wants her to keep breathing, tell him to crawl over here and face me. The shockwave of his challenge swept across the ancient immortal continent like wildfire. Cultivators whispered in awe. Did you hear young Master Gu just declared all-out war on Long Tang? Another grinned with bloodlust. An epic clash of titans. We cannot miss a bloodbath like this. Move. Instantly, thousands of glowing figures streaked across the sky, all converging on a single, destined battlefield. At the chaotic war zone, arrogant laughter echoed through the smoke. Ha ha ha, and here I thought you outsiders were actually a threat. A purple-robed cultivator coughed up blood, desperately blocking the crushing hooves of a colossal rhino beast. Curse you, the beastman sneered down at him. Is this really the best you pathetic weaklings can do? The surrounding mutant warlords jeered in unison. What happened to the legendary true immortal Changge? Is his almighty reputation just hot air? Tell that cowardly turtle to come out of hiding. Another demon cackled wildly. He should just surrender his gorgeous fiancée and bow down as our eternal slave. Ha ha ha. The human cultivators gritted their teeth in deep frustration. Even though they share the same cultivation realm, these native monsters have an overwhelming physical advantage. It is completely unfair. Standing on a distant ridge, Xianxia scanned the horizon. Her heart raced. Is Changge really not going to show up? Beside her, Ye Liuli tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, aren't you going to step in and teach these beasts a brutal lesson? Ye Langshan simply crossed his arms. Patience. The time is not right. Suddenly, Ye Langtian's eyes snapped open. A suffocating surge of apocalyptic energy tore through the atmosphere. Boom! A blinding pillar of crimson light violently struck the earth, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave. The native monsters erupted into absolute frenzy. Lord Long Tang has arrived. The human cultivators stumbled back in sheer terror. What is that monstrous power? As the smoke cleared, Long Tang emerged from the crater like a god of war. His massive, muscular frame was entirely plated in razor-sharp dragon scales. He threw his head back and unleashed a deafening roar. Who among you ants is Gu Changge? A human cultivator dropped his weapon, his knees trembling. Is that really Long Teng? His spiritual pressure is completely suffocating. Ye Chen expression turned incredibly grim. Do not engage him. I fear Long Teng's raw power has already broken through to the absolute peak of the false god realm. Gu Xianer scanned the bustling courtyard. Where in the world is Gu Changge? She muttered. Did he actually ghost Long Teng, knowing him? It is highly likely. A mob of monstrous henchmen roared with arrogance. Lord Long has arrived. Gu Changge. Crawl out here and face your absolute destruction. Long Teng stepped forward, oozing pure cockiness. Gu Changge. If you are too cowardly to show up, I will just slaughter your people instead. He smirked cruelly. The men will be annihilated, and the women will become my slaves. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed from the heavens. Such insolence! The massive crowd gasped and looked up. Floating majestically above them was none other than Princess Mingkong. Gu Xian'er's eyes lit up. Sister Mingkong, she whispered. Meanwhile, Long Teng stared at the princess, a greedy, lustful gleam filling his eyes. Well, what an absolute masterpiece. He licked his lips. Once I crush Gu Changje into dust, you are coming with me. Gorgeous. Yue Mingkong's expression remained colder than ice. A massive magic formation materialized before her Emperor Art seraphic sword. She commanded. A colossal blade covered in ancient, divine runes condensed in the air, hurtling straight toward Long Teng. But the arrogant dragon just threw his head back and laughed. You dare strike me? I love a woman with fire, with a single explosive punch. He completely shattered the towering divine blade. Cold sweat dripped down the faces of the spectators. No way. Someone gasped. An emperor-level technique. Destroyed that easily. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. He is an absolute monster. Even Brother Gu might not survive against this freak. Ye Langtian narrowed his eyes from the sidelines. Princess Mingkong is incredibly powerful, but the sheer gap in their cultivation levels. It is an abyss she simply cannot cross. Long Teng's fist erupted in a blazing crimson aura, channeling the legendary might of a Qilin. He launched himself straight at Yue Mingkong. Dust exploded everywhere. But as the smoke cleared, a brilliant shield made of glowing chrysanthemum petals hovered right in front of her. Yue Mingkong scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain. With such pathetic skills, who gave you the nerve to challenge Gu Changge? The crowd erupted into stunned cheers, as expected of the royal blood from the peerless immortal dynasty. She is unbelievable. Long Teng's cocky smirk faltered. What he thought. Genuinely shocked. Did they not say her power was only equal to mine? Did she just experience a massive breakthrough out of nowhere? Before he could react, the defensive flower petals withered and morphed into a devastating storm of magical blades. A razor-sharp petal sliced right across Long Teng's cheek, drawing fresh blood. Instantly, the blades pulsed with blinding light and detonated. A massive shockwave rocked the entire courtyard. The spectators screamed in awe. That power was insane. Did she actually finish him? There is too much smoke to see. But an instant later, Long Teng burst through the dust cloud. His face twisted into a bloodthirsty, demonic sneer. Woman, you just made a fatal mistake. You have actually ticked me off. He shot forward like a fired cannonball. Boom! The magical barrier protecting Yue Mingkong instantly began to spiderweb with massive cracks, closing the distance in a flash. Long Teng growled. Since you do not know your place, I will just have to show you my ruthless side. Yue Mingkong gritted her teeth, panic finally flickering in her eyes. His pure physical strength. It is absolutely terrifying. I will snap all 4 of your limbs first. Long Teng roared like a savage beast. Let us see you fight back then. The entire crowd screamed in sheer terror. This is a total disaster. A cultivator shrieked from the back. Her magical defenses are practically paper against his bare fists. Down below, Gu Xian'er quickly reached for her glowing jade artifact, preparing to cast a desperate rescue spell. But suddenly, she froze entirely, ripping right through the fabric of space. A boot materialized out of thin air and planted itself directly into Long Tang's smug face. Bam-gu Changge had finally arrived. The devastating impact sent the so-called Dragon Lord flying for miles, crashing violently into his own horde of monstrous beasts. His henchmen shrieked in absolute horror. Lord Long Nogu Changge casually stepped in front of Yue Mingkong, a wicked, arrogant smirk playing on his lips. I explicitly told you to wash your neck before coming to see me. Gu Changge drawled lazily. And yet, here you are, he chuckled, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Honestly, should I praise you for being such a good, obedient dog? Or should I just call you entirely brain dead? An absolute roar of fanatical cheering erupted from the crowd. Senior Brother Gu is here. He actually came. The ultimate heavy hitter had finally stepped onto the battlefield. Yue Mingkong breathed a soft sigh. Gu Changge, she murmured, still wearing that flawless smile. He strolled over, gently taking her hand. Mingkong, are you hurt? He asked, his voice dripping with fake tenderness. She blinked, completely thrown off by the sudden affection. But one quick glance at the massive audience behind them, and she instantly cracked the code. This was all just a theatrical performance for the public, playing her part perfectly. Yue Mingkong gently squeezed his hand in return. Changge, I am completely fine. She looked deeply into his eyes. I am so sorry for making you worry about me. Gu Changge offered a breathtaking, relieved smile. As long as you are safe. That is all that matters to me. The onlookers practically melted into a puddle of awe. Look how fiercely Senior Brother Gu protects his beloved. Their bond is so insanely strong. They are truly the ultimate immortal power couple. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Xian'er crossed her arms and let out a deeply sarcastic scoff. Huh. Give me a break. Meanwhile, Yi Luli was trembling with so much jealous rage, she looked ready to rip her own hair out. Standing beside her, Ye Chen could only shake his head in pure admiration. One is the future master destined to steer the heavenly immortal palace, and the other is the future empress of the peerless immortal dynasty. Talk about a match made in absolute heaven. Their union is utterly flawless. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light crashed down from the heavens, accompanied by a totally unhinged roar. Are you Gu Changge? Long Tang exploded back onto the scene. Hovering directly above his head was a glowing green fortune value, clocking in at an insane 4,500 points. You completely spineless coward. You actually dared to sneak attack me, he bellowed. Gu Changge narrowed his eyes, his mind working at lightning speed. Just as I calculated, he thought with dark amusement. He perfectly fits the classic brainless, arrogant dragon protagonist template. Down in the crater, Long Tang's battered monster minions were crying out pitifully. Lord Long, please. You have to save us, Arg. Long Tang puffed out his chest, completely blind to his own delusion. Gu Changge, release my followers right now, and I might actually consider leaving you with a fully intact corpse. Right on cue, a holographic system panel materialized in front of Gu Changge's eyes. Ding, target acquired, the system chimed. Son of Fortune, Long Tang, has entered the vicinity. Calculating optimal mission paths. Mission Option 1. Annihilate Long Tang. Mission Option 2. Force Long Tang into absolute submission. Gu Changge stared at the arrogant fool, completely utterly speechless at his staggering overconfidence. He just shook his head, looking almost disappointed. You know. Gu Changge sighed, putting on a perfectly fake, pitiful expression. I am really not a fan of senseless slaughter. And without missing a single beat, his finger tapped directly on the annihilate option. System locked, the robotic voice echoed. Objective: terminate Long Tang. Guaranteed base rewards. 3,000 fortune points, and 15,000 destiny points bonus loot will be calculated post-mortem. Changge's lips curled into a dangerously mocking smirk. A total trash tier. Overpowered protagonist complex. I am honestly shocked a meathead like you possesses one. Standing by his side, Yue Mingkong's expression remained absolute ice. Makes zero sense. She muttered coldly. What garbage are you spewing? Long Teng roared, his aura flaring wildly. Changge scoffed, eyes dripping with pure contempt. Nothing much. Just praising your massive muscles and microscopic brain. That insult hit like a physical blow. Long Teng's face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as a beastly roar tore from his throat. Changge smoothly turned to his shadow guard. Hold your horses, he commanded smoothly. It is our very first meeting. We absolutely must present his lordship with a spectacular welcoming gift. Rumor has it, Lord Long Teng adores blood sacrifices. Well, what are you waiting for? Understood. Young Master, the Shadow Guards roared in absolute unison. The chilling sound of drawing blades echoed through the air. Pure, heart-stopping terror gripped Long Teng's followers. Their arrogant faces morphed into weeping masks of despair. Lord Long Teng, please. Save us. Changge, you dare? Long Teng's battle cry shook the heavens. He blasted forward like a meteor to shield his men. But the young master of the Gu family was not about to play nice. His voice dropped to a freezing whisper. Tell me, did I ever give you permission to move? With a mere flick of his elegant sleeve, supreme, divine energy erupted. An invisible vortex of raw power swallowed Long Teng whole, freezing the dragon air dead in his tracks. Space itself warped violently, launching the heavy hitter across the battlefield. No way, a bystander shrieked in awe. That is the legendary divine art of the immortal Gu family, the universe in a sleeve technique. This is insane. Changge's cultivation level must have already breached the mid-tier false god realm. In that exact split second, Long Teng's twin sister, eyes wide with absolute disbelief, had her head cleanly severed from her neck. Instant death. Blood sprayed like rain as the followers dropped one by one. The spectating crowd went completely numb with shock. These were not nobodies. They were elite followers of a top 10 prodigy in the entire ancient immortal continent. Senior Brother Gu does not just talk the talk. He actually slaughtered them all without a single blink. Miles away, drowning in a sea of bloodlust, Long Teng screamed until his throat bled. Changge. He rocketed into the sky like a ballistic missile. I am going to rip you apart. The young master merely tilted his head, utterly unbothered. Kill me. A breathtaking azure aura exploded around Changge. Ancient, supreme bone runes flickered within the blinding light. He let out a dark chuckle. You are severely lacking in qualifications. Boy. Drag out the ancient fossils from your clan. Then, maybe, you will have a 0.1% chance. Eat this. You arrogant prick. Long Teng charged with world-shattering momentum. But out of nowhere, a colossal azure energy hand materialized, swatting the dragon prodigy away like a pesky fly. Watching from afar, Xian gasped in pure shock. Wait. That is my Dao Bone avatar technique. Meanwhile, Long Teng was blasted back several miles, but the giant hand was absolutely merciless. It locked onto his trajectory, slamming down with a heaven-crushing impact. Mountains shattered, and a massive dust mushroom cloud swallowed the battlefield. The Beastman army panicked, screaming at the top of their lungs. Lord Long Teng, get up. No one could process this absolute reality check. Their invincible leader was getting flawlessly ragdolled. Yue Mingkong analyzed the cratered zone, her eyes narrowing. This monster's cultivation base. It has skyrocketed to terrifying levels once again. Buried in the rubble, Long Teng desperately pushed against the crushing azure palm. He spat a mouthful of blood, teeth grinding. A pathetic, low-tier avatar. You think this is enough to suppress a true dragon? Changge's voice floated down like a divine judgment. You are nothing but a filthy, mixed blood bug. Boom! The spiritual pressure multiplied instantly. Long Teng's knees buckled, violently sinking deep into the bedrock. Ye Chen, observing the slaughter, swallowed hard, flawlessly suppressing a dragon heir with only mid-tier false god power. Changge has officially crossed into the forbidden taboo realm of our generation. A trembling female cultivator chimed in, with young Master Gu protecting us. Even if that terrifying demonic art inheritor shows up, they would not stand a ghost of a chance. Another disciple rubbed his chin. Now that you mention it, the demonic art inheritor has been completely off the radar. Is he too terrified to show his face? Floating like a dark god, Changge peered down at the broken dragon, bleeding heavily from all 7 orifices. Any final, pathetic last words, he asked. Tone completely dead. Long Teng's eyes burned with stubborn rebellion. Changge, you really think you can erase me? The villainous young master just slowly shook his head. Are you genuinely this thick-skulled? Snuffing out your miserable life requires the exact same effort as stepping on a foul-smelling cockroach. Listen closely. Long Teng. Your entire brain dead. Overpowered hero routine. It is completely out of the meta. If you want to cry about it, blame the heavens for spawning you in the wrong era. Wham! Another colossal palm crashed from the sky. But wait! There is more. A secondary, massive azure fist materialized, radiating absolute destruction. I will end you, Long Teng shrieked. The atmosphere instantly, violently shifted. Pitch-black storm clouds devoured the heavens. As crimson lightning tore through the sky, a dark smirk painted Changge's face. A miraculous mid-battle cultivation breakthrough. How adorably cliché for a child of destiny. Blinding. Blood-red energy pillars erupted around Long Teng's battered body. His beast army went absolutely wild. Look at the sky. Look at that anomaly. Lord Long Teng is breaking his limits. He is advancing to the next realm, crackling with newfound energy. Long Teng's shattered bones and torn flesh knitted back together in mere seconds. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, bet you did not see this coming. You bastard. Changge, the heavens themselves have chosen me today. In response, Changge casually dropped another nuke-level punch. Are you still living in a fantasy world, he asked. Voice dropping below zero. A blinding, holy radiance cleaved through the storm clouds. The beastmen lost their absolute minds with hype. That is it. That is the ultimate true dragon breath. I knew it. Our lord is an invincible myth. There is no way he loses to an outsider piece of trash. Roar, a colossal, terrifying phantom of an ancient dragon manifested. Flexing massive spectral claws, Long Teng hovered in the sky, dripping with ultimate arrogance. My cultivation realm now totally eclipses yours. Tell me, Changge, how do you plan to survive? Changge did not even blink. He just casually dropped 4 devastating words. Frog in a well. The very second those words left his mouth, bam bam bam, 4 more gigantic azure palms manifested out of thin air. Brutally combo punching Long Teng right in his smug face. He was blasted into the stratosphere like a broken ragdoll. High above, an apocalyptic, 6-armed divine avatar finally revealed its world-ending majesty. Spitting up a fountain of blood, Long Teng shakily dragged himself up. Changge, your shiny little avatar might pack a punch, but it is nowhere near enough to take me down. Changge effortlessly cast his magic with a single hand. His voice ice cold. Like I told you, you still do not understand the massive gap between us. He let out a low shout. Void immortal art Changge floated to the very heart of his massive magical avatar, barking his command. The avatar resonated, activating the divine decree. Long Teng's eyes nearly popped out of his skull in absolute terror. He was left completely isolated, trapped between spatial rifts and a forest of razor-sharp swords. Looking pitifully small. The power of laws, Long Teng gasped. Impossible, how can you wield this? Countless brilliant green sword rays erupted from the spatial tears. Long Teng scrambled desperately, screaming at the top of his lungs. No way. This guy is a total monster. Gu Chang merely chanted softly. Punish the true kings above. Execute the rebels below. A system notification popped up. The Destiny Snatching card activated, an overwhelming wave of sword aura locked onto Long Teng, causing his luck stats to completely nosedive. No, please. Stop. Long Teng shrieked in absolute despair. But the moment his luck hit zero, a blinding purple sphere detonated, shaking the very heavens and earth. Watching from a distance, the monstrous beasts wailed in agony. Lord Long Teng, how could our mighty lord be defeated just like that? How did this happen? The sect disciples gossiped excitedly. That is the exact same divine technique he used to crush the seventh princess of the Sea King Palace. The destructive power this time is 1,000,000 times crazier. Even actual gods could not save that guy now. Gu Changge casually glanced at the system prompt. Mission accomplished. The child of destiny, Long Teng, was dead. The system was already calculating the rewards. Now that the target's destiny points had hit rock bottom, deduction rules activated. Reward obtained. Heavenly Dao Treasure Chest times 1. Calculation complete. Received 3,000 destiny points and 15,000 mandate points. A female subordinate flew to his side, bowing deeply. Master, how should we deal with the remaining creatures? Gu Changge tilted his head, dropping a single, chilling word. Kill. An absolute bloodbath instantly followed. Monstrous beasts were ruthlessly pinned to the ground, while others used mystical gourds to absorb their souls. Senior Brother Gu gave the order. Someone roared. Leave no survivors behind. Blades flashed, and the twisted creatures dropped dead one by one. A young disciple yelled out. Spread the word immediately. Gu Changge, the young master of the immortal Gu family, used his false god realm cultivation to effortlessly crush the peak-level prodigy, Long Teng, obliterating him on the spot. Others shivered in awe. The immortal Gu family is truly a force you never want to cross. Gu Xian'er crossed her arms, clicking her tongue. Ch. What a pity. Yi Langtian and Yi Luli could only sigh heavily. Senior Brother Gu is an absolute anomaly. Ye Langtian muttered. His raw talent is on a level we cannot even look up to. I know I do not have what it takes to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. But I swear, I will prove to the world that my title as the reincarnated ancient emperor is not just for show. He then turned to the crowd, shouting, All right, everyone disperse. We need to grind our strength to the absolute limit. Do not forget, the demonic art inheritor is still lurking in the shadows. When that fateful day comes, just make sure you do not drag Brother Gu down. High above the clouds, two hidden figures watched everything unfold. One of them broke the silence. My lord, are we really going to let an outsider butcher Long Teng like that? The old man narrowed his eyes. That boy Long Teng was arrogant from the day he was born. He looked down on everyone. He brought this disaster upon himself. Still, to think his very first stumble would cost him his life. But he was the true heir of our clan, the other argued. The old man shook his head slowly. Now is not the time to strike. The slave seal is still active. If we make a move now, we will be the ones taking a massive loss. Down below, Gu Changge glanced up at the sky, smirking inwardly. The rats in the dark were pretty good at hiding. To think they would abandon Long Teng completely, not even bothering to come collect his corpse. But this worked out perfectly. If they were this terrified, he could act even more ruthlessly on this continent from now on. He chuckled to himself. The Heavenly Dao treasure chest unlocked, bursting with radiant light as the system chimed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 5-colored true dragon origin. A single drop of dragon blood floated out. Gu Chang commanded it to merge, and the blood sank right between his eyebrows. The fusion process kicked off, wrapping him in a swirling vortex of overwhelming power. When his eyes snapped open, he marveled at the surge. This five-colored true dragon blood gave a massive boost to his physique, vitality, and defense all at once. This system was honestly top tier, Changge thought. It was basically turning him into an unstoppable, all-rounder powerhouse. Floating back down to earth, he noticed Yue Mingkong still standing motionless in the distance. Why haven't you left yet? Mingkong, he called out. Do you have something to confess to your dear husband? Why do I get the feeling you are completely tensed up? Are you afraid of me? In the blink of an eye, Changge closed the distance, his tone dripping with teasing mischief. Coming to settle the score, or are you feeling guilty about something? Hearing this, Yue Mingkong forced herself to stay calm, refusing to show a single ounce of fear. Who is feeling guilty? Changge flashed a wicked, calculating smile. Honestly, you do not need to be so hard on yourself. Being born this beautiful is not a crime. That trash Long Tang dared to lay eyes on you. So naturally, he had to die. He threw a lazy glance at Long Tang's corpse. But then again, even if I had not stepped in, there is no way my dear Mingkong would have let him off the hook. Right. Yue Mingkong shot back defensively. What are you getting at? Changge cut straight to the chase. Tell me, what are you scheming to do with Long Tang? Give me a good enough reason, and I just might hand his corpse over to you. Yue Mingkong froze, completely caught off guard by his words. Her eyes widened in disbelief. If I tell you, you will actually give it to me. Changge feigned a look of absolute betrayal. But of course, he replied smoothly. Leaning in close, he whispered, Mingkong, do you still lack faith in your own fiancé? Left utterly speechless by his audacity, she finally broke her silence. I heard rumors, she began. Long Tang's corpse contains a single drop of true dragon blood. An ancient, mythical essence. I need it for my cultivation. That revelation made Changge pause. Wait a minute, he thought. Is she talking about the five-colored true dragon blood that I just absorbed? Catching his slight hesitation, Mingkong sneered. What is it? Did the mere mention of a supreme treasure reveal your true, greedy nature, that selfish look in your eyes? It hasn't changed at all. Turning her back to him, she scoffed. Whatever. Forget it. I never should have expected anything from you. But Changge was busy connecting the dots. Hold on, he calculated. My five-colored true dragon blood came from the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. It was a reward straight from the system for slaying Long Tang. That means the dragon blood Mingkong wants is completely different from what I refined. Clicking his tongue, he watched her walk away. First, she plots to steal Yi Ling's inheritance. And now, she has her eyes on the true dragon blood. She is the one scheming for all the loot. Yet she has the nerve to call me selfish. A wicked smirk crawled onto his face as he closed the distance between them. Oh, Mingkong, my dear Mingkong. Since when did my lovely fiancé become such a devious little schemer? Her temper flared instantly. She lashed out with a deadly strike. But Changge dodged it like a gentle breeze. He chuckled, striking out in anger. Did I hit a little too close to home? Unable to vent her mounting frustration, she could only grit her teeth and glare. Changge you. He leaned in, closing the gap until they were mere inches apart. It is just Long Tang's corpse. Right, I can easily give it to you. But first, I want to hear you call me husband. Mingkong froze in absolute shock. Excuse me, fury burned in her chest, while Changge just stood there, completely unbothered. Five-colored true dragon blood is a supreme treasure, he teased. Are you sure you do not want to reconsider? Tapping his chin, he added a playful threat. You had better decide quickly. Though, something this precious, I might just change my mind at any second. Biting her lip so hard it almost bled, she finally squeezed out a humiliating whisper. Whose husband? Cupping his ear, Changge feigned total deafness. What was that? I did not quite catch that. Pushed past her breaking point, Ming Kong practically screamed the words right into his face. Husband, shoving him away violently. She immediately staked her claim. That corpse is mine, looking down at the massive, perfectly intact dragon carcass in the crater. Her mind raced. Did he use a secret divine art just to preserve the body completely? Was he planning to give me this treasure right from the very beginning? Her suspicion flared up once more. You cultivate the demonic arts. Are you seriously not going to devour this true dragon yourself? If it is truly that important to your path, then keep it for yourself. But Changge just smiled softly. If my Mingkung wants it, her husband will naturally give it to her. But to think you are actually worrying about my needs. I am truly touched. A strange warmth bloomed in Mingkong's chest. At least he finally realizes my true intentions. She thought quietly. It is not too late for us. Meanwhile, inside Changge's mind, a dark amusement brewed. I practically hand-delivered the loot. And now she is emotionally compromising herself. What a foolishly naive woman. But this confirms my theory. With her regressor knowledge, her cultivation might even surpass mine soon. I will not have to lift a single finger. As long as I keep playing the soft, devoted lover. Turning on his heel, he walked away, his mind spinning webs of manipulation. Once someone throws away their pride for you, they lose all power to seek revenge. It seems, putting a pause on my ruthless villain acts is yielding spectacular results. I just need to keep playing the role of the hopelessly obsessed fiancé. Over his shoulder, he casually tossed out a warning. Make sure you find a hidden sanctuary before refining that dragon corpse. I am off. Ming Kong stared at his retreating back. Her thoughts, a chaotic storm. The Guqing of my past life would never surrender such a heavenly treasure. Could his demonic heart truly be changing? Far removed from the battlefield, a dangerous thought crossed Changge's mind. Now that Ming Kong possesses Long Teng's corpse, those ancient immortal families will definitely try to hunt her down. I suppose I should wipe out those annoying pests while I am out here. His predatory gaze locked onto a distant horizon, tracking a terrified, white-winged beauty who had witnessed everything. A sinister smile curled his lips. Ah, look at me. What an absolutely perfect husband I am. Meanwhile, beneath the canopy of a distant forest, starry-eyed disciples were busy gossiping. True Ergu crushed Long Teng and suppressed the entire ancient immortal race. He is the ultimate idol of our generation. Another female disciple sighed dreamily. Exactly. Not only is he overwhelmingly powerful, but he is so incredibly gentle with his fiancée. And those godlike visuals? A male disciple standing between them scoffed bitterly. Ha, do not let that noble facade fool you. What if it is all just an act I am telling you? He reeks of bad news. The two girls instantly burst into laughter. Oh, senior brother, you are just drowning in jealousy right now. Right. It is so obvious. The senior brother's face flushed red with embarrassment as he stammered to defend himself. But amidst their petty bickering, none of them noticed a desperate streak of light tearing violently across the sky above them. The white-winged girl in the pink dress flew like her life depended on it, crashing onto the grounds of her ancient clan. She collapsed right before the doors of their grand, majestic palace. She told herself the same thing again and again. After flying in endless circles for days, she had definitely shaken off her pursuers. Right still, a cold dread clung to her soul, forcing her to constantly glance over her shoulder. She muttered to herself, I still cannot believe it. Gu Changge actually handed over Long Teng's corpse to his fiancée as a mere gift. This information is pure gold. I can use this to earn massive favor with the Dragon Clan. Making her choice, she halted her flight, planning to warn her people and summon emergency reinforcements. But right at the entrance of the spatial passage, Gu Changge materialized alongside two loyal shadows. A wicked smirk crept up his face. Ran like a rat for days. And you finally decided to stop. Did you really think I would let you escape? The corpse of a dragon prince is an absolute treasure. There is no way I am letting a little spy leak this secret to the world. Inside his mind, The master manipulator was already scheming. This transaction could not be a charity case. He needed to make absolutely sure that Yue Mingkong knew exactly what he did for her. An amused chuckle escaped his lips as he pictured his cold fiancée. He could almost see her blushing furiously, shyly whispering her thanks to her dear husband. The playful illusion shattered, replaced by ice-cold authority. He turned to his shadows. Seal the entire city. If you see any outsiders, slaughter them without mercy. The two elites bowed in absolute submission. As you command, Master. Meanwhile, deep inside the clan's grand hall, a young voice echoed. Third Ant, what are you doing back here? The terrified scout rushed into the room, gasping for air. Chua. Why are both of you gathered here? A small child with gray and black wings tilted their head. Third Ant. The rumors are flying everywhere. They say Lord Longteng actually lost the battle you went to watch. Is it true? A girl in a yellow dress and white wings stomped her foot in pure rage. That Gu Chengji is just a lowly, pathetic human. What kind of despicable, underhanded tricks did he use? Behind the children, a massive crowd of clansmen was rapidly gathering. The scout's heart dropped. Why are you all asking about this? And why is the entire clan mobilized like this? The crowd roared back with burning fury. We are forming a war council. We will avenge Lord Longteng and execute that bastard Gu Changge. A clan warrior raised his weapon, shouting into the hall. A pathetic human insect like him could never match Lord Longteng in raw power. He is nothing but a cowardly rat who hides behind dirty traps. A demonic woman with twin horns sneered, fanning the flames of their ego. I heard that human scum only won through a cowardly sneak attack. If they had clashed in a fair, honorable duel, Gu Changge would have been completely annihilated. The scout shook her head, a heavy sigh escaping her trembling lips. Enough. Stop this foolishness. Gu Chengji's power is absolute nightmare fuel. This is not an enemy you can just talk about defeating. But the mob was utterly blinded by their pride. Look at our numbers. We are the ultimate elites of our clan. Why should we fear a single human? We will rip him to shreds. We will wash away Lord Longteng's humiliation with his blood. Their battle cries shook the very foundations of the hall. Kill Gu Changje. Kill Gu Changje. Kill Gu Changje. The suffocating wave of blind arrogance left the scout utterly speechless. You idiots! She frowned, before suddenly biting her tongue and changing her tune. Actually, you are completely right. I was there. That vile human used the most disgraceful tactics imaginable. Lord Longteng died a tragic, unjust death before he could even unleash his true power. Clap. 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 Suddenly, the slow, mocking sound of hands clapping echoed from the darkest corner of the room. What a spectacular performance! The scout's blood ran cold. Her face drained of all color as true terror gripped her soul. Gu Changge casually stepped out from the shadows, wearing a devilish smile. That is a deeply fascinating story. And your delivery was flawless. Mind if I join the audience? A clan woman pointed her weapon and screamed. Who the hell are you? You dare trespass into our sacred ancestral grounds. Who gave you permission to step foot in here? Gu Cheng raised a single hand, his smile utterly terrifying in its calmness. With so many wonderful friends gathered in one place, you surely do not mind an uninvited guest. Right. The scout violently flinched, her voice trembling like a broken string. Young master must be joking. Gu Chang strolled forward like he owned the place. What is with that look? Are you not even going to offer me a drink? The little girl tugged at the scout's sleeve. Third Ant. Who is this weird guy? Cold sweat drenched the scout's back as she desperately shoved the girl behind her. Jue? Shut your mouth. Not another word. With movement so smooth, it looked like teleportation. Gu Changji bypassed their defenses completely. He took a deep breath. What a magnificent aroma of aged wine. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying apex predator was seated at the head of their banquet. He poured himself a brimmed cup and took a sip. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. Brewed from the finest ancient spirit fruits. I presume. A massive bee skin bared its fangs, letting out a vicious growl. That is the sacred nectar of the ancient immortal continent. A filthy outsider like you is not worthy to taste a single drop. Another warrior instantly stepped up, completely oblivious to the danger. You arrogant human trash. You are all just as despicable as that bastard. Changge. Prepare to face the ultimate wrath of our clan. Changge casually leaned back in his chair, swirling his cup. You know, you are actually right about one thing. This Changge person is indeed a ruthless, villainous scum. Furthermore, from what I have heard, he absolutely loves slaughtering people for fun, especially little insects who dare to badmouth him behind his back. Is that not right? A demonic, blood-red aura suddenly exploded from Changge's eyes. The sheer killing intent forced the scout to her knees in absolute horror. Please, please have mercy. What is the young master saying? She slammed her head against the floor. Those are just malicious rumors. Please do not take them seriously. Compared to the grand, heaven-defying Changge, Lord Longtang is nothing but a pathetic firefly trying to outshine the brilliant moon. The entire war council froze, parting like the Red Sea in sheer disbelief. Angry shouts erupted from every direction. Third Ant. What the hell are you saying? Have you lost your damn mind? Why are you slandering Lord Longtang's absolute honor? He is the undisputed supreme genius of the ancient clans. We will never bow down to human trash. Changge let out a dark, velvety laugh. Exactly. Why are you spouting such absolute nonsense? How could a lowly human like Changge ever stand on equal footing with the almighty Longtang? His words hung in the air, dripping with pure, concentrated irony. The entire hall plunged into a suffocating, dead silence. Wait. What? Did he just refer to himself as Changge? The apex predator spread his arms wide, welcoming their despair with a chilling smile. I heard you were desperately searching for me. So, who wants to die first? The revelation shattered their sanity. The beastskin warriors let out ear-shattering roars, lunging forward with blinding speed. We were just worried we could not find you, since you are stupid enough to walk into your own grave. Everyone, attack, tear him to shreds. Third Ant completely panicked. Watch out, she screamed. Don't do anything reckless. But the situation was already totally hopeless. In absolute despair, she shrieked at Changge, if you have the guts, come at me. Just spare the younger generation. Changge's eyes turned ice cold. Spare them, he scoffed. They were the ones begging for my death. If I let them walk away, who exactly is going to spare me? The moment those words left his lips, a terrifying aura exploded outward. It is far better if they all just drop dead, he declared with absolute zero emotion. Boom! The entire grand hall shattered into pieces. Bodies were sent flying like broken dolls, their life forces snuffed out in a single blink. How is this possible? One managed to shriek before the end. He's a mons. Amidst the crushing rubble of the ruined hall, Changge's hand clamped like a vice right around Third Ant's throat. She was already missing an entire arm, gasping for her very last breaths. She choked out a pathetic plea. Please, don't kill me. Changge simply stared down at her like trash. You laid your eyes on something forbidden. Tell me, how can you possibly blame me for this? I swear on my very Dao heart, she babbled frantically. I will take this secret to my grave. Just spare my miserable life. Changge's gaze was completely deadpan. A Dao heart oath. No. I place my trust in dead men. Crack. With a flick of his wrist, her neck snapped. Just like that, every single living soul in the grand hall had been wiped from existence. Meanwhile, just outside the ruins, a mysterious woman suddenly paused. What the hell just happened here? Why is the stench of blood so overwhelmingly thick? A monstrous man with 6 massive spikes jutting from his spine growled. Looks like a human cultivator is snooping around. Grab him, don't let him escape. Just as Changge was about to step into the spatial rift, the two freaks lunged straight at him. Freeze right there. You little punk, the woman screeched. Changge slowly glanced over his shoulder. Oh my. It seems I have been spotted. The horned woman was absolutely boiling with rage. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Slaughtering our people right on our home turf. This is a total declaration of war. But suddenly, boom! An ear-splitting explosion ripped through the sky. Ye Mingkong descended from above, landing with absolute, terrifying grace. Every single subordinate in the vicinity dropped to their knees. They slammed their heads to the dirt in total submission. We welcome the Empress. Congratulations on ending your secluded cultivation. Ye Mingkong's mind was racing. My cultivation session went way too smoothly this time, she thought. Did Changge secretly deal with the backlash for me? She thought back to their recent interactions. It was undeniable. His icy, venomous attitude toward her had completely vanished. Could it really be the demonic nature messing with his head? Her brows locked in deep, paranoid thought. But how could he possibly suppress that demonic aura in this lifetime? No. This sudden change in behavior must be a trap to manipulate me. If that is his true goal, then the man is utterly terrifying. Stepping right up to the jagged edge of the cliff, she continued to plot her next move. A mastermind like him never makes a pointless move. If I want to stop history's bloody tragedy from repeating itself, I have no choice but to push past my limits and grow overwhelmingly strong. Staring out into the endless horizon, the gears in her head kept turning. The clock is ticking. The grand birth of the fairy spirit is right around the corner. And right now, I am the only one alive who knows the exact drop location. This time, I will claim that absolute power for myself. She spun around, locking eyes with her loyal army. Move out. Destination, the eastern sector of the 100 Traverse Mountain Range. Meanwhile, deep within the Heavenly Eagle Clan's sacred Grand Hall, blinding streams of pure, glowing orange aura were violently rushing straight into Heiming's body. His eyes shot wide open, completely drunk on his new power. It hasn't even been a single freaking month, yet I have already smashed through to the Holy Master Realm. And it is all thanks to that supreme being. He leaped to his feet, throwing a devastating shadow punch into the air. The plan is working perfectly. Almost every elder and elite disciple in the entire clan is already hooked on cultivating this divine art. Hell, even the two ancient patriarchs who just woke up from their slumber are absolutely obsessed with it. If I keep riding this insane wave, give it 6 months tops, I will shatter the bottleneck of the King Realm. I will finally become the undisputed top genius of the Heavenly Eagle Clan. An image of Changge flashed through his mind, filling him with intense awe. Man, I would give anything to stand in the presence of that supreme being again. If he hadn't descended into my life, I would still be a pathetic, absolute zero of a trash mob waiting for death. But just as Heiming was drowning in his own smug ego, a voice shattered the silence from outside. Heiming, are you in there? His older sister burst through the gates with crazy news. Listen up, because you offered up that supreme divine art. The two ancient patriarchs have ended their seclusion. They are demanding an audience with you. Heiming pushed the door open, his heart suddenly hammering against his ribs. The ancient patriarchs want to see me. You heard me right? Little brother, she beamed. This is a golden ticket. The other disciples would literally kill for this chance. But panic began to gnaw at Heiming's brain. Wait a second. They barely just started practicing the divine art, and they already want to see me. Oh crap, did they figure out I am hiding something? If the patriarchs manage to trace this back to the supreme being, I am completely screwed. Suddenly, a violent ringing exploded in his ears, and right before his very eyes, the godlike projection of Changge materialized out of thin air. He staggered back, totally dumbfounded. As senior supreme being, is that really you? Heiming frantically mumbled to himself. If you are here to guide me, then you can definitely save my neck. Right. But He Ming was trapped deep inside a psychological illusion. Seeing him space out, his sister aggressively shook his shoulders. Earth to He Ming. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? He Ming snapped back to reality with a violent jolt. Nothing, I am perfectly fine, he stammered. Just completely blown away that I am actually meeting the patriarchs. His sister rolled her eyes, scoffing at his total lack of chill. Look at you, sweating like a total amateur. Pull yourself together when we get there. The patriarchs are super generous. You have nothing to fear. He Ming nervously rubbed the back of his neck with a super awkward laugh. Haha. Yeah. You are totally right. Just pre-game jitters. Meanwhile, miles away in his personal pocket dimension, Changge sat on his throne, deeply amused. Could the patriarchs of the Heavenly Eagle clan have actually sniffed out the hidden trap inside the wedding dress divine art? He quickly brushed the thought aside with a dark smirk. Impossible. He chuckled. To truly comprehend the terrifying depths of the wedding dress divine art, one would need to be at the legendary Emperor realm at the bare minimum. And there is zero chance those old fools are anywhere near that level. His eyes flashed with a sinister, absolute confidence. Once those two ancient fossils fall under my total control, the entire Heavenly Eagle clan will become my personal army of puppets. Honestly, dominating this faction is turning out to be way too easy. Suddenly, a glowing blue holographic system panel materialized right in front of him. The digital numbers skyrocketed. Destiny points 35,000 luck points. 12,000 system notification. The system shop has been officially unlocked. Look at all these points. The main character smirked, his eyes gleaming with sheer arrogance. Without a second thought, he commanded the system to purchase 4 transcendent Dao Bones. Instantly, his massive stockpile of destiny points began draining away. Meanwhile, deep within a desolate mountain range, Qi Ling's followers were growing restless. Brother Kong, one whispered, what exactly are the Black Heaven Eagles and the ancient mutants plotting? They have been tearing this place apart. You don't think it has something to do with Ye Ning, do you? Lady Qi Ling entered these ruins over a month ago, and we have heard absolutely nothing. The other man scowled. Yeah, Ye Ning clearly knows about a hidden treasure here, but he only brought Our Lady along. They glared toward the inner ruins. If you ask me, that bastard is trying to use her to snatch all the loot for himself. Ye Ning has been acting way too suspicious lately. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he was connected to that demonic art inheritor crisis. The first man immediately shushed him, looking around in a panic. Brother Kong Yang, watch your mouth. Ever since we entered this continent, he has been traveling with us. Even junior brother Ming Kong can vouch for him. But Kong Yang sneered. Who is talking nonsense? I have solid proof. Just think about it for a second. Ye Ling, Ye Ning. Do those names not sound suspiciously similar to you? What if he is actually the demonic inheritor in disguise? The other man's eyes widened in realization, and a chilling thought struck them both at the exact same time. Lady Qi Ling and Maiden Yin Mei are in mortal danger, they gasped in unison. We need to leak his location immediately, one shouted. Tell the whole world that Ye Ling is here. If everyone focuses their hunt on Ye Ning, the girls will finally be safe. Exactly. Once the ancient clans hear the demonic inheritor is here, they will swarm this place like angry hornets. Meanwhile, deep within the shadowy forest, Qi Ling and Yin Mei were resting under a massive ancient tree. Yi Ling communicated with his ring. Senior Turtle, I can clearly sense the Heavenly Venerable's tomb in that ancient town ahead. His face was battered and bruised, but a heavy shadow of doubt clouded his eyes. But something is terribly wrong. No matter where I hide, these native creatures keep hunting me down. How are they tracking us? The ancient spirit inside his ring replied. Do you think one of those 2 girls is secretly leaving a trail? Yi Ling cast a cautious glance at Yin Mei and Qi Ling. That is exactly what I was thinking. Give me your analysis. The turtle spirit did not hesitate. It is highly unlikely to be Yin Mei. She has zero motives to betray you. Let's be real. If you had not played the hero and saved her, she would not even be in this hellhole, getting relentlessly hunted by the ancient immortal clans. Her nine-tailed spiritual aura is nearly shattered from protecting you. Ye Ling frowned deep in thought. Then, what about Qi Ling? The turtle spirit's voice grew cold. Qi Ling is incredibly suspicious. At first, she showed unwavering faith in you. She even went out of her way to clear your name as the demonic inheritor. If we were just talking about pure friendship, her actions would be perfectly normal. But now, someone is constantly leaking our coordinates. She definitely knows you are hiding a massive secret. And she was the one who insisted on tagging along for this journey. Her true motives are glaringly obvious now. Boy, this tomb holds your entire future. You need to cut the dead weight before it drags you down. Ye Ling gave a firm nod. Understood. Letting out a heavy sigh, he turned to face the two exhausted girls. Qi Ling, Yin Mei. What comes next is way too dangerous. Sticking together just makes us a giant. Moving target. We need to split up. Yin Mei is severely injured, so she will stick with me. We can rendezvous at the ancient town up ahead. Qi Ling's eyes blazed with sudden fury. Are you out of your mind? Yi Ling splitting up right now is a complete suicide mission. And why does Yin Mei get to go with you? What about me? Ye Ling offered a weak, apologetic smile. Qi Ling. Please. That is not what I meant. Qi Ling shot to her feet, her voice trembling with absolute betrayal. I should have known you two were creeping around. You were just waiting for the perfect moment to throw me away. Now that the ultimate treasure is right in front of us, you want to kick me to the curb. She screamed right into Ye Ling's face. I risked everything to protect you. I gave up my own lucky encounters just to keep you safe. You absolute bastard, she roared, her heart shattering at his betrayal. Yi Ling panicked, raising his hands. Qi Ling, just listen to me. I am only trying to keep us all alive. But before he could finish, a suffocating, world-crushing pressure descended from the sky. 5 massive minotaur beasts materialized in the air. The alpha of the pack let out an earth-shattering roar. Found you. Little rats, slaughter them all. Leave no survivors. Meanwhile, Yin Mei clutched her fake wounds, a wicked smile blooming in her mind. Master Gu, the mission you entrusted to me is finally complete. The moment Yi Ling sensed their terrifying heavenly god realm aura, he bolted up like a coiled spring, without a shred of hesitation. He turned tail and ran for his miserable life. Run for it, he screamed, blasting into the distance at top speed. He did not even bother to look back at the 2 girls he had just abandoned to die. His mind raced with cowardly logic. There is no time to argue. I have to save my own skin first. We can just regroup at the town later. Watching him flee, Qi Ling desperately turned to Yin Mei. Hey, don't just stand there waiting to die. Run. But Yin Mei just offered a tragic, yet deeply satisfied smile. You go on without me. My injuries are too severe. I cannot take another step. Hearing those words, Qi Ling did not waste another second. She spun around and launched herself into the woods, shouting over her shoulder. Then you are on your own. Good luck. High above the blood-stained clearing, the hulking Minotaur commander glared down at his prey. Crossing his massive, muscular arms, he barked a brutal command. Split up and hunt them down. 3 vicious beasts immediately dive-bombed toward the forest, flashing terrifying, bloodthirsty grins. Hey, that blonde one, definitely my type. 2 monstrous beastmen quickly cornered Yin Mei. The villain lurking in the back let out a sinister sneer. She is not even trying to run away. Look at those heavy wounds. Did she finally accept her pathetic fate? The monster in front clicked his tongue, eyeing her like a piece of meat. With a pretty face like that, she will make a perfect little slave for us. The Minotaur leader crashed down from the sky, his voice dripping with pure, sickening arrogance. Listen up, outsider. Bow down and submit to me right now, and I might just spare your miserable life. Your only purpose now is to serve us. Well, what is your choice? Yinmei slowly closed her eyes. The majestic image of Changge flashed in her mind. Opening them, she spat coldly. In your dreams. Trash. You are not worthy. That single sentence snapped the leader's patience. Veins popped on his forehead as he roared. You ungrateful little wench, hack her into a million pieces. A massive battle axe swung down from behind, aiming straight for her neck, yet Yinmei did not even flinch. Instead, a serene smile crossed her lips. Glowing golden cracks began to fracture across her delicate skin. She was preparing to detonate her own spirit. Her voice rang out with absolute resolve. In this life, I bow only to one master. I would rather burn my own soul to ashes than let filthy beasts like you humiliate me. But right at that fatal split second, a blinding purple aura exploded out of nowhere. A massive shockwave blasted right in the leader's face. He shrieked in absolute terror. Who goes there? As the thick dust slowly settled down, it revealed a shattered axe on the ground. Lying right next to the dead subordinate's mangled corpse, Changge stood like an absolute god behind Yinmei. He gently placed a hand on her glowing forehead, stopping her sacrifice. His icy, murderous glare locked onto the beastman leader. Tell me, who did you say you wanted to hack to pieces? Hearing that deep, familiar voice, Yinmei's heart skipped a beat. Tears of overwhelming relief flooded her eyes. Master, she whispered, gazing up at him with pure devotion. I thought you threw me away. Changge softly stroked her hair, his tone turning surprisingly gentle. You silly girl. It was just a tactical mission. Did you really think I would let you throw your life away? The emotional dam finally broke. Yinmei threw her arms around Changge, burying her face in his chest as she sobbed helplessly. He continued to gently pet her head, teasing her with a smirk. Why are you crying like a little kid right now? This vulnerable look does not suit my deadly fox at all. Completely ignored, the Beastman leader felt utterly humiliated. A violent blood-red aura exploded around his massive arms. His eyes turned into glowing crimson orbs of pure rage. You mere false god realm weakling, how dare you look down on me? But Changge did not even blink. He calmly crouched down and effortlessly scooped Yinmei up into his arms. He held her close, treating the raving monster like literal background noise. You have endured a lot of hardship recently. Yinmei nuzzled deeper into his warm chest. For my master's grand plan, this tiny bit of pain is absolutely nothing. Changge nodded smoothly. Let us leave. I will heal those injuries of yours. The beast leader's sanity snapped. He launched himself directly at Changge, like a raging meteor. You are openly courting death. Human. Boom. Without warning, a divine spear planted in the earth activated. A tidal wave of terrifying purple spiritual energy erupted out, completely swallowing the sky. The monstrous aura immediately materialized. It formed the terrifying illusion of ancient, colossal demons, dwarfing the beastman leader like towering mountains. Before the monster could even touch a single hair on Changge's head, his soul was practically crushed by the sheer pressure. He froze midair, completely paralyzed by fear. An agonizing scream pierced the air. The apocalyptic energy instantly devoured the entire sector, leaving behind nothing but destruction. Such an earth-shattering commotion. The celestial maiden Qiling, who had just clashed with Ye Ling nearby, would definitely feel these terrifying tremors. A few hours later, hidden deep within a secluded cave, Changge sat quietly, his brilliant mind already calculating his next move. If my predictions are correct, now that Qiling and Yeling have formally split up, she will definitely expose everything that happened to her group. With Yiling's traces fully exposed, the outside cultivators will quickly form an alliance. They will launch a massive hunt to butcher the so-called demonic art inheritor. Changge leaned back, a dark, satisfying smirk playing on his lips. Add that to the fact that Ye Ling is already being hunted down by the ancient immortal race. The secret of the ancestral tomb is bound to leak out now. With all these perfectly framed disasters piling up on his head, Ye Ling could not clear his name, even if he had 100 mouths. Master. A soft voice echoed from behind him. Yin Mei slowly stepped forward. Changge turned his gaze toward her. You recovered quite fast. Yin Mei looked down shyly, pulling Changge's oversized cloak tighter around her delicate shoulders. Thank you for looking after me. Master, I am feeling completely fine now. Changge casually tossed 2 glowing spirit peaches into her hands. That is good to hear. Eat up and recover your stamina. Catching them, she looked up at him with hesitation. About your master plan. Just as you predicted, the Celestial Maiden and Ye Ling have. Changge calmly raised a hand, smoothly cutting her off. I am already aware of the situation. However, our little scapegoat, Ye Ling, cannot die just yet. Yin Mei lowered her gaze, whispering softly. I understand. He still serves a vital purpose for your grand scheme. Clutching the spirit peach tightly to her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of awe and worry for the man before her. But please do not worry, Master, as long as you command it. I will gladly offer everything I have to pave your path to absolute power. Changge gently ruffled her ears, a manipulative but charming smile on his face. For the next phase, you will have to play the victim a bit longer. You do not think I am being too cruel to you, do you? The peach slipped from her fingers. Rolling onto the ground, she stood on her tiptoes, throwing her arms around Changge's neck in a tight, desperate embrace. Never, she whispered fiercely. As long as it is for you, I will gladly walk through hell. Changge patted her back, his eyes flashing with dark satisfaction. With a loyal piece like you, my mind is completely at ease. Meanwhile, miles away, a massive crowd of elite cultivators was locked in a heated debate. Kong Yang stood at the center, passionately explaining the situation. Listen. The truth of the matter is. Suddenly, the frantic sound of running footsteps echoed through the clearing. Qiling stumbled into the camp, breathing heavily instantly. Every single pair of eyes locked onto her. The legendary Celestial Maiden had finally returned. Kong Ming rushed forward, his face pale with anxiety. My lady, are you injured? Qiling scanned the area with extreme paranoia, wiping sweat from her brow. I finally managed to escape his clutches. 2 frantic fox demi-human girls immediately pushed through the crowd. Lady Qiling, please tell us, where is our young Miss Yin Mei? Qiling lowered her head, her voice trembling with a mix of grief and burning anger. She might have chosen to follow Ye Ling. Or perhaps, she met a far more terrible fate. The crimson-haired fox spirit gasped, her eyes wide with sheer terror. Wait! Are you telling me that Yanning is actually Ye Ling in disguise? Qiling. Are you absolutely certain, brother? Yi stepped out from the shadows, his expression dark. To think that Ye Ling had the audacity to show his face here, even manipulating Fairy Yin Mei. What a terrifyingly sinister scheme. The gathered cultivators murmured among themselves, a wave of confusion washing over the crowd. Kong Yang's voice sliced through the chatter. He has been relentlessly hunted by the 5 great ancient immortal clans. Do any of you actually know the real reason why? Rumors have been bleeding through the realms. Countless sacred tombs of the ancient clans have been brutally desecrated. The ancient corpses within, their core essence has been utterly devoured and refined. Even our most brilliant young prodigies have vanished without a trace. Qiling averted her gaze, a chill running down her spine as she remembered the tombs. Chaos erupted as panic gripped the mass of cultivators. Voices clashed in furious uproar. Could it be true? Is he really using our sacred ancestors to fuel those forbidden demonic arts? This demon's very existence threatens the survival of our entire realm. We are all in grave danger. I always knew his soul was rotten to the core. We must crush him before the 5 great clans unleash their full wrath. If those ancient elders are truly provoked, Our generation will be reduced to nothing but collateral damage. Brother Ye stepped forward, his eyes locking onto Qiling. Tell us, Qiling, do you have any idea what Yiling's ultimate endgame might be? If we can pinpoint his next hunting ground, we can turn the tables and trap him once and for all. Qiling lowered her gaze, her hand gently resting against Kong Ming's arm. Everything happened in a chaotic blur. He merely told us to rendezvous at a secluded border town before vanishing into the shadows. Whatever dark deeds he planned next, I was kept completely in the dark. A fiery-haired warrior crossed his arms, his voice dripping with suspicion. Knowing the twisted nature of the demonic arts, that bastard Yiling has probably already concealed his stolen origin essence. A heavily cloaked cultivator sighed in deep frustration. Damn it. That rat is far too slippery. A young woman in flowing pink robes sighed, her eyes sparkling with absolute adoration. If only young Master Changge were here with us. With his matchless divine power, he would definitely know how to crush this demonic threat. Lu Li crossed her arms, nodding fiercely as if stating a universal truth. But as the old saying goes, speak of the devil, and the devil shall appear. Changge descended like an immortal from the heavens, his voice smooth as silk. Fellow Taoists, I apologize for keeping you waiting, flanked by his terrifyingly strong shadows. Changge's mere presence commanded the room. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of pure relief and awe. It is young Master Changge. Our senior brother has finally arrived. We are saved at last. Changge offered a flawless, unreadable smile, masking his inner darkness. Word on the wind says the demonic art inheritor has surfaced. Tell me, do my fellow cultivators require my blade? Brother Ye eagerly pushed to the front of the pack. Young Master, regarding the crusade to annihilate Yiling, have you already formulated a divine strategy? Changge cast his gaze downward, gracefully resting his chin on his fingers in mock contemplation. As the true inheritor of the immortal path, I cannot simply stand by while darkness consumes our realm. A royal cultivator roared with absolute conviction. Since our esteemed senior brother has graced us with his presence, I propose he leads this holy crusade. Who stands with me? Changge's brows furrowed in feigned humility as he raised a gentle hand. Brother Wang, please. I must decline. That is far too great an honor. This hall is filled with unparalleled prodigies. Surely there is someone far more worthy to lead than I. But the crowd was already blinded by his act. Roaring as one, we accept no one else. Your cultivation is unmatched in our generation. Your aura radiates absolute righteous justice. Letting you lead is the will of the heavens. It is our only path to victory. You are the true dragon among men. Senior brother, the undisputed paragon of our righteous faction. We will follow you to the very end. Brother Yi looked at Gu Cheng with burning reverence. Brother Gu, please drop the modesty. The destiny of our realm rests on your shoulders now. For a split second, a wicked glint flashed in Gu Changji's eyes. They are begging me to lead a crusade against the demonic art inheritor. Oh, the absolute irony of it all. Only I could script a comedy this perfectly twisted. A terrifyingly manipulative smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. If they want a savior so badly, then I shall play the role of their golden god to absolute perfection, composing his features into a mask of solemn duty. Changge spread his arms wide, to be entrusted with the unwavering faith of so many. I am deeply humbled, yet terrified by the weight of this burden. However, since destiny has forced my hand, I swear upon my Dao heart to hunt down Yiling together. We will cleanse this evil from the cultivation world. A sea of cultivators bowed deeply, their hands clasped in overwhelming gratitude. Brother Ye was moved almost to tears. By taking the mantle, Brother Gu has painted a massive target on his own back. You are shielding us from the demon's wrath. My vision was too narrow compared to your boundless sacrifice. The sycophants immediately chimed in. As expected of the great Taoist brother Changge, descending like a god just when humanity needed him the most. His boundless aura elevates the entire great Xia Empire. Two female disciples gossiped furiously. their faces flushed. Young Master Changge is the ultimate righteous hero. Not only did he save Fairy Yinmei, but his noble soul is just intoxicating. Watching the entire hall fall under Changge's mesmerizing spell, Qiling pressed a hand to her chest. Her inner thoughts totally deceived. Taoist brother Changji's moral compass is utterly flawless. He is the blinding beacon of the righteous path I always knew he was. No matter what twisted depths Yiling and Yinmei sank into, they could never lay a single speck of dirt on his divine reputation. Staring at the man who seemed to radiate a literal golden halo, Qiling's conviction solidified like iron. He is the only true pillar of justice we have left. Brother Ye tightened his stance, the atmosphere growing suffocatingly heavy. Honestly, regarding the ancient clans hunting Ye Ling like a stray dog, I have a terrifying theory. Though I lack the solid proof, Changge urged him on with a reassuring nod. Speak freely. Brother Ye. Brother Ye's eyes widened with dark realization. Given that Ye Ling possesses the forbidden demonic arts, his presence here is no accident. He is plotting something utterly catastrophic. A sinister wave of satisfaction washed over Changge's dark heart. Hook, line, and sinker. Setting up this pawn to speak for me was a brilliant move indeed. Brother Ye's voice dropped to a grim whisper. I believe Ye Ling is draining the ancestral bloodlines from the sacred tombs. He is consuming the life force of our brightest young talents to skyrocket his own demonic cultivation. Qiling bit her lip, a knot of dread tightening in her stomach. But during our journey, Ye Ling was never out of my sight for that long. The crimson-haired demon shot her a venomous glare, scoffing violently. Fairy Qiling, are you out of your mind? The world is burning, and you still dare to shield that monster with your words. A flash of Ye Ling's desperate pleas echoed in her mind. Doubt slowly poisoned her memories. No. Perhaps you are right. Extracting ancient bloodlines. That must be the endgame he was building up to. Changge massaged his temples with a frustrated sigh, judging by the terrifying nature of his demonic arts. I am afraid his power level has already left us in the dust. He spread his arms wide, taking absolute command of the room. Then it is settled. We hunt down Ye Ling immediately. Turn every ancient town upside down if you have to. But if we cross paths with the ancient immortal races, keep your weapons sheathed and try talking first. We still owe them a proper explanation for this nightmare. The crowd roared in absolute agreement, fired up by Brother Changge's legendary leadership. The cultivators immediately geared up to move out. Within mere moments, the staging area completely cleared out as the epic manhunt began. Only Changge and Qiling stayed behind, watching the massive search party vanish into the dusty horizon. No matter how you spin it. Changge murmured heavily. Ye Ling cannot escape the title of the demonic inheritor now. Our personal trust in him means absolutely nothing against the evidence. A flash of bitter frustration crossed Qiling's beautiful face. I know. She clenched her fists tightly. All the deadly evidence points straight to him right now. Maybe I really was completely blind to trust that guy. She looked up, her fierce expression softening. But you have been carrying the weight of the world lately, Brother Changge, facing crushing pressure from the immortal clans. Yet you still managed to secure those legendary fortunes right out from under our rivals' noses. Changge closed his eyes with a humble, sacrificial sigh. With their current strength, how could they possibly protect those treasures from the terrifying ancient immortals? Throwing their lives away for mere loot is just senseless. A selfless, gentle smile played on his lips. I only took aggressive action to draw the enemy's attention. I needed to shift their absolute focus away from those treasures. Tell me, Heavenly Maiden Qiling, do I look like the type of man who actually needs to scavenge for basic resources? Qiling rubbed the back of her head, laughing incredibly awkwardly. You are so right. I totally misjudged your noble intentions. Brother Changge, meanwhile, the sky overhead began to bleed into the dark colors of twilight. Cut to a massive fortress nestled at the base of a jagged mountain. Enormous dragons circled the airspace, Their earth-shattering roars, echoing violently through the ancient stone walls. He slaughtered our dragon clan's top prodigy, and then massacred our innocent youth. This absolute disrespect, he acts like he rules the very heavens themselves. A terrifying powerhouse. His skin burning crimson and huge demonic horns crowning his head. Roared with explosive fury. Activate the true dragon token. Summon every elite combat prodigy we have. We ride out to execute Changge. I will personally teach that arrogant brat that he does not own this continent. Far away at the White Phoenix mountain range. Grunts were busting their backs, stacking massive boulders. Meanwhile, Minkong stared up at the blood-red sky. Her gorgeous face colder than absolute zero. Absolute fools. She thought to herself. Every single one of them is dancing right in the palm of Changge's hand. In another dark corner of the world, total night had fallen. Bam Ye Ling violently slammed his fist into a stone pillar, spitting venomous curses. That absolute bastard. Behind him, the little spirit turtle floated ominously inside a sphere of crimson demonic aura. Ye Ling ground his teeth together. Changge. You piece of trash. Framing me was sickening enough, but leading an entire army to hunt me down. This means absolute war. His face was twisted in dark, ugly rage, and there is zero doubt about it. Qi Ling must be the snitch who leaked my location. I should have kept my guard up around those absolute hypocrites. I was a massive idiot to ever trust a girl like her. Yin Mei stood nearby, playing the perfect, innocent angel. Please, do not say such harsh things, she urged gently. What if there is just a huge misunderstanding in all this? Are you kidding me? Yi Ling snapped back viciously. You are still defending that two-faced traitor. Listen. If you were not so damn lucky, you would have been harvested for demonic arts. The second we split up, Yin Mei dropped her gaze, looking absolutely heartbreakingly pitiful. The attackers saw I was totally defenseless, so they bypassed me to ruthlessly chase after you and Qi Ling instead. Then, a sweet, admiring smile blossomed on her flawless face. Honestly, I owe you my life for drawing their deadly focus away from me. You were incredibly brave. Being praised by such a jaw-dropping beauty, Yi Ling's face instantly turned the color of a ripe tomato. He puffed out his chest, suddenly stammering. Ahem, well. A real man has to step up and carry the burden when it counts. Suddenly, a loud, bone-chilling crack shattered their conversation. The spirit turtle zoomed over, trailing a terrifying ribbon of blood-red smoke. The ancient seal. It has been completely shattered. Boom! A massive geyser of thick, crimson demonic energy erupted violently from the depths of the ancient well. Listen closely, the turtle warned frantically. That heavenly venerate left behind a labyrinth of lethal runic arrays down there. Even a Saint Realm absolute powerhouse would be instantly vaporized without a trace. You have to track the hidden clues perfectly to survive this maze. Relax. I know exactly what I am doing. Yi Ling smirked with supreme confidence. He spun around, flashing Yin Mei an eager, protective smile. Yin Mei, this dungeon is packed with lethal traps. Stick right behind me like glue. Okay, that way. My aura can shield you from the terrifying danger. Yin Mei hid a mocking smirk behind a sweet, gentle smile. I will trust you completely. Pumped up by her words, Yi Ling marched to the edge of the abyss. All right, team. Let us dive into the unknown. The second his back turned, Yin Mei's innocent mask completely shattered. Her gorgeous eyes narrowed into the predatory glare of a master manipulator. Oh, do not worry, she thought coldly. I plan on sticking to you right until your bitter end. Without another word, the two figures leaped into the terrifying, pitch-black void of the ancient well. But as she fell, Yin Mei stealthily scattered several magic-infused tracking feathers along the ground. Cut back to the mastermind. Thanks to those glowing feathers, Changge's eyes snapped open as he pinpointed his prey. Guards, his voice thundered with absolute authority. A shadow guard instantly materialized from the darkness. Taking a knee, Master, we await your divine command. Spread the word to every clan, and Sect Changge ordered coldly. The demonic inheritor has finally surfaced. He is currently 4 million miles out in the far east. A terrifying, villainous smirk carved across Gu Changge's face as his dark aura exploded. Rally the entire allied force. It is time to hunt the rat. Instantly, the silent night was broken by the sound of 1,000 assassins blazing across the rooftops. A breathless scout slid to a halt before the Heavenly Maiden. Lady Qiling, we just received an emergency transmission from young Master Changge's camp. Another elite fighter, Kong Yang, stepped out from the shadows. His eyes burned with intense battle intent. We finally have a hard lock on Yi Ling's coordinates. Qi Ling's aura flared as she made her decision. Take a brief moment to catch your breath. Then we march out at maximum speed to rendezvous with Brother Changge. Kong Yang placed a heavy, serious hand on her shoulder. Listen, Qi Ling. When we finally corner that traitor, do not let your past friendship blind you. Qi Ling lowered her head, the shadows completely hiding her conflicted eyes. I will end him once and for all. Suddenly, the heavens erupted. A massive surge of 5-colored light streaked across the sky, all converging on a single point. The Black Heavenly Eagle clan buzzed with absolute confusion. What on earth is happening lately? All the outsiders are flocking to one location. Could a divine artifact be making its debut? Heiming's older sister scoffed. Just ignore those fools. The ancient immortal dragons just issued the true dragon order. Every young elite is being drafted to hunt down Gu Changge. That is our real priority. With Long Teng dead, the new generation is a headless snake. This is our perfect opening. Meanwhile, Heiming was calculating in the shadows. Right now, both clan ancestors were locked away, cultivating a fraction of the wedding dress immortal art. He stared at his sister's back. His eyes flashed with dark ambition. The second you leave, I make my move. I will seize total control of this clan. Far away in a hidden dimension, Yi Ling and Yin Mei navigated the treacherous path ahead. Yin Mei looked around in awe. Have we crossed into a completely different world? Yi Ling smirked, practically glowing with arrogance. Exactly. This is the grand legacy left by my master. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Yin Mei feigned shock. The legendary heavenly venerate, the one who nearly reached absolute immortality. Yi Ling puffed out his chest. You are looking at his one and only true heir. With a wave of his hand, his magical disguise melted away. His voice dripped with raw, bitter frustration. The entire world thinks I am the demonic art inheritor. But it is all a lie. That absolute scumbag Gu Chang framed me. Yin Mei remained dead silent, her expression unreadable. Yi Ling clenched his fists, eyes burning with hatred. Mark my words. I am going to rip that fake saint mask right off his face. I will show the whole universe who the real monster is. As they walked, Yi Ling shot her a serious look. Listen, I know you two are somewhat close, but you need to watch your back around him. The guy is a toxic snake waiting to strike. But once I claim this ultimate power, Gu Changge will be nothing but a stepping stone. Yin Mei kept her cool, innocent facade intact. You do not need to explain yourself. I have always believed in you. Suddenly, Brother Turtle's ancient voice echoed in his mind. Stay sharp. Kid, the Heavenly Venerate's final trial lies just ahead. The temperature skyrocketed as they stepped onto a crumbling cliff. Below them roared an ocean of boiling, apocalyptic magma. Watch it, Brother Turtle barked. That lava is crawling with elemental beasts. Right on cue. The magma erupted colossal. Flaming pythons lunged from the fiery depths. Meanwhile, far above the chaos, Gu Changge casually twirled a glowing magenta feather between his fingers. To think a pocket dimension was hiding right under their noses. He smirked. It seems our little rat Yi Ling has successfully led Yin Mei inside. His brilliant mind was already 10 steps ahead. I left breadcrumbs for the outside disciples to find this tomb, but it will take them quite a while to breach the entrance. Ah, cruel. Elegant smile touched Gu Changge's lips as he crushed the mystical feather into glowing dust. That gives me more than enough time. I will slaughter Ye Ling and snatch his destiny right out of his hands. As for the public fallout, with Yinmei acting as my star witness, spinning a tragic, heroic tale will be absolute child's play. His godlike gaze pierced straight through the abyssal well, watching his prey scramble like ants in a maze. Down below, Ye Ling was dodging for his life. Damn it all. Is my own master trying to roast me alive? One wrong step and I am literally burnt toast. Brother Turtle groaned in absolute disappointment. Stop whining like a brat. If you cannot handle a few fiery snakes, you have zero right to inherit the heavenly venerate's throne. Suddenly, Yin Mai gasped, pointing through the smoke. Look, what is that? Ye Ling followed her gaze and froze, completely paralyzed by the breathtaking spectacle before him. Brother Turtle's voice trembled with ancient awe. That is the reincarnation pool. The supreme artifact that can forge a flawless reincarnation physique. Ethereal lotus flowers floated in the void, radiating waves of pure, intoxicating spiritual energy. The reincarnation divine root, the turtle gasped. That immortal treasure can condense the very essence of existence. It can even be weaponized to obliterate absolutely anything. Ye Ling threw his head back and roared with maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. All that blood, sweat, and suffering finally paid off. Destiny has chosen me, Changge. You arrogant trash. How will you ever match me now? Drunk on his own hype, he turned to Yin Mei. Stay put. I will go grab the loot and be right back. Yin Mei tilted her head, her voice dripping with sudden innocence. We came all this way together. Are you seriously going to leave me out of the grand finale? Danger bells rang in Brother Turtle's head. Kid, step back. Something is very wrong with this girl. Ye Ling frowned, thoroughly confused. What are you talking about? Yin Mei took a step forward, her innocent mask slipping. What is wrong? Ye Ling, are you unwilling to share? You talk so big, but you will not even split a single drop of destiny with me. A sinister, chilling smile crawled onto her gorgeous face. Tell me, all those sweet feelings you claim to have for me, were they ever actually real? The sudden shift sent a cold shiver down Ye Ling's spine. Wait. What, Yin Mei? What has gotten into you? Brother Turtle gasped in sheer horror. The sabotage, the leaked locations. Has she been playing us this entire time? The realization hit Ye Ling like a freight train. No way. It was you, not Qi Ling. Yin Mei burst into dark, mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, of course you falsely accused poor Qi Ling. Honestly, your blind obsession with me was a massive favor. If you had not pushed her away, shaking her off would have been a real headache. Yin Mei's aura turned dangerously cold and lethal. Ye Ling's vision went red with absolute fury. Yin Mei, you betrayed me just to steal my master's treasure. But then, a terrifying puzzle piece finally clicked into place. Wait. No, Ye Ling staggered back. The conflict between me and my blood brother by lie. Even the time I risked my life to save you. Was every single second of it orchestrated by you? Yin Mei gave a patronizing clap. Bingo. But let us be brutally honest here. If you were not so desperately greedy, paranoid, and blinded by lust, my traps never would have worked. Ye Ling gnashed his teeth, murderous intent exploding from his core. You treacherous snake, you think revealing your master plan means you have won. You are nowhere near strong enough to defeat me. Yin Mei just smiled, a look of utter pity in her eyes. You really think too highly of yourself. Furious, Ye Ling summoned his ultimate power. Dark, blood-red aura surged around his arm like a raging storm. Is that so? He roared. If you are so eager to die, I will happily grant your wish. The ground shattered as he launched himself at Yin Mei. Go to hell and apologize to Bai Lai. But Yin Mei did not even flinch. She just smiled beautifully. Oops. Did I forget to mention I am not your final boss? Before Ye Ling could even react, a blazing golden hand eclipsed his vision. Inside his mind, the turtle spirit panicked. This is bad. Gu Changge materialized from thin air. With a single, devastating palm strike, he crushed Yi Ling into the ground like an insect. Who attacked me? That was Yi Ling's last thought before the golden palm smashed him into the dungeon wall. Stepping from the shadows, Yin Mei bowed deeply. Master, a wicked smirk crept across Gu Changge's face. You did well. Yin Mei, coughing through the dense cloud of dust. A battered Ye Ling stumbled forward. It was you. Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. As expected of the ancient Samsara, venerate successor, to think you actually survived a direct hit from my palm. Yi Ling was in terrible shape. One arm was completely blackened, his robes shredded to ribbons. He gritted his teeth in sheer fury. Yin Mei Gu Changge, you too. Yin Mei's past smiles flashed through Ye Ling's mind, twisting into a sickening realization. This monstrous villain had played them all right from the very beginning. He was the one who murdered Bai Lai, and he pinned the blame entirely on me. Ye Ling clenched his trembling fists, glaring daggers at the traitorous fox girl. He drove a wedge between me and Qi Ling. He manipulated the entire world like pieces on a chessboard. Gu Changge's terrifying intellect sent shivers down his spine. The turtle spirit's urgent voice echoed in his mind. That single strike nearly destroyed your foundation, I fear. We might not make it out alive today. Panic set in as Ye Ling frantically asked. Old man, what the hell do we do now? Stall for time, the turtle urged. Pray that Gu Changge holds back his trump cards. If we are lucky, the venerate might manifest to save you. Coughing up blood, Ye Ling forced a proposition. Gu Changge, just tell me what you want. Maybe we can strike a deal. If I die here, who will take the fall for your demonic arts? Gu Changge's eyes narrowed with amusement. Was this pathetic rat really trying to talk his way out of death? He stared down with absolute disdain. Save your breath. Even as a corpse, you will still serve perfectly as my scapegoat. Suddenly, the system interface flashed before him, eliminating the fortuitous protagonist. Yi Ling would reward him with 3,000 luck points, 10,500 destiny points, and massive drop rewards. Yi Ling's current luck value sat at exactly 5,050. Realizing negotiations were useless, the cornered protagonist roared in pure desperation. Talk is cheap. Gu Changge, you pushed me too far. I will take you down with me, surging with blazing aura. Yi Ling's arms manifested the phantoms of a roaring dragon and a fiery phoenix. A scoff escaped Gu Changge's lips. Pushed you too far. A divine artifact glowed fiercely above his forehead. Oh, Ye Ling, the strong devour the weak. Your pathetic strength simply could not match your ridiculous ambitions. Besides, did you really think I bought your little act? Countless ethereal swords materialized and launched forward. They instantly shredded Yi Ling's ultimate attack into nothingness, leaving him frozen in utter shock. The turtle spirit screamed in pure horror. The power of rules. How can a brat at his realm wield such magic? Before Yi Ling could even blink, a brutal knee slammed directly into his face. Gu Changge leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. If I want to bully you, who is going to stop me? The impact launched Yi Ling like a broken rag doll, cratering him back into the stone wall, frantically activating his defensive treasures. He screamed. We had zero bad blood, no history at all. Why are you doing this to me? Driven by pure survival instinct, Yi Ling exploded forward with blinding, godlike speed toward his tormentor. Gu Changge effortlessly dodged, his tone mocking. You have survived in the cultivation world this long. Yet you do not understand that holding immense wealth is a crime for the weak. A terrifying, demonic blade materialized in Gu Changge's grasp. Plus, didn't you brag about turning my fiancé into your personal plaything? Did you honestly think I would just forget about that? As Gu Changge gripped the bloodthirsty weapon, the turtle spirit shrieked. That aura is utterly monstrous. Stop hesitating. Ye Ling used the absolute trump card now, or you are dead. Gu Changge casually swung the demonic blade, unleashing an apocalyptic explosion that ripped through the cavern. From within the suffocating smoke, his chilling laughter echoed. Such a childish mindset. You are a disgrace to the title of fortuitous protagonist. Right in front of Yi Ling's eyes, his ultimate platinum gold defensive shield began to crack under the overwhelming pressure. His voice cracked in absolute despair. Impossible. This divine armor is designed to tank a full hit from a Saint Realm expert. I never expected the forbidden demonic arts to be this devastating, the turtle spirit cried out. Gu Chang scoffed coldly. So this turtle shell was your final card. Let us see how long it takes to shatter. As the divine artifact exploded into countless useless shards, a deeply terrified Ye Ling screamed at the top of his lungs. Old man, bring out the venerate. I need the heavenly venerate to save me, master. I am your sole successor, please. You have to save me. Tears and snot streamed down his pathetic face as he watched Gu Changge's shadow descend upon him like the Grim Reaper. Inside the pendant, the turtle spirit also chanted frantically. Awaken. Master. Suddenly, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a pair of glowing, crimson eyes and ancient, thunderous voice echoed with sheer disappointment. Worthless trash. An earth-shattering shockwave erupted from the void, forcing even the mighty Gu Changge to slide backward. Yinmei gasped in absolute awe. The ancient Samsara heavenly venerate. Yi Ling wept tears of absolute joy, clinging to his last lifeline. Master, thank the heavens I am finally safe. The phantom of the heavenly venerate towered above them. He radiated absolute majesty. His hair split perfectly into black and white. His ethereal arms mirrored the duality of life and death. Anchored by a golden 8 trigrams belt, he glared down at his trembling disciple, his voice heavy with ancient scorn. Little brat, you have disappointed me immeasurably. The turtle spirit bowed spiritually. Welcome back, master. Trembling in the back, Yinmei could barely breathe. Is this the legendary Samsara heavenly venerate? Unfazed, Gu Changge just smirked, dusting off his robes. Heavenly venerate, what a pity you are nothing but a lingering phantom. The ancient entity flared with absolute fury. Insolent brat, you dare look down on me. A crushing god tier suppression crashed down, forcing a weak Yinmei straight to her knees. Yiling's arrogant smirk returned instantly. What overwhelming power! Gu Changge, you ignorant fool, you dared to provoke my master. Today, this dungeon becomes your graveyard. Struggling against the crushing gravity, Yinmei whimpered in pain. Master. Gu Chang's expression turned terrifyingly cold. Your time is up. Save your final words. Gripping the 8 desolate's demonic halberd, he made his deadly decree. I will send you to the afterlife, right in front of your precious master. Without hesitation, Gu Changge activated the fortune-plundering card. The demonic halberd erupted with world-shattering power. The heavenly venerable, standing within the formation, desperately tried to intervene. But suddenly, countless purple chains surged from the abyss, binding him completely. Shock widened the ancient spirit's eyes. What? How could this mere junior temporarily seal my movements? Demonic light swallowed Yi Ling whole. His agonizing screams echoed through the void. Master, save me. I do not want to die. I refuse to accept this. I have not yet reached the apex. But his cries were silenced forever. His physical body disintegrated into ash, leaving behind nothing but a shattered piece of armor and a fallen artifact. The heavenly venerable roared in absolute fury. Insolent brat, daring to execute my successor. Right before my eyes, you are truly courting death. Shattering the purple chains with an explosive burst of aura, he instantly teleported behind Gu Changge. Yinmei lunged forward to act as a human shield, screaming out, Master, watch out. Just as the vicious strike was about to crush Yinmei, Gu Changge spun around. He swung the 8 desolate's demonic halberd, effortlessly parrying the devastating blow. A deafening explosion shook the heavens. Gu Changge and Yinmei slid back, emerging from the blinding dust cloud. The heavenly venerable scoffed arrogantly. Do you understand now? Before absolute power, all your petty tricks and schemes are entirely useless. Gu Changge let out a dark, mocking chuckle. Absolute power, you say. A mysterious treasure bottle materialized in his palm, radiating thick, dark purple demonic energy and surging with terrifying black lightning. With a sinister grin, Changge replied, "Unfortunately for you, I have an endless supply of petty tricks." The heavenly venerable gasped in sheer horror. This is the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Changge's pitch-black eyes shimmered with a dangerous purple glint. Pointing his finger straight at the ancient spirit, he challenged his so-called absolute power. He sneered coldly, "Come and test it yourself." The heavenly venerable's shadowy arm ignited with blinding crimson light, transforming into a colossal, blood-red dragon that bared its terrifying fangs. He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. What an arrogant fool who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You are merely an incomplete heir to the demonic art. You are nothing in my eyes." The crimson dragon tore through the void, charging straight at Changge. Yet, the young master spoke with absolute calm. "A mere phantom remnant like you should really stop struggling in vain." Changge's colossal Dharma avatar materialized behind him. It unleashed a supreme, heaven-suppressing punch. The devastating blow obliterated the dragon into nothingness, sending the heavenly venerable flying back, crashing through the air. The ancient spirit gritted his teeth. A demonic Dharma avatar. Such a profound technique, but do not celebrate just yet. From within a brilliant purple glow, he shouted desperately. "Little turtle." The ancient spirit turtle residing within the artifact answered the call. "The master summons me." The artifact instantly tore through the wind, streaking toward the purple light. Yin Mei reached out to grab it, but she was a fraction of a second too late. The turtle spirit shouted, "Master, let me lend you my strength." However, before it could even brush the heavenly venerable's hand, Changge's iron grip snatched the artifact out of thin air. The turtle spirit panicked wildly. "This is the power of the Void Master. Save me." Changge mocked them mercilessly. "Did you really think relying on a mere turtle could turn the tide of this battle?" The heavenly venerable bellowed in rage. "Junior, give that back to me." Changge's voice dropped to a freezing chill. "Are you sleepwalking?" The 8 desolates demonic halberds surged. With monstrous dark aura, countless wailing spirits and skeletal phantoms manifested, slashing straight into the heavenly venerable's incoming attack. Thunder roared, blue light and shattered energy fragments exploded in every direction, violently blasting Yin Mei away from the epicenter. Gasping for breath, she thought to herself in pure awe, "He is only facing a remnant soul. If not for the demonic art sustaining this space, this entire realm would have collapsed long ago." Suddenly, endless purple chains lashed out once more, tightly binding the heavenly venerable and hoisting him right in front of Changge. The defeated spirit coughed out in disbelief. "To think your demonic art has reached such perfection. You did not even give me a chance to gather my strength." Watching the terrifying chains begin to peel away his ethereal armor, dread finally set in. What are you trying to do?" Changge flashed a devilish smile. "Exactly what you tried to do with your little turtle. I will do the exact same thing to you." The heavenly venerable let out a bitter, defeated laugh. "You want to devour me? Ha, I never imagined this supreme venerable would meet such an end." Closing his eyes, he finally surrendered to his grim fate. In the blink of an eye, the remnant soul of the heavenly venerable, along with the swirling demonic energy, were ruthlessly sucked into the treasure bottle, resting in Changge's palm. He stated with bone-chilling apathy, "Rest easy. You will certainly not be the last." Immediately, a translucent blue screen flooded his vision with system notifications. Fortune plundering card successfully consumed. Gained 5,000 fortune points and 25,000 destiny points. The system continued its mechanical chime. Mission to eliminate the Child of Fortune. Yiling accomplished. Rewarded an additional 3,000 fortune points and 15,000 destiny points. Because the Child of Fortune's luck had been entirely drained to zero, Changge also received the Supreme Heavenly Dao treasure chest. As the final rewards were calculating, Changge eagerly opened the Heavenly Dao treasure chest. A deeply satisfied smirk crossed his face. 40,000 destiny points and 8,000 fortune points in total. Ye Ling, you truly did not disappoint me. Right then, another magnificent notification appeared. Reincarnation Immortal Light. Quantity 1. This was an ultimate time attribute power. It harbored the profound mysteries of reincarnation itself. Touching upon the very origin of time and the great Tao of Chronos, Changge whispered a single command. Fuse instantly. Two blinding streams of crimson and black light merged into one. Shooting straight into his forehead, Changge felt the surge of divine energy. Tisk! What an absolutely flawless treasure, the reincarnation immortal light. This divine radiance that dictates the fate of countless worlds is on the exact same tier as the void marrow. With this trump card in my arsenal, even facing a Saint Realm expert will be a walk in the park. Yin Mei gracefully stepped forward, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. Congratulations, Master. Changge looked at her with a gentle nod. You have worked hard. He tossed her a glowing mystical pill. This is the antidote to the demonic goo poison. From this day forward, you will never suffer the agony of its backlash again. Yin Mei's cheeks burned crimson. As Changge gently fed her the healing elixir, she whispered her absolute devotion. Even without the demonic parasite controlling her, her soul belonged entirely to her master. Changge simply replied, I believe you. Lost in his gaze, Yin Mei softly thanked her master. Turning his back, Changge's cloak fluttered. Let's move, he commanded. Follow me into the inner sanctum. Two streaks of blazing light shot directly into the grand hall. Inside lay a mountain of priceless artifacts. Seeing Yin Mei completely frozen in awe, Changge chuckled playfully. What are you staring at? Take whatever you want. Those simple words made the Fox Maiden's eyes sparkle like stars. Meanwhile, Changge locked his gaze on the miniature planets orbiting a massive stone pillar. His brilliant mind was already scheming. Is this the core of the reincarnation domain, he thought? Refining this means absolute control over the entire mansion. Unaware of his grand schemes, Yin Mei happily skipped around, admiring the dazzling treasures scattered everywhere. As Changge reached out his hand, the entire armory erupted in blinding light. Yin Mei gasped in shock. The young master smirked, thoroughly impressed by the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerates collection. Legendary weapons, ancient arrays, and supreme divine pills. There was even a Tao enlightenment cushion, alongside 5 terrifying mechanical puppets, all originally meant for the so-called chosen one, Ye Ling. But now, Changge sneered. They all belong to me. Scanning the inheritance records, he noticed the heavenly venerates control mark over the ancient immortal races. Sadly, Ye Ling had already absorbed it. No matter, he thought with a dark grin. My wedding dress immortal art will achieve the exact same domination. Making his final move, Changge decided to absorb the entire reincarnation domain right into his inner universe. Yin Mei, he called out. Get ready to leave. Holding a brilliantly glowing rainbow mirror, the Fox Maiden quickly nodded. In the very next second, the entire sanctuary vanished. Everything was swallowed whole by Changge's personal pocket dimension. Stepping back into the outside world, the master manipulator began plotting anew. Now that the reincarnation inheritance is mine, he mused, this new identity will be incredibly useful. If Ye Ling's miserable death is ever discovered, the identity of the reincarnation successor will be the perfect scapegoat. He then instructed Yin Mei on their alibi. Tell everyone that Ye Ling was gravely injured and fled for his life. Clutching her bronze mirror, Yin Mei nodded obediently. Understood. Master, I will say Ye Ling isn't dead. At the final moment, he used his ultimate trump card to escape. Changge covered his face, fine-tuning the script. No. You must emphasize that Ye Ling unleashed terrifying demonic arts. Tell them it left me severely wounded. State that he suffered massive damage as well. and barely crawled away. Yin Mei's eyes lit up with admiration. Brilliant, my master's mind is absolutely flawless. Instantly, Changge drained the color from his face, faking a deadly pale and exhausted look. Showtime, he whispered. Let's go reveal our little truth to the waiting audience. Meanwhile, at a crowded gathering in the mountain courtyard, a frustrated cultivator sighed. Curse it all, we were one step too late. The ancient corpse has already been refined. But wait. Where is Brother Gu with so many people hunting Ye Ling? That rat must be hiding well. The vermilion bird maiden? Qi Ling quickly stepped up to defend him. Brother Changge told us to stick together to force Ye Ling out of hiding. A man named Wang scoffed. Looks like Brother Gu played us all. Qi Ling fiercely shot back. He did it for the greater good. For the safety of everyone here. Brother Changge likely went after him alone. He might be facing Ye Ling right now. Hearing this, Ye Lanqian chuckled teasingly. I never knew Lady Qi Ling understood Brother Gu so intimately. Could it be? You have feelings for him. Flustered, Qi Ling frantically waved her hands. Brother Ye, watch your words. Inside, her heart was pounding with dread. If I actually get close to Changge, that terrifying monster, Yue Mingkong, will absolutely eat me alive. She shivered uncontrollably, imagining Yue Mingkong ruthlessly marking her territory, standing fiercely beside a completely submissive Changge. Right at that moment, a scout sprinted into the courtyard. Gasping for air, disaster young Master Changge clashed with the demonic art inheritor. He is critically injured. The entire crowd gasped in horror. What Qi Ling rushed forward, her voice shaking. Is this true? Tell me right now. Is Brother Changge going to be okay? The scout swallowed hard. The young master's wounds are incredibly deep. But he will survive. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, Lady Yinmei, stepped in to rescue him. Qi Ling exhaled a massive breath of relief, though her eyes remained clouded with worry. Thank the heavens he is alive, but Ye Ling's power must be absolutely monstrous. To actually wound Brother Changge, Ye Langtian frowned deeply. And what happened to Ye Ling? The scout continued his report. Before collapsing, the young master unleashed a devastating strike. Ye Ling was brutally maimed and fled like a coward. His current whereabouts are completely unknown. The dark-clad Brother Wang sighed heavily. To think, even the invincible Changge couldn't finish him off. That demon is a catastrophic threat to us all. The courtyard erupted into a frenzy of whispers and panicked chatter. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Wait a minute, I thought Lady Yinmei despised young Master Changge because of that whole Bai Li incident. Who would have guessed he would risk his life to save her? A female cultivator chimed in, her eyes shining. But remember, she is still his junior sister. How could a man like him ever stand by and watch her die? Just thinking about young Master Changge's heroism, it truly demands the utmost respect from everyone. Another girl swooned dreamily. I always thought he was just an overbearing conqueror. To think he has such a tender, protective side, Lady Yinmei must be completely swept off her feet. Above the two girls' heads, system affection levels spiked to 71 and 50. One of them clutched her heart, experiencing such an epic hero saving the beauty moment. Oh, how I envy her. Her friend nodded eagerly. Right, if a terrifying demon ever kidnapped me, do you think young Master Changge would rush to my rescue too? Cutting through the endless chatter, Ye Langqian raised his hand, silencing the entire crowd. Focus. Everyone, we need to find Brother Changge immediately and extract every detail about Ye Ling. We cannot face that monster unprepared. The crowd roared in perfect unison. Understood, let us move out. Meanwhile, lurking deep within the distant shadows, the Black Heavenly Eagle clan was watching their every move. A raspy voice suddenly broke the silence. These clueless fools actually want to hunt down the demonic art inheritor. Isn't that the absolute perfect cover for us to eliminate Changge? It is a shame that coward has not shown his face yet. With the outside cultivators and Changge both painted as massive targets, the tension in the air was thick enough to slice with a blade. An alluring woman with magnificent feathered wings stepped forward. A chilling smirk played on her lips as she sneered. What does it even matter whose blood we spill first? A fierce warrior from the dragon clan quickly scoffed. It makes all the difference in the world. Slaughtering the outsiders will bring their entire sects crashing down on our heads. But if we focus all our wrath strictly on Changge, the backlash will be nothing but a passing breeze. The winged woman rolled her eyes, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh. What a pathetic bunch of cowards. She spat with absolute venom. If Changge is too terrified to show himself, then I will hunt him down myself. She dragged a tongue across her razor-sharp, blood-stained claws. Rumor has it he is severely wounded. You absolute idiots are throwing away the perfect opportunity. Hei Ming's older sister crossed her arms, her voice like shattered ice. Then go right ahead, if you are so incredibly thirsty for revenge. Do not let us stop you. But behind her cold eyes, a viciously calculating thought brewed. What an absolute pawn. You are the perfect lab rat to test just how much terrifying strength Changge actually has left. The winged woman threw her hand into the air, commanding her forces with a sharp, arrogant gesture. Fine, we move out. Instantly, the entire feathered clan took to the skies, vanishing into the distant horizon. Meanwhile, the camera shifted to a heavily guarded stronghold, where a massive crowd of nervous cultivators swarmed around Changge. Ling stepped forward, her voice trembling with genuine anxiety. Brother Changge. Yin Mei rushed to his side, panic beautifully written all over her face. Senior brother Gu, how are you holding up? Changge coughed violently, his voice agonizingly weak and breathless. I am so sorry to make all my dear friends worry. This scratch is absolutely nothing. I will be fully healed in no time. One of Ling's elite subordinates shook his head grimly. Brother Changge's foundational origin has been critically damaged. A catastrophic injury of this magnitude. It will take an absolute miracle to heal anytime soon. Another cultivator gasped in pure awe and terror. That Ling's demonic power is truly the stuff of nightmares. To think he could inflict such a devastating soul-crushing blow on someone as legendary as Brother Changge. Brother Wang stepped into the inner circle, letting out a heavy, sympathetic sigh. I was going to ask for the battle details, but seeing Brother Gu hanging by a thread, it can absolutely wait. Brother Changge, please just shut your eyes and focus on recovering your strength, forcing a pale, incredibly tragic smile. Changge pushed through another staged coughing fit. Thank you all for your profound concern. Truly, this minor flesh wound cannot break my spirit. Cough, cough, cough. Yinmei's eyes overflowed with crystal-clear tears as she sobbed out loud. This is all my fault. If I had not been so utterly naive to trust Ling. If I had not let him use my fragile life as a hostage. Senior brother Gu would never have suffered this horrific, life-threatening injury. Chang put on a perfectly crafted look of profound melancholy. His complexion was deathly pale as he gently and tenderly comforted her. Junior sister Yin, please banish that heavy guilt from your heart. Though we may have had our bitter misunderstandings in the past, when faced with the pure evil of the demonic art inheritor, I would risk my life to save absolutely anyone. It was simply the righteous path to take. As he spoke, he slowly unfurled a handkerchief soaked in crimson blood, ensuring every single person caught a dramatic glimpse. The crowd went absolutely wild with boundless admiration. His very origin is shattered into pieces. Yet he still worries about his junior sister's emotional state. Zuch unparalleled. Godlike nobility. We are truly not worthy to breathe the same air. A female cultivator clutched her racing heart, utterly heartbroken by the tragic sight. He is far too pure for this cruel world. I could just cry looking at his pale face. A golden-winged cultivator stepped up, slamming a fist over his heart in a fierce vow. Brother Changge, rest your weary soul and heal. If those ancient clans dare to cause even a speck of trouble while you are down, we will form a living wall of flesh and blood to crush them. Ling threw her hand up, addressing the fiercely loyal crowd. Everyone, let us clear out immediately and give senior brother Gu the absolute silence he needs to heal. A massive wave of passionate agreement swept through the cultivators. The Heavenly Maiden speaks the absolute truth. Let us move out and stand guard. Once the wildly gullible crowd had completely dispersed, Yin Mei watched their retreating backs. She leaned in incredibly close, her voice dropping to a sultry, wicked whisper. Master, you literally have the entire world dancing in the palm of your hand. Changge casually ignited the blood-soaked handkerchief, watching the vibrant flames dance with ice-cold, predatory eyes. They are nothing but a flock of brainless sheep. Did you honestly expect them to see through my grand illusion? Now, the real bloodbath begins. It is finally time I bare my absolute fangs at the ancient clans. Miles away in a grand, luxurious pavilion, a shadow guard was delivering the breaking intel. Yue Mingkong's stunning eyes snapped wide open in sheer disbelief. What did you just say? He is critically injured. The elite guard bowed even lower. Yes, Your Highness. Extreme suspicion instantly flared in Yue Mingkong's brilliant mind. Gu Changge actually wounded in battle. What an absolute joke. She knew his dark soul better than anyone alive. The man was clearly putting on a masterclass in psychological deception, playing the tragic, bleeding hero to save the damsel in distress. Who on earth is he trying to fool? It is one massive, sickeningly fake stage play. Yet those absolute idiots bought the whole performance without a second thought. Her delicate brows furrowed as the puzzle pieces slammed together. Yin Mei. Wait a second. That lingering, sweet scent on Gu Changge's clothes back then. Was it actually from this exact nine-tailed vixen? The cinematic camera panned to a majestic, sky-piercing mountain peak, where ethereal immortal cranes danced gracefully through the rolling clouds. Gu Xian'er sat curled up, hugging her knees with a wildly conflicted pout. De Qing. Do you think the wild rumors about Gu Changge are actually true? Should I maybe go check on his miserable state? Knowing his utterly ruthless personality and terrifying, monster-like power, if he truly went all out, how could the demonic art inheritor possibly escape with his life? He must have completely lost his absolute combat ability. The terrifying rumors might actually be right. His foundational origin is shattered. Frustration and a heavily guarded trace of panic painted her beautiful face. She puffed her cheeks, muttering defensively to herself. Hey, Shemph. It is not like I am actually worried about his well-being. If he drops dead right now, whose skull am I supposed to crush for my epic revenge later? The giant magical bird named Da Qing stared at her with the most judgmental, deadpan expression ever, completely speechless at her flawless tsundere logic. Suddenly, Gu Xian'er leaped to her feet, her eyes burning with fiery resolve. Perfect timing. I looted some divine healing herbs a few days ago. I will just toss them to Gu Changge as a little pathetic thank you, since he did technically save my life. After all, with a wildly dramatic leap, she landed directly on the broad backs of a pack of monstrous beasts. She had literally just beaten Black and Blue. She smirked, overflowing with pure, unadulterated confidence. Look at me, being so incredibly generous and beautifully forgiving. Meanwhile, half a world away, a glowing blue system interface wildly erupted in front of Gu Changge's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully secured the Supreme Hand Bone and the Supreme Leg Bone. Ding! Left index finger bone and 3 transcendent bones successfully acquired. Congratulations on obtaining 2 incredibly rare Supreme Sword Bones, containing the ultimate metal element law and the dual polarity offensive sword Dao. While our mastermind was recovering in the shadows, the familiar system chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Scripture has successfully evolved. Next on the chopping block, the Black Heavenly Eagle Clan. He whispered with a dark smirk. A glowing hologram of their 5 strongest warriors materialized right in the palm of his hand, crushing the projection with a single devastating grip. His eyes gleamed with pure malice, It is finally time to close the net. He then shifted his predatory gaze to the mystical artifact containing the ancient turtle spirit. Now then, how about you spit out your true origins? The spirit stubbornly yelled from within. Changge, you will never break me, but our main character just scoffed. I am afraid you do not have a say in this. Suddenly, the ancient turtle gasped in absolute terror. This aura, in just a few short days, your mastery over the power of reincarnation. It completely eclipses Yi Ling. How is this even possible? Forced by that overwhelming pressure, a blindingly crimson flower was magically extracted straight out of the artifact. Oh, the legendary vermilion immortal herb. Changge observed with a wicked grin. Segmented into 3 pieces. And this is just one fragment. The spirit stammered in panic. Changge, what are you planning? Flashing a predatory, pearly white smile. He did not even hesitate. In the next second, a massive pillar of crimson energy erupted straight into the heavens, having successfully devoured the supreme herb. Mesmerizing streams of purple divine light began swirling around his entire body. Feeling the surge of infinite power, he chuckled. To think this would push me straight to the absolute peak of the God King realm. The Saint realm is now just one tiny step away. Just then, a shadow guard knelt before him. My lord Lady Xianxia is waiting outside the ruins. She is requesting an audience. Changge raised a curious eyebrow. My dear cousin Xianxia, what brings her all the way out here? Meanwhile, at the entrance, the guard respectfully led the way. Right this way. Lady Xianxia. As she walked, her sharp eyes scanned the perimeter. She silently assessed the terrifying auras radiating from Changge's loyal followers. This level of combat power is insane. She thought to herself, if he brought this army to the outside world, they could effortlessly wipe out any second-rate faction on the map. He has always used every dirty trick to ruthlessly suppress me. But if he truly wanted me dead, he would not even need to lift a single finger. Climbing the grand stone steps, the gears in her head were turning. Changge. There is definitely a massive secret you are hiding about our tragic past. Am I right? Echoing from the deep abyss of the cavern, his chilling voice greeted her. Xianxia has arrived. Did you catch wind of my little injury? Have you come to verify it yourself? Stepping into the dimly lit chamber, she froze the second her eyes landed on his current state. You? The invincible tyrant before her was looking incredibly pale. His face was completely haggard, radiating sheer exhaustion. He let out a weak chuckle. I must admit, if you are here to claim your bloody revenge, you picked the perfect time. Regaining her composure, she crossed her arms and scoffed. Looks like someone finally got handed a massive beating. His only response was a harsh, rattling fit of coughs. Wiping his mouth, he sneered. Is it really that surprising? But do not get ahead of yourself. Even on my deathbed, crushing a rebellious little sprout like you would be absolute child's play. Xianxia simply rolled her eyes at his massive ego. You are half dead already. I am not the type of coward to kick a man when he is down. Relax. I only dropped by to see if you were finally kicking the bucket. Slowly, those pitch black, abyssal eyes locked onto hers. Are you pitying me right now? Boom, an overwhelming, mountain-crushing aura violently erupted across the room, slamming right into her. Xianxia, I have not fallen so low that I need sympathy from my victim. While I am still feeling generous, get out of my sight. But she did not even flinch. Standing her ground, she stared right back into his soul. Changge. Drop the tough guy act. Your very core foundation is fractured. If you keep recklessly pushing your spiritual energy like this, you are only going to dig your own grave. Without missing a beat, she materialized a radiantly glowing crimson flower from her spatial ring. Here I happen to find this supreme holy healing herb. It works absolute miracles for repairing a damaged core. With a gentle flick of her wrist, She sent the precious treasure floating toward him. Smack! He mercilessly swatted the priceless artifact out of the air, his voice dropping to a freezing temperature. I do not need your pathetic charity, especially not from you. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Do not ever start catching feelings for me. Your only purpose in this life is to get strong enough to kill me. Nothing else. Flustered and absolutely furious, she screamed back. Who the heck is catching feelings for you? Her voice cracked awkwardly, acting exactly like a classic tsundere who just got completely exposed. I just do not want some random thug taking your life. Your head belongs to my sword. And mine alone. So you can stop being so incredibly full of yourself. Our main character was honestly left totally speechless by her outburst. Letting out a heavy sigh, he raised a single finger. Fine. We will treat this as a strictly business transaction. An equivalent exchange. Consider these treasures your payment. Take them without any guilt. Deep down, her heart was doing literal backflips of joy. But she kept her poker face absolutely locked in. Changge, stop insulting my pride. Do I look like some broke beggar who needs your handouts? The massive blue spirit bird beside her aggressively nodded in agreement. She puffed out her chest proudly. Even if I leave these ruins with zero loot, even if I am dead broke, I would never stoop so low. But before she could even finish her heroic speech, her gaze fell upon the blinding golden light he casually tossed her way. It was bursting with countless god-tier divine weapons. Her eyes instantly bugged out of her head. A literal trail of drool threatened to escape her mouth. Even her mighty avian companion looked like its jaw had hit the floor. Seeing this, Changge rubbed his temples. Suit yourself. If you do not want them, I will just take them back. But before he could even blink, she had swooped in at the speed of light, hoarding every single artifact into her arms like an absolute maniac. Our main character was completely dumbfounded, closing his eyes. A victorious smile crept onto his face. Hey, what a little loot goblin, he thought to himself. The psychological seed I planted in her heart all those months ago. It has finally taken deep root and is blooming exactly as I planned. Completely ignoring him, Xianxia and her bird were happily swimming in their ocean of new treasure. Whoa, look at this stats boost. Oh my gosh. This sword is totally legendary grade 2. The spirit bird squawked hysterically, completely losing its mind over the shiny loot. But their little celebration was cut short, as an urgent voice echoed from the cavern entrance. My lord, I bring a critical report. Master 300 miles out. A massive swarm from the ancient feathered clan is closing in. They are coming for our heads. The feathered clan? You say, Changge murmured softly. A wicked calculation sparked in his mind. The perfect chance to play the tragic hero and win some affection. His dark gaze shifted toward Xianxia. The little gold digger was totally distracted, happily stuffing a mountain of glowing divine artifacts into her bags. Catching his stare, she crossed her arms with a cold snort. What are you looking at? Do not even dream that I will save your neck. Changge chuckled inwardly. Oh, I know you will. Meanwhile, outside their barrier, the feathered warriors rained down like a deadly storm, clashing fiercely with Changge's shadow guards. There he is, an enemy vanguard roared, spotting the familiar silhouette. Changge, the coward, finally shows his face, stepping into the suffocating encirclement. The young master looked completely unfazed. A loyal guard quickly stepped forward, voice trembling. Master, there are too many of them, and your inner injuries. Changge calmly raised a hand, pulling out a glowing jade bottle. Relax. Use these sword pills. Let them taste our blade. The arrogant commander of the feathered clan sneered from the heavens. Changge, when you slaughtered our disciples, did you ever imagine you would meet such a pathetic end? Her sharp eyes scanned his condition. Pale face, chaotic spiritual energy, He cannot even activate the sword pills himself. The rumors were true. The great Changge is running on fumes, drunk on impending victory. She raised her razor-sharp talons. Kill him. Whoever brings me his head gets a noble's bounty. Beside Changge, a female guard shattered the jade, unleashing a tidal wave of sword aura that merged into her comrades' blades. The captain of the guards roared with surging battle intent. With the master's divine sword pills, these winged freaks are nothing. They charged forward as one. Activate the sword formation across the blood-soaked battlefield. The feathered clan howled for vengeance. The heavens split open, a colossal blade of pure spiritual energy materialized, crashing down toward the winged army like divine judgment. The enemy commander frantically channeled her mana. Such high-tier sword pills are incredibly rare. There is no way a dying man has a second shot. With a blinding flash, a massive bronze shield encrusted with blood-red jade materialized in her grasp. Her mind raced with wicked glee. He's already knocking on death's door. Once I block this desperate strike, the mighty Changge will be my helpless prey. Boom, the phantom sword smashed into the divine shield. Shockwaves ripped through the earth, vaporizing the surrounding forest instantly. Even Changge's elite guards had to brace against the devastating blast. As the dust cleared, the bronze shield stood completely unbothered. Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh, look at that. A feathered warrior cheered in awe. The aura of a martial saint. It is a holy artifact. Lifting her chin in absolute arrogance, the commander announced to the heavens, "Today is the day I step on Changge's corpse and cement my supreme legend within the clan." Watching this theatrical display, Changge secretly smirked. To think they would actually pull out a holy artifact. The ancient clans have suffered heavy losses lately, with their ancestral tombs constantly getting raided. Their boiling rage has finally shattered all reason. They are breaking the ultimate taboo with the outside world. This reckless move is the perfect spark to ignite an all-out apocalyptic war. Do not let that little rat escape, the commander screeched. A dark, villainous smile crept onto Changge's face. How wonderfully convenient. A flawless excuse to strike back with zero consequences. I really should send these feathered fools a thank you note. Meanwhile, Xianxia gripped her jade sword, rolling her eyes at the two winged assassins diving toward her. Hey, feather brains, you have the wrong target. Your beef is with Changge, not me. She waved her hands with an innocent smile. I am literally just a passerby, just passing through. But as their killing intent locked onto her, she gritted her teeth in frustration. That's stupid. Hateful Changge. He absolutely planned this whole mess. And to think I was actually worried about his stupid injuries. Right on cue, Changge coughed dramatically and yelled out, "Xianxia, this has nothing to do with you. Your older brother does not need saving. Run away." Quickly, Xianxia nearly tripped over her own feet. Her face flushed red with absolute fury. Changge, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Even a ghost would not bother saving your treacherous hide. The enemy commander smiled cruelly. Oh, the heartless Changge actually cares for this little brat. She pointed her blade at the girl. Capture her alive. A swarm of winged killers dive-bombed Xianxia, forcing her into a desperate, retreating defense. Suddenly, a terrifying arc of sword light slashed through the void, instantly blowing them back. Changge stood there, sword drawn, coughing out a perfectly timed mouthful of fake blood. To even target my beloved little sister, his killing intent froze the very air. Is your feathered clan truly begging for annihilation at the hands of the immortal family? The commander felt a chill, but quickly suppressed it. Using his family name as a shield, he really is out of options. She sneered back. Changge, you butchered my people. You used dirty tricks to murder Lord Longtang. This is karma coming for your head. You brought this destruction upon yourself. Changge let out a disappointed sigh. If it is blind revenge you seek, then words are useless. But deploying a holy artifact. Are you not terrified of breaking the supreme ancient pact? The commander threw her head back in roaring laughter. Pact, you really are grasping at straws. You pathetic worm. Instead of wasting your dying breaths trying to scare me, you should be picking out a nice spot for your grave. With a deafening war cry, her entire army activated their bloodlines, swarming forward, still fighting for her life. Xianxia shot him a panicked glance. Is he actually going to die here? Right at the brink of despair, countless radiant streaks of blinding light tore through the sky. A furious roar shook the heavens. No one touches Brother Changge on my watch. A colossal, azure blue phantom arm smashed into the enemy vanguard. The winged soldiers were instantly flash-frozen, shattering into icy dust as they fell, stepping out of the spatial rift like a descending god. Ye Chen appeared, his eyes glowing with absolute zero coldness. The ancient immortal races have finally crossed the line. Do these miserable runts from the feathered clan really think they can fish in troubled waters? Brother Changge, just say the word. We will stand by your side and crush these invaders. A sly smirk tugged at the corner of Gu Changji's lips. Your timing, he thought to himself, is absolutely flawless. Clasping his hands in a show of deep respect, he announced, I owe you all a debt of gratitude. With legendary heroes like you joining the fray, the Feathered Clan's pathetic little scheme is destined to crumble into dust. The Feathered Clan's commander scoffed, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. Gu Changge, you arrogant fool. Even if you summon an entire army of helpers today, it will not save you from your inevitable doom. A gasp of pure horror rippled through Ye Chen's elite squad. Unbelievable, they actually brought a supreme holy weapon to this fight. Curse them. We must report this blatant treachery to our supreme sex. The elders need to know these ancient immortals shattered the sacred treaty, but the clan leader merely roared. Enough of your pointless whining. Obliterate them all. At her absolute command, a terrifying surge of ancient power violently awakened within the feathered warriors. Their veins pulsed with glowing energy as their muscles swelled to monstrous proportions. Do you really think we fear you outsiders? They bellowed, charging forward like a tidal wave of destruction. Instantly, a colossal purple spiritual avatar erupted into the sky, clashing violently against the golden titan summoned by Ye Chen's forces. The outsider geniuses roared in perfect unison. This is our ultimate chance. Let us wipe these arrogant ancient immortals off the face of the realm. Meanwhile, Gu Chang perfectly played his role, radiating the tragic aura of a selfless, righteous hero. He masterfully manipulated the crowd, making these elite geniuses believe they were bleeding for his noble cause, practically begging to sacrifice their own lives to protect him. The heavens instantly transformed into a devastating storm of blood and shattered spiritual energy. Deafening shockwaves tore through the atmosphere. While down below, the colossal purple avatar launched earth-shattering punches against the golden giant. A blinding, divine golden radiance suddenly erupted, violently reflecting off the mystical shield held by the Feathered Clan's commander. She floated high above, bursting into maniacal laughter. Tremble before the absolute might of a supreme holy weapon. To me, you are all nothing but pathetic insects begging to be crushed. That overwhelming golden light unleashed a catastrophic wave of devastating spiritual pressure. Panic erupted among Ye Chen's elite ranks as they desperately screamed, watch out for a deadly ambush. Any unfortunate soul caught in that blinding flash was instantly vaporized into nothingness. The commander smirked with sickening pride. Gu Changge, your fate is sealed today. Stop this pathetic struggle and just accept your bloody death. Deep within his own mind, Gu Changge let out a terrifying, villainous chuckle. Oh, but I have to put on a good show. Do I not? Yet on the outside, he flawlessly masked his darkness, roaring with the devastating fury of a betrayed hero. You cowards! Using a sacred holy weapon to massacre the brilliant youths of the outside realm. I, Gu Changge, will absolutely never allow this atrocity to continue. Hearing this, a loyal subordinate desperately lunged forward, catching his supposedly collapsing master. Master, please stop. Your core is practically shattered. You cannot push your body any further. But Gu Chang violently shoved him away, his eyes blazing with fake determination. My brothers in arms are bleeding on the front lines. Do you expect me? The very reason for this war. To cower in the shadows like a beaten dog. If I hide away now, what right do I have to call myself a man of honor? As his words echoed across the battlefield, a terrifying surge of pure spiritual energy violently erupted from his core. He roared to the heavens. Even if my cultivation is completely drained, even if my very soul shatters into a million pieces, I will drag that monster down to hell with me. That breathtaking blast of overwhelming power tore through the sky, aiming directly at the Feathered Clan's supreme commander. The spectacular display of self-sacrifice left the surrounding elites completely heartbroken. Tears welled in their eyes as they screamed. Young Master Changge. No. Ye Luli's heart completely sank in terror. His wounds are entirely unhealed. Igniting his aura like this is pure suicide. Meanwhile, the enemy commander sneered at his desperate charge. Burning your life force with a forbidden art. Let us see how many seconds your fragile little body can survive. Slashing through the air, Changge fired back with absolute icy resolve. Just long enough to take your head. In a blinding flash, he teleported directly behind the arrogant commander, whispering coldly into her ear, "Your precious feathered clan and the rest of your ancient kin." He violently thrust his blade straight toward the supreme holy weapon, his voice thundering like a god of war. "Will pay the ultimate price in blood for your sins today." An apocalyptic clash of devastating energies shattered the sky. The sheer force of the impact violently blasted the feathered commander hundreds of yards backward. Recovering her balance, she threw her head back and cackled wildly. To actually push back a sacred relic. You're desperate. Dying strike was incredibly impressive. If your spiritual core had not been practically destroyed, you might have actually stood a chance in a fair fight. But reality is incredibly cruel. Little hero, with this supreme artifact in my grasp, my true power is absolutely limitless. Lifting the ancient bronze shield high into the burning heavens, she violently summoned a monolithic, towering spiritual avatar that instantly blotted out the sun. The monstrous titan's eyes blazed with blinding golden lasers. The devastating beam swept across the battlefield, instantly incinerating the unfortunate outsider geniuses into unrecognizable piles of ash. Pure terror gripped the surviving elite warriors. It is absolutely unstoppable. Fall back immediately. Qi grit her teeth until they nearly shattered. Curse her overwhelming power. High above, a colossal, terrifying phoenix entirely made of blazing hellfire violently materialized. Ye Langshan's eyes widened in sheer, paralyzing horror. This level of devastation. It is practically godly. Beside him, another shattered genius wailed in pure despair. The catastrophic might of a holy weapon is absolute madness. I never should have set foot on this godforsaken battlefield. As the invincible titan dominated the scorched earth, Xianxia desperately scanned the chaos, her heart skipping a beat. Wait! Where is Changge? I swear I just saw him dive directly into the heart of that apocalyptic beam. Right at that heart-stopping moment, a lone figure raised his hand amidst the raging fire, ordering with chilling calmness, "That is quite enough." Watching his seemingly selfless, suicidal shadow, a massive storm of conflicting emotions violently crashed through her trembling heart. A bloodied warrior fell to his knees, screaming in grief. Brother Changge charged straight into the inferno just to buy us time to escape. There is absolutely no way he survived that. Another shielded his eyes from the blinding heat, groaning in sheer frustration. Damn it all, the hellfire is too intense. I cannot see a single thing in there. Hovering triumphantly above the devastation, the Feathered Clan's commander threw her head back in arrogant, victorious laughter. Who would have thought the legendary Changge, the prodigy who strikes fear into the hearts of millions, was actually just a completely brainless, reckless idiot? Ha ha ha, what an absolute joke. A pathetic little bug trying to stop a rampaging dragon, but her sickening laughter abruptly choked in her throat. Something was horribly, terribly wrong, and impenetrably. Eerie purple barrier had silently materialized, completely sealing her off from the rest of the world. Her eyes practically bulged out of her skull in pure terror. A total spatial lockdown. Panic violently consumed her as she frantically channeled her energy. My connection to the holy weapon. It has been completely severed. From the shadows of the flames, a chilling, sinister chuckle echoed. Ha ha ha. Honestly speaking, I really owe you a massive debt of gratitude for putting on such a spectacular show. The commander's blood ran entirely cold as she shrieked. Changge, stepping out of the inferno without a single scratch. Changge's eyes gleamed with a terrifying, demonic purple light. A twisted, villainous grin stretched across his face. I absolutely needed those foolish elders to witness you, deploying a sacred relic against me. With a crime that massive on your head. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger. They would hunt you down and slaughter you themselves. If an arrogant, utterly brainless tool like you had not played your part so perfectly. How else could my master plan have unfolded so beautifully? The feathered clan leader shrieked in absolute terror. What plan? What are you talking about? A sudden, chilling realization sent violent shivers down her spine. She stammered out. Did you intentionally lure us into using the sacred weapon? You were never injured at all. Changge took a slow, deliberate step forward. A wicked, devastating smirk danced on his lips. Well, it seems you are not completely brainless after all. Her eyes widened in absolute, reality-shattering disbelief. This is impossible, even if you faked your injuries. How can you stand completely unaffected by the sacred weapon's divine aura? How could a mere false god realm cultivator survive this? In response, Changge unleashed a devastating surge of demonic energy. The dark aura swallowed the space around them, as his voice dripped with pure, icy mockery. Amede false god realm. You say. The feathered clan leader stared in absolute, paralyzing horror. Why you? She gasped. A ruthless, terrifying shadow fell over Changge's flawless face. Why don't you open your eyes and take a good look at my true cultivation level? The female leader screamed as her sanity crumbled. You are a demon. Before her frantic, terrified words could even finish echoing through the air, Changge moved like a phantom of death. His large hand clamped ruthlessly over her entire face. His voice turned freezing cold. I can slaughter a true saint with my bare hands. Did you really think a mere toy like a sacred weapon could kill me? He leaned in close, whispering his final, devastating mockery. You are truly far too naive. Instantly, horrifying golden cracks began fracturing her entire body. The terrifying energy spread through every inch of her flesh. She could do nothing but scream, releasing a blood-curdling howl of absolute despair. Tears of boundless terror flooded her trembling eyes. And in those fading pupils, only Changge's cold, demonic smile was reflected back like a nightmare. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the feathered clan leader's body shattered completely. She was blasted into a pathetic cloud of bloody mist. The troublesome enemy had been effortlessly erased from existence. Dusting off his hands, Changge casually muttered, "My apologies, but I have never been in the habit of listening to beggars." Meanwhile, frantic shouts erupted from the outside world. Look quickly, the sacred weapon's avatar is fading away heavens. What exactly happened inside that inferno? Ye Chen and his group strained their eyes through the thick smoke. The terrifying divine flames were finally dying down, revealing the aftermath of the clash. Suddenly, a triumphant cheer pierced the breathless silence. Over there, it is Brother Gu. The aura of that feathered clan leader has completely vanished. Brother Changge has won the legendary battle. Every single gaze immediately locked onto the main character. He was sitting there amidst the utter destruction, looking like a battle-worn king. A spectator gasped in pure, unadulterated admiration. Truly a peerless genius of our generation. Even with a damaged origin, he still managed to crush an enemy wielding a sacred weapon. Seeing him, his loyal subordinates rushed forward in an absolute panic. Master, Are you all right? Ye Chen quickly followed, his face etched with deep, brotherly concern. Brother Changge, just how severe are your injuries? Coughing lightly, Changge put on a flawless, Oscar-worthy show of weakness. I am fine. I merely burned up some of my blood essence. He let out an exhausted sigh. However, I fear I will be unable to use my cultivation for a short while. Hearing this, profound guilt washed over the young cultivators. This is all our fault. Our cultivation levels are simply too pitiful. We could not offer young Master Changge any help at all. A female cultivator stepped forward, wiping her regretful tears. Exactly. We are nothing but a massive burden to senior brother Gu, but Changge simply waved his hand, his acting utterly impeccable. Please, none of you should blame yourselves. It was my own arrogant miscalculation. He shook his head with a perfectly crafted, sorrowful expression. I deeply underestimated the power of the demonic art inheritor. Otherwise, today's tragedy would never have occurred. Ye Luli ground her teeth in burning, righteous anger. Those despicable cowards. How dare they use a sacred weapon to humiliate us? Are those ancient natives trying to tear up our sacred peace treaty? Ye Qian's expression darkened like a gathering storm cloud. This is no laughing matter. If they have the absolute audacity to ambush Brother Gu today, then tomorrow, they will definitely scheme to slaughter all of us. The Heavenly Maiden Qiling stepped forward, her aura blazing. Everyone, transmit this news back to your powerful sects. Immediately, we must make those ancient creatures pay in rivers of blood. The dark-robed Brother Wang nodded heavily in fierce agreement. She is absolutely right. We cannot let this unforgivable insult slide. Changge's handsome face twisted in a perfect display of exhaustion and agony. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a tragic hero. Then, I shall leave the rest of this heavy burden in your capable hands. Meanwhile, deep in the trembling shadows, the surviving members of the feathered clan were fleeing for their miserable lives. Even Lady Yujing was slaughtered. Run, we have to escape and warn the elders. A sharp-eyed subordinate noticed the desperately fleeing figures. Master, it is the pathetic remnants of the feathered clan. The warmth vanished from Changge's eyes, replaced by icy murder. Leave no survivors. Kill them all. Understood. His loyal followers roared in absolute, bloodthirsty unison. Like wolves off their leashes, they charged forward to execute the ruthless hunt. Standing at a safe distance, Xianxia smoothly sheathed her shining longsword. She scoffed inwardly. I knew that monster would be perfectly fine with the single-celled brains of those feathered clan fools. How could they ever outsmart him? A complicated, frustrated expression flashed across her beautiful face. This whole situation is absolutely ridiculous. Not only did he trap me into this mess, now I have to play along with his grand theatrical performance just to buy myself some peace. She gritted her teeth in quiet, brewing frustration. Oh, Xianxia, you naive little fool. The exact moment you stepped into Changge's terrifying orbit, you should have known your peaceful days were completely over. The scene dramatically shifted to a hidden vantage point far from the bleeding battlefield. A shadowy figure gasped in pure, paralyzing shock. Yujing. She actually lost. Haiming's older sister stood like a dark queen among the ancient native forces. Hearing the catastrophic news, her fierce warriors turned to her eagerly. Young miss, should we launch our devastating ambush right now? Changge looks like a flickering candle in the wind. This is our golden opportunity to strike him down. But a wise elder from the Serpent clan raised a scaly, warning hand. Stand down. Let it go. That idiot Yujing has already enraged all the outsider geniuses. Look at those furiously loyal outsider cultivators. Their blood is boiling for absolute revenge. And their only goal right now is to protect Changge at all costs. If we foolishly attack right into this fiery hornet's nest, we will only ignite an unstoppable, world-ending holy war with the outside world. Haiming's sister nodded, her sharp eyes flashing with grave caution. The elder is absolutely right. Changge's raw power is terrifying. but his mind is a bottomless abyss. We have zero clue what other legendary trump cards he might be hiding. She turned her back to the battlefield, making the hardest, yet smartest choice. Our immediate priority has completely shifted. We must figure out how to survive the incoming tsunami of outsider vengeance. Her voice carried a heavy, terrifying realization of the grand board. Whether we like it or not, under Changge's flawless manipulation, the outsider geniuses and our ancient races are now locked in a fight to the absolute death. A cold sweat formed on her palms as she mentally warned her beating heart. Dealing with a manipulative monster like him requires absolute perfection. One single mistake, and he will devour our entire clan without leaving a single bone behind. Meanwhile, deep within the glorious encampment of the feathered clan, the highest elders were gathered in a state of absolute, world-shattering panic. Bam! An elder shattered the heavy stone table with a furious strike. How could that girl Yu Jing be so incredibly brainless? Using a sacred weapon to assassinate Changge in broad daylight, she walked right into his blatantly obvious, deadly trap. Another elder trembled, his wrinkled face completely pale with impending dread. If this terrifying conflict escalates into an all-out war, won't our feathered clan become the ultimate, irredeemable sinners of the entire ancient immortal continent? A white-bearded grand elder let out a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. There is no point in crying over spilt blood now. That devil, Changge, he has likely spun a flawless web to trap every single ancient immortal race in existence. The clan members murmured in absolute agreement. Exactly. The other ancient races will not just stand on the sidelines and watch. Yu Jing's grandfather scoffed with venom in his voice. Changge might be young, but his mind is pure poison. We absolutely cannot let him live. We must decisively. An elderly woman cut him off mid-sentence. Fools, have you all completely forgotten his other terrifying identity? Do you even comprehend what it means to be the heir of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace? I am sure the heavy weight of that title is clear to everyone here. A massive headache gripped the entire clan. One elder slammed his fist in blazing frustration. We cannot kill him. Yet we cannot let him roam free. Is our proud feather clan supposed to just lay our necks on the chopping block? Are we going to let this arrogant brat butcher us as he pleases? I refuse to swallow this humiliating insult. The bald elder at the highest seat gripped his head in utter desperation. Finally, he made a heavy decision. We will seek out the true dragon clan to negotiate. After all, the true dragon command token ties directly to their bloodline. Let those ancient lizards step out of the shadows and deal with this mess, he thought to himself with a chilling dread. The immortal ancient continent was about to descend into absolute chaos. The battlefield was fiercely divided into two opposing forces. The formidable Black Heavenly Eagle clan stood against Ye Chen and the powerful foreign cultivators. Meanwhile, deep inside the forbidden territory of the Heavenly Eagle clan, a spatial rift violently tore through the fabric of reality. From the swirling void, Changge stepped out like a descending god. A wicked, calculating smirk played on his lips. The seeds of absolute despair had been planted. Now, it was time for the bloody harvest. I have to say, Haiming did not disappoint me at all, Changge whispered to himself. At the grand gates of the clan, two guards were engaged in casual chatter. Hey, one guard started. I heard you joined the strike force to hunt down that Changge 2 days ago. Why in the world was the mission suddenly called off? The other guard sighed in heavy frustration. Do not even bring it up. Lady Yayu and the higher-ups were terrified that Changge was hiding a deadly trump card. What a massive waste of a golden opportunity. Without a single sound, a terrifying shadow dropped from the sky. Changge landed directly in front of their trembling eyes. The bald guard froze, stammering out in pure confusion. Who goes there? Changge casually brushed off his magnificent robes. I am that very same you were just talking about. The green-haired guard felt his soul leave his body as he screamed out in absolute terror. Changge cold sweat poured down his face like a raging waterfall. Summoning false courage. The bald guard roared. What is a monstrous villain like you doing in our territory? With the elegance of an apex predator, Changge took a slow step forward. I am here to collect. He whispered dangerously. With a flick of his wrist, he blasted the two guards aside like pathetic insects. Something that rightfully belongs to me. Miles away in a luxurious courtyard, Haiming's older sister felt a sudden, terrifying shift in the atmosphere. What is this oppressive aura? Has an enemy breached our sacred grounds? She shot up from her meditation mat, her voice echoing with fierce alarm. Who dares to be so recklessly suicidal? Her mind raced at lightning speed. Could it be the legendary heir of the ancient Samsara Heavenly Exalt? If my instincts are right, the exalted heir is none other than Yiling, the very same monster who inherited the forbidden demonic arts. That bastard is armed with endless terrifying tricks. This encounter could spell utter disaster. Meanwhile, inside Haiming's tightly sealed chambers, sinister wisps of purple demonic light danced menacingly through the air. Haiming trembled in ecstasy as the intoxicating energy washed over him. His eyes snapped open, blazing with fanatic devotion. I cannot be mistaken. This absolute, overwhelming presence, it belongs to that supreme existence. Back at the front lines, absolute chaos had erupted. A massive wall of black heavenly eagle warriors stood fiercely blocking Changge's path. Behind the smiling villain, broken bodies of elite guards littered the bloody ground. One warrior roared in blind fury. You dare look down on our entire clan, Changge. You have completely lost your damn mind. Just then, Haiming and his older sister burst through the frantic crowd to witness the nightmare unfolding. Haiming's sister stared at the demonic young master in absolute shock. Changge, how in the world is he standing here? Weren't his internal injuries supposed to be life-threatening? Do not tell me. His wounds were completely faked. A fierce male and female elite warrior drew their glowing weapons, completely blocking the path. Do not even think about taking another step. You arrogant bastard. This sacred ground is not your immortal Gu family's personal backyard. If you awaken our slumbering ancient ancestor, you will face a death more gruesome than you can possibly imagine. A terrifying flash of abyssal purple ignited within Changge's eyes. It seems you worthless insects are truly eager to throw your lives away. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure crashed down from the sky. An ancient elder materialized in midair, roaring with thunderous authority. Halt at once. Everyone stepped back immediately. The warriors gasped in collective shock. The great elder has arrived, floating high above the bloody courtyard. The elder glared down with immense hostility. Changge, what is the meaning of this blatant act of war? A chilling, flawless smile crept across the villain's handsome face. Relax, old man. I am simply here to collect my rightful property. The elder's aura flared dangerously. And what exactly do you claim is yours? Changge lazily clasped his hands behind his back, exuding the absolute arrogance of a god. Naturally, I mean the Samsara Dao platform left behind by the Heavenly Exalt. Oh, and also, every single soul in your pathetic black Heavenly Eagle clan. With zero hesitation, he slowly raised a single finger, pointing directly at the massive army of warriors. The great elder's face contorted in absolute fury. You arrogant bastard, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? But deep in his mind, panic was violently screaming. How could this outsider possibly know about the Samsara Dao platform? That was their ancient race's most strictly guarded absolute secret. Changge's eyes grew cold, cutting off the elder's desperate thoughts. Enough mindless barking. A mere servant lacks the qualifications to speak to me. Tell your supreme realm ancestor to crawl out of his grave and face me right now. The entire courtyard erupted into a roaring volcano of absolute wrath. Great elder, if we let this brat stomp on our pride, our legendary clan will become the laughingstock of the continent. Weapons clashed as bloodlust flooded the air. Elder, give the order. Since this suicidal fool practically threw himself into Hell's Gates, We will butcher him right here. The outside world will not be able to do a damn thing to avenge him. The great elder descended slowly, planting his feet firmly in front of his seething warriors. You certainly talk a big game for a dead man walking. Who gave you the delusion that you could challenge a titan with such pathetic strength? Deep, hypnotic purple flames suddenly erupted within Changge's predatory gaze. Are you all truly this utterly oblivious? With but a single passing thought, I can wipe every last one of you from existence. A devastating, catastrophic aura exploded from Changge's body like a dark sun. This is the absolute difference in our standings, he declared with the majesty of a demon god. The furious crowd was instantly plunged into a suffocating nightmare. What? What is happening? The brave roars instantly turned into horrific screams of agony. Thousands of warriors collapsed, writhing like crushed insects on the ground. It felt like a massive, invisible demonic hand was violently crushing their beating hearts. The invincible great elder fell to his knees, his eyes wide with unprecedented terror. You monster! What forbidden sorcery is this? The entire proud army was now groveling in the dirt, screaming in pure torment. My chest is going to explode. Despair devoured the elder's mind. This horrific power, it is infinitely more terrifying than a soul slave. Mark Changge took a slow, leisurely stroll through the sea of screaming bodies, stopping right before the broken elder. Does the method really matter at this point? The elder raised a violently shaking hand, coughing up blood. How do you hold the string of our clan's life and death in your grasp? Changge merely took a step back, letting the dying elder collapse face first into the cold dirt. Standing above the conquered race, the ultimate villain spread his arms wide and declared his absolute dominance. Burn this single truth into your pathetic souls. From this moment until the end of time, I am your one and only master. Haiming's sister trembled as the chilling puzzle pieces fell into place. This terrifying level of absolute control, it had to be the dark magic of a slave seal. Besides the true heir to the Samsara heavenly sovereign, absolutely no one was supposed to know about the reincarnation Dao platform. That meant Ye Chen, the supposed reincarnation heir, must have already fallen into Changge's deadly trap. That was the only logical way he could manipulate their slave marks. A horrifying realization washed over her. Was Changge the true inheritor of the forbidden demonic arts all along? As if reading her panicked thoughts, his cold gaze locked onto hers, his lips curling into a wicked, knowing smirk. Instantly, glowing purple veins violently erupted across her skin. Ribbons of pure white energy flared up around her body, catching the young master slightly off guard. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the tense silence. Listen here, you arrogant brat. An ancient figure materialized high in the sky, massive avian wings stretching out behind her back. How dare you waltz into our territory acting so insolent? Did you think the elders of this clan were already dead? The oppressed clan members immediately erupted into desperate cheers. It is our ancestor, a legendary quasi-supreme, has finally come to our rescue. As the dust settled, the furious, wrinkled face of the clan's mighty forebear was revealed. Changge did not even flinch. He just chuckled darkly. So, the old bird finally decided to crawl out of her nest. In the grand scheme of the Black Heavenly Eagle clan, you are nothing but a slightly larger ant. The ancestor roared with absolute fury. You insolent little punk. Just because you defeated a few kids like Yu Jing and Long Teng, do you really think you are completely invincible against the heavens? Murderous intent flared wildly in the old woman's eyes. Today, I will personally beat some respect into your skull. But in that exact split second, Changge's gaze turned ice cold. He issued a single, absolute command. On your knees. A terrifying, suffocating aura exploded from his body. It crashed down onto the ancestor like a mountain, forcing a blood-curdling scream from her lungs. Glowing purple chains of divine energy whipped through the air, violently slamming the mighty elder face first into the dirt. Her descendants watched in absolute, paralyzed horror. The younger generation screamed out in sheer panic. Our ancestor Heiming's sister was completely paralyzed with dread. He crushed their strongest elder without even lifting a single finger. Another clan member stammered in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? Our ancestor is a legendary quasi-supreme. Heiming's mind was spinning with endless, terrifying questions. Just what kind of monstrous background did this guy actually have? Why did he radiate the suffocating aura of an absolute sovereign? Before anyone could process the shock, a streak of deep green light tore through the sky. A desperate, pleading voice echoed out, "Please, I beg you to show mercy." The Grand Elder of the Black Heavenly Eagle clan crash-landed before them. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling. "Young Master Gu, please quell your raging anger. I am the elder in charge of this clan. Please, let us speak inside and negotiate." The furious crowd immediately protested. "He trespassed on our sacred grounds and slaughtered our people, Grand Elder. You must kill him." Hearing this blind stupidity, the old man snapped. "Shut your mouths, you blind fools," he roared at his own people. "If young Master Gu truly wanted you dead, your corpses would already be rotting in the dirt." The Grand Elder's heart pounded with terror as he quietly analyzed the situation. This Gu Changge was definitely playing the fool to hide his true, deadly fangs. His cultivation was an unfathomable abyss. Even from the distant main pavilion, the elder had felt a suffocating dread that chilled his very soul. Gu Changge half closed his eyes, his expression utterly bored. "Good. I like dealing with smart people. Lead the way." The Grand Elder respectfully gestured forward. "Right this way." "Young Master Gu." The clan members glared daggers at his back, choking on their own bitter humiliation. Even their strongest ancestors were bowing like dogs. It was an absolute, crushing disgrace. The scene shifted to the Grand Heavenly Eagle Pavilion. The Grand Elder nervously offered a seat. "Please, make yourself comfortable." Young Master Gu, without an ounce of hesitation, Gu Changge marched right up to the throne and claimed the highest seat. The female ancestor was still trembling in sheer disbelief. "I am a mighty quasi-supreme. How could his power crush me in the blink of an eye?" Swallowing her pride, she barked an order. "Yan Yu, hurry up and serve tea to the young master." A stunningly beautiful woman stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "Understood, ancestor." With trembling hands, she poured the glowing liquid and offered it up. "Master, please enjoy the tea." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, casually asking her name. She bowed her head deeply. Reporting to the master, "I am He Yanyu of the Black Heavenly Eagle clan." Taking a slow, arrogant sip, Gu Changge smirked. "Not bad at all. You know your place. I foresee a very bright future for you." Below the throne, the clan's warriors ground their teeth in silent, burning fury. An outsider brat was forcing their entire proud legacy to grovel. They simply could not understand why their leaders were acting like such spineless cowards. Still, left with no choice, they all knelt in unison. "We greet our new master." But one young warrior in golden armor was practically shaking with blind rage. "Damn it all, Yan Yu is a proud warrior of our mighty clan. Why is she acting like a cheap servant pouring tea for this bastard?" The sharp clink of the teacup hitting the saucer silenced the entire hall. Gu Changge let out a dark chuckle. "I can sense it. Some of you hate me right down to your very bones, wishing you could tear me apart to vent your anger, without warning." He pointed a single, deadly finger at the golden-armored youth. "You." His finger casually drifted to a red-haired woman. "And you." "Oh. And you too," instantly. A middle-aged warrior began bleeding from all 7 orifices. Boom! An invisible force crushed all 3 of them into a bloody mist, wiping them from existence on the spot. As their blood rained down, Gu Changge's voice turned into absolute ice. "Let this be a permanent lesson burned into your minds. Harbor even a sliver of rebellion in your hearts, and a gruesome death will be your only reward." The remaining members slammed their foreheads into the floor, absolutely paralyzed with terror. "Please, master, Spare us. Our clan willingly submits to your supreme rule. Changge nodded slowly, a mockingly gentle smile returning to his face. Good, but relax. Everyone. I am actually a very peaceful man. I truly despise unnecessary bloodshed. Standing up from the throne, he grandly waved his hand. As long as you prove your absolute loyalty, I will personally help your clan devour all the others. Complete domination over the ancient immortal continent is well within your grasp. Their intense fear instantly morphed into fanatical greed. The elders and warriors shouted in pure ecstasy. Thank you, Almighty Master. We will gladly follow your every command. The camera completely cuts away from the Grand Hall. We pan over to an ominous, jagged mountain peak. Crimson lightning viciously tore through the sky, while pitch-black storm clouds swirled together like a river of boiling blood. The main character led the way, with his loyal servant trailing closely behind. At the sharp sound of her name, she immediately bowed her head. Yes, Master. He delivered his command without even looking back. You possess decent instincts. From now on, your mission is simple. Harvest the core essence of every remaining genius in this realm. The core essence of geniuses. Her mind raced as the sheer gravity of his words hit her, secretly beginning to piece the terrifying puzzle together. Could he be planning to seal the ancient continent entirely? Right after unleashing utter chaos, he smirked dangerously. This entire realm will serve as my ultimate hunting ground. His mysterious, coldly calculated gaze sent a shiver down her spine. She stood there, completely rendered speechless by his overwhelming and dark ambition. Bowing deeply with her hands clasped together, she pledged her absolute loyalty. Rest assured, Master, I will pour my very soul into completing this impossible task. Reaching the misty mountain summit, she respectfully gestured forward. Master, we have finally arrived. Behold the legendary reincarnation altar. Normally, only top-tier elders are granted permission to enter, just to study the profound mysteries of the reincarnation cycle. A confident, almost arrogant smile played on his lips. The reincarnation altar. This intense, overwhelming energy. It truly is the authentic power of reincarnation. With a flick of his wrist, he unsealed a mystical vessel, and in a blinding flash, his figure vanished directly into the core. She gasped in absolute, jaw-dropping awe. The illusion completely shattered right before her eyes. This is the very first time I have ever seen its true, magnificent form. He took his rightful place right in the center of the lotus altar. Above his head floated the dark vessel, unleashing a monstrous, suffocating surge of demonic aura that swallowed the light. Absolute terror gripped her mind. Even our strongest, most legendary elders could only absorb a tiny, pathetic fraction of this energy. Is he seriously trying to devour and refine the entire platform all by himself? Suddenly, a blazing, crimson light erupted from the very center of his forehead. He smirked inwardly at his terrifying new power. Even if my very soul gets utterly obliterated, this reincarnation mark guarantees my glorious return to the living world. His eyes gleamed with absolute, unmatched triumph. Just like that, I have secured the ultimate trump card for survival. Now then, it is time to go pluck some feathers from the Black Sky Eagle clan. Meanwhile, in an entirely different fast, highly guarded domain, an ancient snake elder violently smashed his staff into the ground, furious rage dripping from his every word. That bastard from the Black Sky Eagle clan. How dare he try to play me for an absolute fool? His loyal subordinate blinked in total confusion. What do you mean? Sir, the elder hissed, his eyes narrowing to deadly, venomous slits. Someone has tampered with our clan's sacred mark on the reincarnation altar. He waved his hand dismissively with a booming command. Forget it for now. Summon every single clan member immediately. We are holding an emergency war council. The subordinate bowed swiftly and dashed off into the shadows. Left alone, the old elder stared out into the distant horizon, his mind spinning a dark, Desperate web of calculations. The ancient clans are already showing terrible signs of crumbling, and those massive forces from the outside world are flooding in like a ruthless tsunami. If our clan wants to survive this impending bloodbath, we must lock down our defenses immediately, far beyond the realm's borders. In the starry void, the Great Elder reviewed the stunning magical recording of the earlier epic clash. His eyes completely glued to the projection, he aggressively jabbed his finger right at the main character's projected smug face. A mixture of utter shock and pure disbelief washing over him. Turning to his companion, he barked out in serious frustration. Look at this little monster. Do you see how ruthlessly manipulative he is? He is deliberately backing the ancient clans straight into a massive, inescapable slaughterhouse. A rugged, battle-scarred middle-aged man just burst into a proud, roaring laugh. What did you expect? He is the ultimate, unrivaled prodigy of our legendary family. This level of scheming is just basic child's play for him. Leaning back with a totally smug grin, he continued, I might not have met the kid in person yet, but based on the terrifying rumors I have heard, this brilliant ruthlessness checks out perfectly. Watching the raggedly dressed, mysterious powerhouse step forward, the Great Elder raised a highly skeptical eyebrow. With your god-tier power level, are you seriously planning to flip the entire ancient immortal society completely upside down? The mysterious man kept his tone dangerously casual, yet thick with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to disrespect our young master during his training expedition. As his senior, marching in there to extract a bloody presented, very painful apology is just basic common sense. Do you not agree? The Great Elder immediately fired back with fierce logic. But you belong to a completely different branch of the family. Besides, anyone with eyes can see, he is the mastermind who plotted this entire catastrophe. The dusty warrior waved off the complaint with zero hesitation. Save your breath, and do not even think about standing in my way. He carries our supreme family title. Did you really think I would ever let outsiders spark a civil war within our own ranks? The air grew thick with a heavy, tense silence for a split second, before the Great Elder suddenly erupted into booming laughter. Ha ha ha, fine. Then I guess I will just have to drag these rusty old bones along and join your little crusade. The cosmic gateway to the ancient realm ripped open violently once more. A breathtaking, apocalyptic armada of colossal warships poured through the rift, flanked by incredibly massive, glowing broadswords slicing through the clouds. A majestic, earth-shaking stampede of legendary spirit beasts darkened the sky, but the absolute flex of the century, a literal luxury palace resting effortlessly on the back of a titanic, world-class beast, gazing down from their towering, supreme vantage point. The Great Elder stood shoulder to shoulder with the rugged, dusty warrior. He glanced back at the jaw-dropping army and let out a whistle of pure disbelief. Every single one of them is at the God King tier. I never expected the legendary immortal family to go all out like this. The dusty powerhouse chuckled, shaking his head with a highly amused grin. Ha ha ha, do not give me the credit for this masterpiece. The kid used his absolute authority to summon this entire fleet completely on his own. The Great Elder's eyes nearly popped completely out of his skull. He did all of this by himself. The warrior shot him a knowing, sarcastic look. Surprised. Honestly, you seem way more obsessed with the kid's every single move than anyone in our own damn family. Blushing slightly, the Great Elder defensively stroked his long beard to explain himself. Hey, whether you like it or not, he is the official heir to our Celestial Academy. He is quite literally the golden boy handpicked to take over the supreme throne next. Of course, I am heavily invested in his success. This defensive rant just sent the warrior into another fit of roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. Fair enough, old man. Now let us get this absolute show on the road. Meanwhile, aboard another spectacularly massive battleship, two elegant, incredibly powerful figures stepped forward, bowing their heads in perfect, respectful synchronization. Greetings, Uncle. The imposing man standing before them crossed his arms, his voice dropping to a serious, commanding rumble. The clan is fully aware of the crisis unfolding in the ancient realm. Very soon, this place will become ground zero for an all-out turf war. And absolutely nobody gets to sit on the sidelines. The young man tilted his head, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Does this mean our training expedition has been officially cancelled? The senior warrior gave a firm, no-nonsense nod. Exactly. Things are getting way too hot out here. And keeping you two completely alive is my top priority right now. Those arrogant ancient clans have been throwing their weight around for way too long. It is finally time we drop the hammer and remind them who truly rules the top tier of power. The young woman stepped forward, her eyes flashing with pure anticipation. Uncle, the ancient immortal races have completely locked onto the Gu family's young master. Though our forces remain untouched, they wouldn't dare push their luck with us. The middle-aged man shook his head. Never underestimate that boy's terrifying mind. If it weren't for his brilliant scheming, we would never have found a perfect excuse to join this bloodbath. Yi Langtian's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait. It was all a massive setup. Now it all makes sense. Brother Gu's ruthless tactics. They truly leave a man in absolute awe. The elder chuckled darkly. Exactly. So save your breath. You do not need to worry about Gu Changge's safety. The immortal Gu family moved like lightning. Word is, their absolute fury shook the heavens, and they have dispatched an unstoppable army to slaughter everything in their path. The feathered race is facing total annihilation. He gazed into the horizon, his hands clasped behind his back. But thanks to Gu Chang's chaotic masterpiece, our Ye family gets to carve out our own massive slice of this ancient immortal continent. Meanwhile, tearing through the endless sky, a colossal warship cloaked in destructive crimson lightning shattered the clouds. Flying cultivators scrambled for their lives in pure terror. It is the absolute beginning demonic sect run for your lives. Why are these absolute psychos joining the ancient immortal bloodbath? Another cultivator froze, the horrifying realization hitting him like a truck. Wait, isn't the demonic sect the maternal family backing the Gu young master? His companion's face drained of all color. Are you serious? Then the ancient immortal races are not just in trouble. They are about to get completely wiped off the map, deep in an unknown domain. Gu Changge lazily traced a glowing purple feather, a wicked smirk playing on his lips. The 100 Horizon Mountain Range. His predatory mind was already at work. Mingkong has been hiding her tracks there. The fairy spirit must be on the verge of birth. He scoffed, his smirk turning icy. Does that greedy woman really think she can swallow the prize all by herself? Still, if it weren't for her intel, I would be wandering blind. Waiting for the spirit to show itself would mean losing my ultimate advantage. Gu Changge rose to his feet, his aura commanding absolute obedience. Erase our tracks. No one breathes a word of my arrival. Yan Yu bowed deeply, terrified but loyal. As you command, my lord. Gu Changji's inner thoughts were pure malice. Oh, Mingkong, you truly are my perfect little lucky star. Meanwhile, at Yue Mingkong's hidden sanctuary, brilliant golden light bathed her flawless figure in divine energy. Yet, a sudden chill crept down her spine. Why was her heart suddenly pounding with such overwhelming dread? She forced herself to focus, channeling the ancient energy through her veins. Once I master this heavenly immortal Dao scripture, I will forge the flawless true immortal body. I must absorb this power immediately, but without warning. A shockwave of pure destructive energy violently slammed into her defenses. Hours flashed by. The sky erupted into a blinding storm of emerald, crimson, violet, and gold. The very heavens trembled, threatening to rip the beautiful landscape to shreds. Yue Mingkong snapped her eyes open, calculating instantly. Someone just triggered my ultimate lockdown barrier. For 3,000 miles across the 100 Horizon Mountain Range, every single inch of this space belongs to me. She leaped to her feet, her voice cutting through the chaos. This pressure, there is no mistaking it. An overwhelmingly powerful monster has breached the perimeter. Prepare for war. In a heartbeat, Yue Mingkong and her elite guards took to the skies, their weapons drawn, aura flaring, ready to bathe the mountains in blood. But as the blinding light finally faded, the silhouettes emerging from the smoke sent a completely different shockwave through her. It was Gu Chengge's terrifying entourage. Yue Mingkong gritted her teeth in absolute frustration. I should have known it was this bastard. A trembling guard turned to her. Your Majesty, how? How do we proceed? Her piercing gaze locked onto Yin Mei, the fox girl walking intimately beside her fiancé. Pure, unadulterated jealousy erupted in her chest. Forma block his path immediately. Her guards exchanged horrified glances. Blocking the Gu family's demonic young master, that was literally begging for a gruesome death. But military discipline won out. Yes, Your Majesty, they roared. Unfazed, Gu Chang floated right up to the barricade. His signature devastating smile was perfectly in place. My, what a beautiful coincidence. I never expected to find my beloved Mingkong here. The guard stuttered, sweating bullets. Young Master Changge. This is the Empress's absolute decree. We cannot let you pass. The other guard cried internally. A lover's quarrel. And we are the ones getting sacrificed. Gu Changge lazily waved his hand, dismissing their terror. Relax. I must have just upset my dear wife again. In a fraction of a second, he vanished, blinking past their absolute defense. He materialized right in front of Yue Mingkong's face. Mingkong. Why the cold welcome? Are you not thrilled to see your husband? Yue Mingkong glared daggers at him. Why the hell are you creeping around here? From the back, Yin Mei watched the intense exchange. Her fox instincts prickled with pure danger. Why do I feel like the Empress wants to brutally murder me? That is absolute killing intent. Gu Changge tilted his head, feigning perfect innocence. I was just intensely curious. What brings you to this wasteland? Looks like you have been setting up these traps for quite a while. Her expression was colder than absolute zero. Cut the act. You and I are after the exact same thing. Gu Changge smoothly grabbed her hand, his eyes sparkling with fake joy. Oh, really? Then that makes things perfectly easy for us. The sudden intimacy instantly painted a furious blush across her cheeks. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a dangerously seductive whisper right by her ear. But my heart is shattered. Your poor husband was severely injured. Yet you did not even bother to visit me. Yue Mingkong subtly sniffed the air, her scowl deepening. He absolutely reeks of that vixen. She ripped her hand away, snapping back. Your injuries have absolutely zero to do with me. It is not like I was the one who stabbed you. Gu Changge let out a dramatic, heartbreaking sigh. So utterly ruthless. Far away, Yin Mei cracked her knuckles, watching the chaotic tension escalate. Suddenly, Yue Mingkong narrowed her eyes. Let us get down to business. Did you finally slaughter Yi Ling? He smiled like a devoted saint. That trash dared to bully my precious fiancé. Crushing him to avenge you was my absolute duty. That flawlessly shameless answer made her blood absolutely boil. She snapped, completely losing her elegant composure. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean you killed him for me? You just wanted to devour his legendary inheritance for yourself. Gu Changge raised his hands in dramatic defense. Now, that is completely unfair. If it weren't for your wonderful guidance, I would not even know who Yi Ling was. How can you just flip the script and abandon me like this? Yue Mingkong clenched her fists, feeling the absolute crushing weight of taking the blame for his demonic schemes yet again. She chased after Gu Changge, throwing punches and screaming. Gu Changge, don't you dare pin this mess on me. Feigning a tactical retreat, he teased. Why so worked up? You are an empress now. Shouldn't you act a little more mature? The watching subordinates were absolutely speechless. With a flick of his wrist, Changge summoned a glowing artifact between his fingers. All right. I will stop teasing you. It was the ultimate prize, the heavenly venerable of Samsara's inheritance. Minkong froze in shock. An enlightenment cushion, even Saint Realm experts would slaughter each other for this. He's just giving it to me. And picking a fight with the winged clan. Was that for my sake too? Her anger melting. She snatched the treasure and looked away. Changge let out a lazy smirk. Not even a simple thank you. Right then, a holographic system prompt chimed in. Ding, daughter of Fortune Yue Minkong is having second thoughts. Hostility reduced. Fortune points increased by 2,000. Destiny points increased by 10,000. Changge's eyes gleamed with inner joy. What a literal gold mine, he thought. Aloud. He chuckled. Glad to see you love the gift. Meanwhile, Minkong carefully stored the priceless artifact into her spatial ring. She muttered softly. Why are you suddenly being so sweet? You used to treat me like absolute ice. Without warning, Changge pulled her by the waist, making her face flush crimson. Leaning in, he whispered, I was simply blind back then. I never realized my dear Minkong was this captivating. Better late than never. Right. With that, the two figures launched themselves into the sky, soaring toward their next destination. Come on, Changge declared. Let us uncover the hidden secrets of this legendary immortal road. Left behind, Yinmei barked orders scattered to the four winds. Secure the perimeter for our master and Empress Minkong. The power couple soon touched down in a desolate, eerie clearing. Scanning the area, Changge noted, these formations have been here a while. You have been doing your homework. Minkong. She crossed her arms. The birth of a fairy spirit is an earth-shattering event. Of course, I came fully prepared. Taking the lead, Changge strolled forward, just as I thought. He analyzed internally. She knows about the fairy spirit too. My timing predictions were spot on. Minkong stared at his back in disbelief. Wait. You actually figured out the exact time of the spirit's manifestation. How is that even possible? She pressed. Changge chuckled inwardly. I was just bluffing. But she swallowed the bait instantly. Too easy. So the fairy spirit really was awakening soon. As Changge picked up his pace, Minkong hurried after him, calling out his name. What now? He replied without turning. She narrowed her eyes. Once we get inside, are you going to ditch me? Are you planning to hog all the loot for yourself? Changge stopped dead in his tracks. Turning around, he faked a hurt expression. Is that really the kind of man you think I am? Minkong deadpanned. Are you not? He dramatically turned his head away. Wow. So that is how little you think of your own fiancé. Closing the distance between them, he backed her up with intense eyes. Have I actually done anything to hurt you recently? Do you really need to treat me like a supervillain? Minkong's breath hitched in her throat. Well, no, she admitted mentally. At least not in this timeline. Playing the victim perfectly. Changge stormed off, grumbling loudly. If anyone else saw this, they would think I murdered you in a past life or something, because you literally did. Her inner voice screamed. In my past life, you framed me, ruined me, and stabbed me to death. But looking at his defensive posture, he actually seemed genuinely offended. Could my regression have triggered a butterfly effect on his personality too? She stared at his retreating back, almost seeing cartoon steam blowing out of his ears. Meanwhile, walking up ahead, Changge was frowning deeply. Damn it! He cursed internally. I absolutely planned to hog the treasure. How did she read me like an open book? And she called me out, right to my face. Where is my villainous dignity? Brushing off the awkwardness, the duo finally entered a hidden chamber. Trailing behind him, Minkong coughed nervously. Hey! Changge, about what I said. He did not even bother to look back. He just gave a cold, dramatic scoff, playing the silent treatment game. I was just overthinking. She tried to explain, but another loud scoff cut her off. She clutched her chest, confused. Why do I feel so guilty? Maybe my obsession with him has become more than just revenge. They soon halted before a massive, ancient stone doorway. Changge's eyes glinted. Jackpot. The ancient immortal gate. His mind raced with calculations. She had clearly found this spot ages ago, but hit a dead end trying to bust it open, shooting her a side-eye. He offered, "Since you still do not trust me, once this door opens, you can do the honors and go first. Or, if you are scared, I will backstab you. You can guard the rear." Ming Kong stared at her boots, mumbling, "Wow, such overflowing trust. I am so incredibly moved." He replied dryly. Ming Kong stayed quiet, analyzing their options. There were only two ways and wait for it to open naturally, or use an immortal edict. Waiting was a terrible play. The ancient immortal continent was a war zone right now. Hanging around would just invite every top-tier powerhouse to their location. But as for the immortal edict, she had zero clue where to find one. Changge's lips curled into a wicked smirk. System. Pull up the shop menu. The holographic interface flashed instantly. Item Ancient Immortal Edict. Description. A sacred relic used to bridge the mortal realm and the heavens. Price tag a casual 180,000 destiny points. Changge smirked inwardly. The system shop had exactly what he needed. Sure, 180,000 villain points was a steep price to pay. But to catch a big fish, you need premium bait. He would gladly burn those points just to put on a show for Yue Mingkong. Yue Mingkong stood completely frozen. Her eyes widened as Changge channeled his aura into an ancient fairy scroll. She could barely stutter out the words. "How did you get your hands on the fairy record?" Changge did not miss a beat. He kept pouring his energy into the massive gateway. "The fairy portal is opening. Do you want the first honors? Or should I guard your back while you go in? Whoever grabs the fairy spirits inside keeps them. What do you say?" Yue Mingkong stared at him, her heart skipping a chaotic beat. "Does he actually value me this much?" She swallowed her pride. "No. I will not go in first. I will stay out here and guard the entrance for you. I will not fight you for the fairy spirits. And about what I said earlier, I apologize for doubting your intentions. If you are worried, I will ambush you outside. You can end my life right now. I swear on my soul. I will not fight back." Changge was absolutely speechless. What a shameless rogue. Yue Mingkong fell silent. Deep down, she knew the cold, hard truth. Even if she fought with everything she had, she was no match for him anyway. Changge analyzed her reaction. Is she this tense just because I changed my attitude? To think Yue Mingkong would throw away the ultimate fairy treasure, and even risk her own life, just to prove a point. He never expected to see this utterly vulnerable side of the fierce future empress. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom ripped through the air. The massive gateway fractured, tearing open a glowing rift. Yue Mingkong gasped. The fairy portal is officially open. Changge shot her a sideways glance. Why was she putting on such a pitiful, wronged expression? Why on earth would I kill you? Because I know your darkest secrets. She shot back. Changge stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. I am not going to kill you. Yue Mingkong narrowed her eyes. Why not? Changge stepped right into the glowing rift, tossing his answer over his shoulder. Because you are infinitely more useful to me alive than dead. That cold, calculated truth left her totally stunned. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Is that so? You are absolutely heartless. Changge floated deeper into the portal, looking back with a smirk. I am heading in. You coming or what? Yue Mingkong hesitated, memories of her past life flooding her mind. In her previous timeline, the fairy path had been open for nearly a month. Only the absolute peak powerhouses had the right to step foot inside and uncover the secrets of immortality. But Changge's mind was an abyss of schemes, and his power was limitless. Surely, He could handle whatever lurked inside. She stomped her foot in total frustration. Damn it, why am I even worrying about that monster? Glancing back through the glowing rift, Changge flashed a wicked, knowing smirk. What a fool! Stepping into the hidden realm, Changge was greeted by a breathtaking sight. A colossal, ancient tree towered into the heavens, surrounded by countless dazzling fairy spirits dancing in the air. He effortlessly summoned his signature Grand Dao treasure vase, letting it float menacingly in the void. He playfully admired the glowing spirits. Just how far will this pure fairy energy push my cultivation level? This is going to be incredibly fun. The demonic vase cracked open, unleashing a terrifying vortex that devoured every single drop of the radiant fairy power. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, the battlefield was an absolute bloodbath. Deafening shockwaves echoed as steel clashed against raw monster flesh. Xianxia was a one-girl army. She blocked a lethal sneak attack from behind with her glowing blade, while instantly charging up a devastating strike for the mutated freak in front of her. In a flash of pure agility, she launched a brutal spinning kick straight into the beast's ugly pig snout, sending the monster crashing hard into the dirt. But out of absolutely nowhere, a massive, towering shadow loomed directly above her head. A giant iron mace dripping with savage spikes was falling fast. The colossal weapon smashed down, crushing her from the sky and slamming her violently into the earth. A terrifying explosion ripped through the battlefield, sending chunks of rock and debris flying in every direction. The hideous pig boss let out a thunderous roar. You insolent little brat, you should be on your knees thanking me for looking your way. Yet you dare to slaughter my clan. Blinded by rage, the monster channeled a dark, chaotic magic. The spiked mace expanded into an absolute behemoth, blocking out the sun itself. Then go straight to hell. Earth-shattering lightning roared through the sky. The colossal mace, wrapped in apocalyptic thunder, plummeted down to obliterate Xianxia, forcing herself off the ground. She glared up with blazing defiance. You really think a pig-faced freak like you could ever be worthy of me? Her legendary blade ignited with a blinding blue aura, Trinity Azure Flame. But before she could strike, a dominant, booming voice echoed from the heavens. Trinity Azure Flame Slash. An ocean of divine blue light completely swallowed the battlefield, shattering the gigantic iron mace into a million pieces. The pig boss was caught in the terrifying backlash, blasted through the air before dropping dead on impact. Still catching her breath, Xianxia turned around in absolute shock. Who are you? How do you know the divine arts of the Gu family? A middle-aged man turned around, flashing a painfully yellow smile. Internally, he was hyping himself up. Heck yeah, little Xianxia is definitely mind-blown by my incredibly handsome and legendary entrance. But the moment Xianxia actually got a good look at his face, she was completely and utterly deadpan. Seriously, when was the last time this old dude actually brushed his teeth? Keeping her guard up, she narrowed her eyes. You claim to be my ancestor, so you are Gu Nanshan. The middle-aged man let out a goofy, booming laugh. Ha ha, you bet I am. But Xianxia's face remained as cold as pure ice. Why should I believe a single word you say? That brutal shutdown left the so-called legendary ancestor stammering awkwardly. Thankfully, the great elder teleported onto the scene, right on time to save his dignity. Xianxia, put your guard down. He truly is the ultimate bloodline ancestor of your family. Seeing a familiar face, Xianxia's eyes lit up with joy. Master, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man threw his arm over the great elder's shoulder, puffing out his chest with ultimate pride. See, I told you so. Little brat. Do you finally believe me now? Xianxia looked back and forth between the two. If he really is the ultimate ancestor, his hidden power must be absolutely astronomical. Without another second of hesitation, she dropped to one knee in perfect respect. Supreme Ancestor, please accept this humble greeting from Xianxia. The middle-aged man burst into a hearty, booming laugh. Ha ha ha, amazing. You have trained our little Xianxia to be absolutely perfect and incredibly well-mannered. The Great Elder shot him a deeply annoyed glare. Hey, could you stop hugging me and let go? Ignoring him. The middle-aged man proudly stepped toward Gu Xian'er, confidently patting his chest. Rest easy, Xian'er. With your ancestor backing you up now, no one will ever dare to bully you again. Not even that absolute bastard. Gu Changge. Xian'er's eyes instantly lit up with hope. Ancestor, are you telling the truth? Can you really put Gu Changge in his place? The middle-aged man let out a booming laugh. Of course, just relax. With my absolute protection, there is no way he can kill you. But Xian'er's expression suddenly turned freezing cold. Huh? Is that it? The man froze in sheer confusion. Wait. Is surviving not enough? Don't tell me. You actually want me to help you assassinate him? Xian'er immediately flipped her attitude, flashing an incredibly sweet, buttering up smile. Of course not, I just need you to suppress his cultivation base. Force his power level down to match mine. But then she paused, reconsidering her strategy. Actually, no. Suppress him to one major realm beneath mine. That would be way better. The middle-aged man scratched his head, completely baffled. Suppress his cultivation? What do you mean? Xian'er stated with blazing determination. Ancestor, seal his power at the Marquee realm. I want to fight him fair and square in a real duel. This ridiculous request left the ancestor totally stunned. He turned to the Great Elder in disbelief. Wait. I thought Xian'er absolutely hated Gu Changge's guts. After what that brat did back then? The Great Elder said nothing in response. He simply closed his eyes and stroked his beard. Standing nearby, Xian'er chimed in. Ancestor, did you really not know before coming here? There might be a hidden truth behind what happened back then. Gu Changge has been hiding his true power all along. It seems he possesses a spatial talent. The ancestor's mind raced with sudden anxiety. A spatial talent. The Grand Dao Bone is incredibly powerful. But compared to a spatial talent, it actually falls short. Seriously? How did our Gu family produce such a demonic freak of nature? Despite his internal panic, he maintained a booming, confident laugh on the outside. Ha ha ha, so that is how it is. Xian'er, you already figured it out. It is good that you finally understand his bitter efforts. Ha ha ha. Those words left the Great Elder completely paralyzed. His face was a mask of pure disbelief, looking as if he had just been struck by heavenly lightning. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a completely different battlefield. The colossal warships of the primal demonic sect blotted out the sky, shrouded in roaring thunder and billowing demonic aura. A massive fleet of terrifying battle cruisers hovered menacingly directly above the feathered race's territory. Massive crowds of cultivators stood atop their flying artifacts, whispering in frantic, hushed tones, I cannot believe the demonic sect marched in with such overwhelming killing intent. Without a single word, they blockaded the enemy's ancestral land. Another cultivator quickly chimed in. Rumor has it they are just waiting for young Master Gu Changge to arrive before they slaughter the entire feathered race. The anxious chatter echoed endlessly across the tense sky. The immortal Gu family is the most mysterious faction in the upper realm. Legends say they have survived countless epochs, possessing unfathomable, world-shaking power. If this all-out war truly erupts, even if they do not gain much, their foundation definitely will not suffer a single scratch. At that exact moment, the leading general of the primal demonic sect roared with bloodthirsty excitement. Our young master, Gu Changge, was cowardly ambushed by the feathered race using a sacred weapon. How can we possibly let this absolute disrespect slide? The massive army behind him erupted into a unified, murderous battle cry. Annihilate their entire race. Annihilate their entire race. The general sneered down. Did you hear that? Young master of the bird tribe. The feathered race is finished. The captive currently being ruthlessly crushed beneath the general's boot screamed in total despair. Primal demonic sect. Do you have any idea who I am? Are you seriously trying to spark an all-out war with my people, pushing us this far? You will face ultimate divine retribution. The demonic general just let out a chilling, cruel smirk. Do not be in such a rush to die. The young master has not even arrived yet. The real nightmare has not even begun. Meanwhile, deep within the 100 rampant mountain range, Yue Mingkong was still fiercely guarding the entrance to the immortal gate. She muttered in deep frustration, relying purely on the tiny bits of leaked runic spiritual energy here. It is almost impossible to gather anything useful. Suddenly, her sharp senses caught a terrifying anomaly. He is coming out, wait. This overwhelming aura. It is the Saint Realm, deep inside the immortal gate. Changge was pushing his limits, dodging wave after wave of apocalyptic lightning tribulation. His mind raced with calculated strategies. Being surrounded by this domain of pure destruction, it is honestly hard to force myself to leave. Standing outside the rift, Yue Mingkong's heart pounded with unbearable, suffocating tension. Is this his true, unsealed cultivation level? She thought in absolute dread. The Saint Realm, anyone who becomes his target, their worst nightmares are just getting started. Finally, Guchang stepped through the portal. The sharp scent of scorched flesh instantly filled the air. His usually pristine robes were completely shredded to ribbons, exposing his perfectly sculpted, rock-hard 8-pack abs. Shockingly, despite the apocalyptic strikes, his skin only bore minor, superficial scratches. Changge spat out a rare curse. Damn it, was that tribulation trying to wipe me from existence? Hearing his uncharacteristic complaint, Yue Mingkong could not help but let out a sudden, genuine burst of laughter. Without missing a beat, Changge smoothly slung his arm around her delicate shoulders, teasing her with a wicked smirk. Like the view. If you think I look good, feel free to stare all you want. After all, this entire package will belong to you sooner or later anyway. Yue Mingkong instantly froze, a bright red blush creeping up her neck. Stop talking nonsense, she stammered defensively. Hurry up and put some proper clothes on. But Changge refused to let her off the hook, boldly leaning in to tease her even further. Flustered beyond belief, Yue Mingkong aggressively pushed him away, snapping back. Who on earth would want to touch you? Their playful banter faded as both of them turned to watch the immortal gate slowly sealing shut. He stated calmly, "This gate is going to close completely any second now. And after this specific opening, forcing it wide open again will be nearly impossible." Yue Mingkong shook her head, responding softly, "That does not matter anymore. Besides, absolutely no one in the outside world even knows you went inside." Changge immediately locked eyes with her, his voice dropping an octave. "Exactly. Aside from you, no one else breathes a word of this." That casually heavy statement instantly made Yue Mingkong's heart plummet to her stomach. Paranoia flooded her mind as she frantically tried to decipher his hidden meaning. Panicking, she quickly tried to prove her absolute loyalty. "You do not need to worry. I swear, I will never leak this secret to a single living soul." Watching her panic, Changge could only sigh inwardly. Talk about being bitten by a snake once and fearing ropes for 10 years. That last comment was genuinely just a casual remark on his end. He gave her a reassuring, gentle smile. "Why are you so tense? I obviously know you would never betray me." Suddenly, from within the mysterious emerald flask, dazzling streams of ethereal blue light erupted outward, warmly enveloping Yue Mingkong in a protective, glowing embrace. The fairy spirits danced around her in a dazzling display. She gasped in absolute awe. "These are actual fairy spirits." Changge walked away without looking back. His voice drifted over. "Consider it your hazard pay. Don't overthink it. Just help me burn through some of my spare change." Yue Mingkong stared at his retreating back. Her mind was racing. He risked his actual life to bring these treasures back, and he is just giving them to me. She bit her lip. A heavy wave of regret crashed over her. If only I had not said those awful things to him back then. She called out to him. As Changge turned around, she hesitated. Are you really just going to leave like this? The scene violently shifts to a totally different battlefield. A blinding pillar of purple light tore through the sky. It crashed down onto a massive warship carved with 3 majestic dragon heads. Changge, looking absolutely flawless, stepped onto the deck. The massive army dropped to their knees in perfect unison. Greetings, young master, they roared. Meanwhile, Changge's mind was already calculating his next master stroke. With this level of power, plus my puppet army, wiping out the ancient immortal clans will be a walk in the park. Especially with my mother's primal demonic sect backing my every move. The Feather Clan really thought they could corner me. How cute. I will use them as a bloody warning to the entire world. The Great Elder must have reached the ancient immortal realm by now. And he still owes me a massive favor. A dark, unpredictable smile crept across Changge's face. As for the Gu family ancestor, I have never even met the guy. But I definitely need to bait him into fighting for my side. Snapping out of his thoughts, Changge's voice boomed like thunder. Listen up. Everyone, follow me. We marched straight into the heart of the Feather Clan's territory. On the other side, the Feather Clan warriors screamed in pure fury. Changge, their commander, stepped forward, eyes blazing with rage. If you want a war, fight us face to face, using our young master as a human shield. What kind of coward's tactic is that? The entire crowd behind him started rioting. Hand over our young master right now. Changge's eyes turned as cold as absolute zero. Your young master, you say? Right on cue. A general from the primal demonic sect shoved a pathetic figure forward. His majestic wings had been brutally snapped in half. Reporting to the young master, here is the trash you ordered. He kept crying about wanting a proper explanation from his childhood sweetheart. The Feather Clan's young master lifted his pathetic, swollen face. Tears streamed down his bruised cheeks, missing half his front teeth. He screamed in total despair. Changge, I am going to murder you. I will avenge you, Jing. The Feather Clan commander panicked seeing his broken leader. Young master Ye Chen, he turned and roared. Changge, give him back to us this instant. Changge let out a dark, mocking chuckle. 2 brainless fools. Honestly, you guys are a perfect match. Fine then. If you want him so badly, catch. Surging with terrifying dark energy, Changge lifted the battered young master into the air with a single hand. In a flash, he secretly injected a lethal burst of destructive aura straight into the guy's chest and tossed him like actual garbage toward the Feather Clan army. The loyal subordinates rushed forward to catch him. Young master, we got you, but suddenly, the rescued hostage let out a blood-curdling shriek. Ag, the spiritual energy inside my core. It is going completely berserk. What the hell did Changge put inside me? Blinding golden cracks erupted from the center of his chest. The explosive light violently spread across his entire body. The Feather Clan commander broke into a cold sweat. Absolute terror gripped his heart. Wait. Could it be? But before anyone could even blink, boom! A catastrophic explosion detonated right in midair. The shockwave instantly vaporized every single Feather Clan warrior standing nearby into fine ash. The primal demonic sect general cupped his fists respectfully. Young master, since we have already drawn first blood, allow me to lead the vanguard and wipe out their entire bloodline. Changge casually waved his hand. Why jump straight to genocide? We need to be reasonable here. Let's give them a sporting chance. A demonic purple glint flashed in his eyes. His voice dripped with pure malice. If they still refuse to learn their place, we will just force them to slaughter each other instead. With that chilling command, countless streaks of lethal energy tore through the sky, raining down on the Feather Clan's territory like a meteor shower of death. Meanwhile, safely watching from a hidden spatial portal, the Gu family ancestor, the Great Elder, and Xianxia took in the entire spectacle. The ancestor nodded with profound satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad at all, so absolutely ruthless. That is exactly how the young master of our Gu family should operate. The great elder sweat dropped, thinking to himself, birds of a feather truly do flock together in this twisted family. Gu Xian frowned in deep concern. Ancestor. The Feather Clan's inner sanctum is definitely guarded by supreme-level powerhouses. If he just violently charges in blindly like this. The ancestor kept his eyes glued to the battlefield and chuckled. True? But look at that sinister confidence radiating from him. The kid definitely has some terrifying trump cards up his sleeve. Back on the front lines, Changge stood like a dark god above the clouds. His voice echoed across the heavens. Listen closely. Entire Feather Clan, I am giving you one final warning. Today, you have exactly two options. Kneel in absolute surrender, or be erased from existence. A furious roar blasted from deep inside the Grand Hall Changge. We only held back because of our ancient treaty with the outside world. Did you really think we were scared to crush a disrespectful brat like you? You think this pathetic mob is enough to break our defenses? You are completely out of your mind. Inside the hall, the Feather Clan elders were panicking. The Dragon Clan had completely ignored their cries for help. They are forcing us to be the scapegoats. Another elder slammed his fist down in pure hatred. Damn it all, this is all because that monster holds the true dragon token. Their head elder looked dead serious. If we want to resolve this peacefully, we have no choice but to awaken our ancestor from his deep slumber. Floating outside, Changge shook his head in absolute disappointment. You both have wings, but the Black Heavenly Eagle clan is vastly smarter than you suicidal idiots. Without another second of hesitation, Changge dropped his hand and gave the ultimate order. Slaughter them all. The elite forces of the primal demonic sect surged forward, crashing into the Feather Clan ranks, sparking a devastating Fard's apocalyptic bloodbath that painted the sky red. The surviving Feather Clan warriors desperately dodged the deadly strikes, charging forward in a massive suicide squad. They roared at the top of their lungs. Changge, even if we burn to ashes together, we will never let you trample on the absolute pride of the Feather Clan. You slaughtered Lady Yu Jing. You murdered our young master, another warrior shrieked, her voice cracking with pure rage. Your life ends right here. Changge barely even smirked. Mutual destruction. Please. You extras do not even have the power levels for that. The power gap was absolute. Fresh off a massive breakthrough and itching for a fight, a wicked grin spread across his face. This new power is burning a hole in my veins. You will make perfect warm-up dummies. Boom. In a split second, jagged beams of pure destruction ripped right through the charging Feathered Clan warriors. They dropped like flies, instantly wiped out. They were completely dead before the first drop of blood even hit the floor. Just as he dove straight for the main hall, a massive defensive artifact blocked his path. Activate the Golden Luan Sacred Relic. The desperate clan members roared. Changge just casually flicked 2 fingers. Supreme Relic. Surging with overwhelming aura, a colossal emerald energy blade materialized and crashed down on their defense. Crash! The emerald blade shattered their shield like cheap glass. The violent shockwave completely obliterated the 2 elders channeling the barrier. A blinding pillar of apocalyptic light slammed directly into the clan territory. Watching from the shadows, the Gu family ancestor muttered, is this crazy brat really trying to solo their entire elite squad? Hovering like a god of destruction, Changge casually shot a glance exactly where his ancestor was hiding. And then he smirked. That single look sent a cold shiver down the old man's spine. Wait. With his current realm, how in the world did he detect my stealth? Did I slip up? The old man sweated. Meanwhile, Changge's voice echoed with pure mockery. Hiding in your shells and using your kids as meat shields. Classic trash tier clan behavior. Down on the ground, the great elder was sweating bullets, desperately spamming a mana shield to keep his people alive. The surviving crowd was losing their minds. You demonic bastard, someone screamed, while others totally panicked. Hurry, we need to awaken the ancestor right now. Changge touched down, his presence suffocating them. I will give you two options. Kneel and swear loyalty to me, or try to fight back and get wiped off the map. The Great Elder spat blood in defiance. You evil sociopath, all your toxic scheming will catch up to you. You are doomed to a horrible end. Changge actually laughed out loud. Oh. Save the hero speech. You hypocrites literally hired the Dragon Clan to assassinate me first. It is not my fault your little assassination plot completely backfired. Do not play the victim card when you were the ones dealing from the bottom of the deck. Yu Jing's grandfather was hyperventilating with rage. You butchered my granddaughter. You slaughtered our young master. Is your sick bloodlust not satisfied yet? You are pushing us straight to the brink. I swear I will smack. Before the old man could finish his dramatic threat, Changge casually backhanded the air, sending a telekinetic slap that practically dislocated the guy's jaw. Talk. 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 Changge yawned, dusting off his hands. You boomers are all bark and zero bite. Are you really trying to talk your way out of a massacre? His eyes turned ice cold. You fossils have been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, and you are still this pathetic. Stop wasting my time and just delete yourselves already. An elder violently trembled, stuttering out in pure fear. Why, you demon? The Great Elder desperately waved his hands. Hold your ground. Do not let him bait you. Changge dramatically sighed, rolling his eyes. Fine. If you refuse to make a move, I guess I will just clear the board myself. Suddenly, a terrifyingly beautiful voice sliced through the tension from miles away. Family brat. You are pushing your luck way too far. The surviving elders practically cried tears of joy, immediately dropping to their knees. The ancestor, all hail, the ancestor. Changge ran a quick mental scan. A quasi-supreme entity. Level 3 at the bare minimum. A clan foot soldier threw his hands in the air. She is finally awake, thank the heavens. We are making a comeback, another warrior hyped him up. It is totally over for Changge now. He is absolutely finished. The breathtakingly fierce ancestor descended from the sky, her aura dropping the temperature to absolute zero. You butchered my descendants and trashed my domain. The family owes me a massive explanation. The lethal beauty glared daggers at him, her voice dripping with venom. Or else, I might just accidentally turn your bones into ash. Changge just smirked inwardly. Oh. Cute. Another angry parent stepping up to defend their trash-tier kids. In a split second, his entire vibe flipped. Staring up at the empty sky, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Aunt Reezy lady is threatening me. She said she is gonna turn the entire family into literal barbecue. The sudden outburst gave the feathered clan massive whiplash. Even their fierce female ancestor blinked in confusion, while the elders behind her went into full panic mode. Wait! What? The family brought an ancestor to this fight too. Changge kept up his Oscar-worthy acting, yelling dramatically. Ancestor. Her power level is way too high. I am leaving the family's honor in your capable hands. Save me. Up in the clouds, the family ancestor was utterly speechless. His jaw practically hit the floor. Beside him, the Great Elder and Xianxia were violently holding back laughter. This toxic little punk just threw me right under the bus, the old man thought. Completely flabbergasted, left with absolutely zero options. The family ancestor shattered the spatial void, reluctantly teleporting right in front of the smug brat. Changge slapped on a fake expression of absolute awe. Oh my god, is it really the legendary ancestor Gunanshan? I have literally been your biggest fanboy since I was in diapers. Internally, he was calculating. Gunanshan was already at the Emperor Realm tier before he went into deep meditation. But since the old man has been in seclusion for decades, we never actually met. Switching gears smoothly, Changge bowed deeply with perfect martial arts etiquette. This junior greets the ancestor. The old ancestor's face was completely black with annoyance. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, "You little sociopath." Well played. Changge smiled brightly, loud enough for everyone to hear. You flatter me, ancestor. After all, I am just following your master plan to the letter. I am just the loyal messenger. The female ancestor narrowed her eyes in heavy suspicion. She could not read his power levels at all. There was zero supreme aura radiating off him. It was just a terrifying, bottomless void. Is that really their ultimate boss? A feathered clan elder whispered nervously. He does not exactly look like a quasi-emperor, right? He must just be a standard supreme tier. Another coped? If we awaken a second ancestor, we can totally gang up and crush him, having successfully stirred the pot. Gu Chang's gave a diabolical wave and prepared to dip through a spatial portal. Well, I am sure my presence here will just distract your epic boss fight, ancestor. So, I am gonna go ahead and bounce. Have fun. The ancient ancestor of the Gu family crossed his arms and let out a chilling snort. Mmph. I will settle the score with you later. Then, his piercing gaze locked onto the enemies ahead. So, you must be the ancient ancestor of the feathered race, he declared. There should be one more quasi-supreme being hiding like a coward. Step out and face your divine punishment together. The feathered race ancestor roared back in defiance. Punishment, my feathered race, is no vassal to your Gu family. Throwing your weight around like this? Aren't you afraid of provoking the wrath of the entire immortal ancient continent? From high above, a terrified subordinate shouted down in absolute panic. That is the legendary ancestor of the Gu family. Another female cultivator trembled with fear. An absolute bloodbath. I fear a great war is about to break out. The Gu family ancestor let out a mocking laugh. Arrogant. Did you all not use a sacred weapon to try and assassinate our Gu family's young master first? For tens of thousands of years, no one has dared to scheme against our immortal bloodline. What makes you think you are worthy? The sheer killing intent completely paralyzed the feathered ancestor. In a fraction of a second, Gu Nanshan closed the distance, his fist stopping right at his enemy's chest. Let us turn you to dust first, he whispered coldly. A blinding azure aura erupted from his fist, instantly shattering the feathered ancestor's divine armor into worthless fragments. Boom! An earth-shattering shockwave ripped through the atmosphere, completely obliterating the sky above the feathered race's territory. The devastating beam of light spiraled relentlessly into the earth below. As the blinding energy finally cleared, an impossibly massive crater stretched out before Gu Nanshan, radiating with residual azure power. That single strike had torn through the heavens, utterly vaporizing the floating islands and tearing the very foundation of the feathered race apart. Gu Nanshan glared into the distance and barked. You little brat, do you see my true power now? Do you still dare to use me as your pawn? Standing safely on the sidelines, Gu Changge respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. I saw it all. The ancestor is truly invincible, unmatched in this world. Your absolute mastery shakes the 8 directions. Flashing 2 thumbs up, Gu Changge chuckled internally. A casual flick of his wrist packs this much destructive force. Could this overpowered monster have already reached the remnant immortal realm? Gu Nanshan brushed off the praise. Hey, drag that other coward out here. I might as well crush them both at the same time. The absolute disrespect left the Grand Elder entirely speechless. Gu Nanshan sighed in annoyance. Suddenly, a 6-winged golden figure materialized in the sky, screaming in pure terror. Bastards! You absolute bastards, you damn wretched juniors. The second ancestor of the feathered race shrieked in absolute panic. Run. We have to escape before he catches us. Fall back and seek asylum with the dragon race. But Gu Nanshan teleported right in front of him. Where do you think you are going? Bam! A brutal backhand slapped him right out of the sky. Before the terrified ancestor could even process the hit, that nightmare-inducing azure light consumed him once again. The cultivators watching from the sidelines were horrified, cold sweat heavily soaking through their robes. One bystander stammered, the immortal Gu family. Just one of their ancestors is enough to wipe out an entire supreme race. Another woman whispered. And rumor has it, they have countless ancestors hiding in the shadows. A one-horned cultivator frowned, his expression heavy with grim calculations. Deep within the dimensional passage, the Grand Elder muttered, I knew letting him off the leash was a terrible mistake. The ancient immortal races are barely shadows of their former glory. How could they possibly survive his demonic torment? Meanwhile, Gu Xian'er stood completely frozen, her jaw practically dropping to the floor. Down below, Gu Changge looked at the surviving enemies and scoffed. Look at yourselves. If you knew this would be the outcome, why bite off more than you could chew? Now then, will you submit? Or, before he could even finish his threat, the feathered Grand Elder hastily dropped to his knees. We submit. We choose to submit. We will serve as your loyal slaves and hounds. We will follow young Master Changge's every command, even if it means marching to our deaths. Gu Changge smiled warmly. Very well. I, Gu Changge, am known for my boundless mercy. I will grant your people a second chance. But to prove your absolute loyalty, I need you to hand over a blood roster with every single name. A chilling realization washed over the survivors, sheer panic settling in their eyes. The Grand Elder hesitated, trembling in fear. This. Gu Changge's warm smile instantly morphed into a sinister, demonic grin. Gu Xian'er watched in pure horror. I cannot believe it. He is forcing the feathered race to slaughter their own people. The Grand Elder sighed heavily. Muff, that boy is a natural-born villain. And just like that, a sickening bloodbath engulfed the feathered race. The Grand Elder could only cry out in agonizing despair. When the dust finally settled, the name Gu Changge became a living nightmare. An untouchable, final boss existence to every cultivator in the realm. Several hours later, massive flying galleons cruised through the skies. Someone pointed and shouted, The immortal gate has appeared. The supreme legacy of immortality must be hidden inside. Another cultivator yelled, Hurry, do not let this epic opportunity slip away. Lounging effortlessly on one of those very ships, Gu Changge smirked to himself. Knock yourselves out and fight over the scraps. I have already looted all the top-tier treasures anyway. Leaning against the railing, his mind raced with dark calculations. The ancestors' rage will definitely turn on me soon. But his overpowered strength, I still need to exploit it for a little longer. Xian'er's faction refuses to back my claim to power. I need to hatch a new master plan. A wicked glint flashed across Gu Changge's eyes. The trap was set. The board was ready. Oh, Xian'er. My dear Xian'er, the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace met her brutal end. All because of you. Snapping back to reality, Gu Changge turned to his loyal forces. You have all worked incredibly hard on this expedition. A high-ranking general of the absolute beginning demonic sect dropped to one knee. We dare not claim any credit. My lord, we are merely fulfilling our sacred duty. The entire army roared in absolute unison. To be valued by the young master is our greatest honor. We will charge through a mountain of blades or an ocean of fire for you. We gladly offer our lives to your cause. Gu Changge nodded with deep satisfaction. The plan was flawless. Returning to the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, the scene shifted to the Supreme Peak. He stood alone on the towering platform, his gaze piercing the endless horizon. From the distance, Yanji stepped forward. Young master, was your expedition a success? As she looked at him, a shocking realization hit her. Before, his very presence leaked a terrifying aura of death, but now, he felt completely invisible to the senses. His cultivation level must have evolved to an unfathomable new realm. Yanji marveled at the young master's monstrous potential. His current strength had already reached unimaginable heights. He was practically on par with her own legendary cultivation. Gu Changge suddenly turned his imposing figure. Yanji. He spoke with cool authority. I have a special mission that requires your unique talents. Without a second thought, the stunning flame-haired beauty dropped to one knee. Your wish is my absolute command. Young master, startled by her fierce devotion, He gently reached out to lift her up. There is no need for such rigid formalities between us. His voice softened with warmth. I simply need you to track down the shadows of the past. You are searching for someone. Young master, she asked, tilting her head, swiping through his glowing blue system interface. He nodded. Yes. They vanished without a trace in the lower realms. Over 10 years ago. I will scatter some bait in the shadows shortly. After that, I am giving you absolute authority over this entire operation. With a casual flick of his wrist, a thick stack of glowing golden paper materialized. Take these realm-breaking talismans. The mortal realm is completely unpredictable. Tread carefully. Yanji's breath caught in her throat. Realm-breaking talismans. These were legendary divine artifacts that could practically grant a cultivator an extra life. As her trembling hands accepted the priceless treasures, Changge locked eyes with her. If anything were to happen to you, my heart would be shattered by unbearable guilt. A deep crimson blush immediately painted her flawless cheeks. Oh! Young master, her heart fluttered frantically like a caged bird. To casually hand over such heaven-defying artifacts. His generosity was simply staggering. His sincerity moved her to her very core. Eyes burning with fiery determination, she declared. Fear not. My lord, I would rather shatter my own soul than fail your divine trust. Meanwhile, amidst the haunting ruins of a forgotten village, two streaks of frantic light tore across the gloomy sky. 3 terrified cultivators were running for their absolute lives. Heavens above, one of them gasped for air. This used to be the glorious sanctuary of the primordial Sun Clan. How could it be reduced to such a cursed wasteland? A female spellcaster, desperately weaving hand seals, cried out. They brought this apocalypse upon themselves. Who told them to cross paths with the primeval demon instantly? A rough hand clamped over her mouth. Are you eager to meet the Grim Reaper? Her companion hissed. Never speak that taboo name. But as their flying swords cut through the clouds, the lead cultivator suddenly shrieked. Wait! What is happening? Without warning, a torrential downpour swallowed the heavens. An overwhelming pressure slammed into their bodies, leaving everyone frozen in shock. What kind of monstrous aura is this? The woman shrieked in sheer panic. The male cultivator's blood ran ice cold. Sweat drenched his robes as he pointed a trembling finger toward the horizon. The boundless ocean was literally splitting in half. A terrifying abyss opened before their very eyes. And from the crushing depths, an invincible aquatic army rose to the surface. Their vanguard banner fluttered menacingly in the storm, bearing 3 blood-chilling words. The Sea King Palace gods save us. The man whimpered. Are they declaring an all-out war? The pink-haired cultivator swallowed hard. My senior brother just returned from the ancient immortal continent. He said the 7th princess of the Sea King Palace was slaughtered, and the Gu family is taking the blame. Don't tell me. The other woman choked out. They are marching right into enemy territory for bloody revenge. The scene violently shifted. As a majestic crane soared across the tranquil clouds, Changge sat elegantly by the grand palace gates. Suddenly, a brilliant azure beam descended from the heavens. The first elder, the ancestral patriarch, and the feisty Xianxia stepped out from the light. The patriarch threw his head back in roaring laughter. Haha, tell me, my precious Xianxia, were the glorious treasures of the feathered clan to your liking? The first elder stroked his beard with a warm, beaming smile. This expedition to the ancient immortal continent yielded a heavenly harvest. You better show proper gratitude to your patriarch. Little one, hugging both their arms like a spoiled princess. Xianxia giggled sweetly. Of course, the patriarch spoils Xianxia the absolute most. Thank you for everything. Her sugary words melted the old monster's heart instantly. But she wasn't done playing the crowd, and my brilliant master is naturally the greatest in the world too. The first elder practically glowed with overflowing pride. Ha ha, you silver-tongued little devil. Just then, Changge rose gracefully from his seat. With an elegant bow, he greeted them. Welcome back, honored elders. The warm atmosphere instantly shattered. All 3 stared at him, their bright smiles turning into sharp daggers. The first elder's eyes narrowed dangerously. Changge, what is the meaning of this? Why are you lurking around here? Changge kept his head respectfully lowered. I am merely fulfilling my duty as the faithful heir. I came to welcome you back. And to make sure my dear sister hasn't been slacking in her cultivation path. He looked up, his eyes dripping with fake brotherly warmth. My. It seems your cultivation base has grown quite solid. Xian'er. This older brother is incredibly relieved. Xian'er immediately ducked behind Gu Nanshan's massive frame, sticking her tongue out and making a mocking face at her nemesis. A dramatic, sorrowful sigh escaped Gu Chengge's lips. Is my beloved sister still holding a bitter grudge over that tiny misunderstanding? When I was your age, I was bathing in blood across the boundless sea. Meanwhile, someone was crying for help, just facing a mere princess of the Sea King Palace. That struck a massive nerve. Gu Xian'er pointed a furious, trembling finger at his smug face. Gu Changge, drop the disgusting act, patriarch. Seal his cultivation right now. I am going to slap that arrogant smirk right off his face. Leisurely sipping his spiritual tea, Gu Changge didn't even blink. Xian'er. Do not let the patriarch's mighty shadow inflate your fragile ego. Borrowing another's supreme might is the path of cowards. Do not waste the harsh, loving lessons I am trying to teach you. Gu Xian'er's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Are you seriously preaching to me without a single ounce of shame? The feathered clan patriarch's body isn't even cold yet. And you dare talk about borrowing power, patriarch? Do you hear this absolute hypocrite? Gu Nanshan wiped a massive bead of cold sweat from his forehead. Well, Xian'er, the boy is an absolute menace. But his logic is flawlessly infuriating. Gu Xian'er immediately stomped her foot in whining protest. Patriarch, did we not have a solid agreement before we left? Why are you suddenly taking this monster's side? The mighty patriarch could only offer a helpless, awkward laugh. Haha. This old man only wants what is best for your glorious future. Internally, he sighed deeply. It seemed the blood feud between these siblings was far more complicated than mere blind hatred. If they were just playing a twisted, high-stakes game of cat and mouse, then this old master had no intention of letting them slaughter each other. Besides, the dark aura radiating from this bastard Gu Changge, it was a bottomless abyss of pure terror. Even a mighty patriarch like him couldn't gauge the boy's true horrifying limits. If she actually threw hands with him right now, the little girl would be utterly, devastatingly crushed, breaking the tense silence. Gu Changge smiled a devilish smile. By the way, Xian'er, are you perfectly aware of the massive storm brewing at the Sea King Palace? Gu Xian'er blinked, caught completely off guard by the shift in tone. The Sea King Palace, she repeated in confusion. And in that very terrifying instant, worry etched across her beautiful features. Are they really coming to seek revenge against me? She asked. After all, you were the one who actually killed them. A dark, calculating smile crept across Gu Changji's face. The incident started because of you, and their people died by your hands. He chuckled inwardly. Now, my dear sister, you definitely cannot guess if your older brother is trying to ruin you or forge you into a weapon. But this works out perfectly. Meanwhile, Gu Xian'er's mind was a swirling mess of confusion. She scrunched her face in pure frustration, letting out an angry groan. This disgusting guy reeks of blood. He is so incredibly annoying. Honestly, he might even be worse than Gu Changge. Shifting his focus, Gu Changge turned to the great elder. I actually came here today because I have an incredibly important matter to discuss with you. The great elder immediately went on high alert. Hemph, what kind of twisted scheme is he brewing now? Unbothered, Gu Changge calmly explained. You have dedicated your life to protecting the ancient immortals. But now that the immortal gate has opened, powerhouse cultivators from everywhere are flooding in. The ancient immortals are facing massive, earth-shattering turbulence. This chaos threatens to destroy an entire era. As long as the ancient immortals remain divided, the endless bloodshed and destruction will never stop. Tell me, Great Elder, is this not a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our Dao Tian immortal palace to rise to the very top? The Great Elder roared in absolute fury, spitting out his words like a violent storm right at Gu Chengge's face. Do you have no shame at all? Who do you think caused this massive upheaval in the first place? You are the mastermind behind this entire disaster. The Dao Tian Immortal Palace will absolutely never get involved in these toxic power struggles. That is our sacred rule passed down from ancient times. Thankfully, Gu Changge had quickly summoned an invisible barrier to block the old man's flying spit. He replied calmly, Speaking of which, doesn't the Great Elder still owe me a huge favor? At the end of the day, Gu Xian'er is a proud member of the Gu family. If you truly want what is best for her, then you should think very carefully about my proposal. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er immediately snapped back with fiery determination. Gu Changji, stop using me to threaten my master. I know for a fact you are cooking up another sinister plot. At that exact moment, the Great Elder unleashed a terrifying, mountain-crushing aura. He growled fiercely. Are you daring to threaten me? Boy. The heavy tension in the air made even Gu Nanshan sweat and deeply reconsider his life choices. Meanwhile, Gu Chengji simply clasped his hands and gave a polite bow. I would never dare do such a thing. I merely wanted to remind you of my sweet cousin's true identity. Please, consider the options wisely. The Great Elder feared unifying the ancient immortal clans because of his restrictive status. But the ruthless Gu Chengge, he possessed zero hesitations. Suddenly, the Great Elder retracted his massive pressure and burst into booming laughter. Ha ha ha, very well. So this was the trap you set up for me all along. Do you know what I want to do right now more than anything else? Boom, an even more catastrophic aura exploded, shattering the very space around them. In a flash of godly speed, Gu Chengge dodged the invisible strike. He smoothly slid behind Gu Nanshan and called out loudly. The Great Elder has clearly misunderstood my pure intentions, ancestor. Are you not going to say a few words to defend me? Are you really going to just stand there and watch me die, witnessing this shameless display? Gu Xian'er was utterly speechless. Gu Changge, you are absolutely despicable. The Great Elder let out a long, heavy sigh. Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Kid, how could a young, reckless brat like you possibly rule the ancient immortal clans? Even with your terrifying background, you are nowhere near qualified. Gu Changge just smirked, his eyes glinting with dark ambition. That is exactly what I must figure out on my own. There is zero need for you to worry about my methods. Elder, Gu Nanshan silently adjusted his majestic cloak, desperately trying to fade into the background. The Great Elder glared daggers at Gu Changge. Fine. I will agree to your crazy plan. But you must swear a sacred oath. From this day forward, you will never use any of your dirty tricks to harm Xian'er ever again. Furthermore, your entire Gu family must officially recognize her true status and bloodline. This sudden, heavy demand plunged the entire peak into dead silence. Master Gu Xian'er gasped, completely shocked by his protectiveness. Gu Changge just shrugged casually. Oh man. Why do I always feel like everyone around me harbors such deep, dark malice toward my kind heart? Stroking his long white beard, the Great Elder pressed harder. Tell me right now, do you agree or not? Gu Changge rubbed his chin, pretending to look conflicted. If I agree, won't I be forever chained down by others? I wouldn't be able to fight back. While my enemies could do whatever they please, they could even easily take my life. Your conditions are way too extreme. Elder, please forgive me, but I will need way more time to consider this terrible deal. The Great Elder smirked with hidden triumph. It is indeed a tough pill to swallow. If you refuse, I completely understand. But that means our deal regarding the ancient immortals is officially dead. Inside, the old man was cheering with victory. HEMF, I plan to force your hand with this oath. I never thought a cunning brat like you would actually get backed into a corner. But suddenly, a voice sliced right through the great elder's happy thoughts, nearly making the old master trip over his own feet. Changge declared in a loud, incredibly confident tone. If the person I am protecting is my sweet sister Xian'er, then I absolutely accept your demands. He continued, his voice dripping with terrifyingly fake sincerity. You went to such great lengths to fiercely protect her. You even risked breaking the sacred rules of our sect, as her devoted older brother. Swearing a simple little oath is the absolute least I can do. With those solemn words, Changge raised his hand toward the heavens. He was about to make the ultimate blood oath. I, Changge, swear upon my very soul, from this day forward, I will never scheme against Xian'er. Her rightful place in the Gu family shall be fully restored. Should I break this vow, may my soul shatter into endless oblivion. Hearing this absolute declaration, Xian'er froze completely. Absolute, overwhelming shock washed over her beautiful face. Meanwhile, outside the majestic gates of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, deafening war cries shook the very earth. Hand over Xian'er, a massive, terrifying army from the deep sea had gathered. They stood in a tense, suffocating standoff against the palace's defending disciples. One defending disciple wiped away his cold sweat. The Sea King Palace brought their entire military force. A bloody war is completely unavoidable now. Beside him, another guard panicked out of his mind. The Great Elder has not returned yet. What on earth are we supposed to do? Before the lead disciple could even process the absolute chaos, a familiar figure stepped out from the gates. I am right here, she declared. Xian'er's voice rang out with fearless resolve. I will take full responsibility for my own actions. The senior brother gasped in terror. Junior sister Xian'er, Hao Miao, the fearsome commander of the Sea King Palace, sneered coldly. What a bold little brat, stepping out here just to seek your own death. At least it saves us the trouble of hunting you down. Xian'er's heart suddenly dropped into her stomach. She could not read his cultivation realm at all. The power gap was absolutely massive. Yet, she stood her ground proudly. Do you even know why your precious seventh princess died? Hao Miao narrowed his eyes dangerously. Enlighten me. Xian'er let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Her foolish brother tried to frame me, so I slaughtered him. She blindly covered up his crimes to protect him. In the end, she absolutely deserved her brutal death. Hao Miao's fury exploded like a volcano. You think having the immortal palace behind you makes you untouchable? Xian'er kept her cool perfectly. I am merely stating the facts. Hao Miao roared in pure, unadulterated rage. Then, pay for those facts with your blood. Boom! Hao Miao's massive figure vanished instantly. A terrifying fist aura blasted straight towards Xian'er's face. Cold sweat drenched her back. This is bad. I cannot dodge this. But in that absolute life or death moment, Changge materialized out of thin air. He stood firmly before her, effortlessly blocking the deadly strike. His voice dripped with absolute zero hostility. And what exactly do you think you are doing? Hao Miao's eyes widened in sheer terror. When did this monster get here? Before the commander could even blink, a brutal kick sent him flying across the battlefield. Changge scoffed with pure, undeniable disdain. A so-called great saint expert attacking a little girl. The Sea King Palace truly has no shame. Hao Miao spat out blood. His eyes locked on the newcomer. You are Changge. What is the meaning of this? Young master of the Gu family, are you actually trying to protect this murderer? A terrifying, icy aura erupted from Changge's body. The meaning is perfectly clear. Xian'er carries the supreme blood of my Gu family. Did you really think I would let oceanic trash like you threaten her life? Standing behind his broad shoulders, Xian'er was completely stunned. Hao Miao gritted his teeth in violent defiance. Are you seriously willing to declare war on the Sea King Palace? Just for a disgraced exile like her? I highly advise you to reconsider your stance. Standing like an unyielding mountain before Xian'er, Changge made his absolute declaration. Xian'er is the precious jewel of our Gu family, who gave a lowlife like you the right to bully her. If the Sea King Palace insists on touching even a single hair on my sister's head today, I will personally slaughter every last one of you. Suddenly, the sky above the immortal palace ripped open. Two colossal warships materialized from the void, radiating dazzling purple light and roaring lightning. Hao Miao yanked out a glowing royal decree and burst into manic laughter. Slaughter all of us, your arrogance knows no bounds. Young Master Gu, if you insist on playing the righteous hero, then prepare to face death. He unrolled the golden decree with a thunderous roar. By the ultimate decree of the Sea King, Gu Xian'er must be captured today to avenge our seventh princess. The massive aquatic army behind him roared in absolute unison. Blood for blood, justice for the Princess Changge tilted his head. His eyes filled with mocking pity. You think you bottom feeders can stop me, and your so-called Sea King? What kind of garbage is he? With a devastating sonic boom, Changge launched himself into the heaven's primal demonic will. Awaken within me. Instantly, an overwhelming tide of dark purple energy erupted from his very soul. Down below, Hao Miao gathered a terrifying whirlpool of oceanic power. Screaming like a madman, boom, azure water and demonic purple aura collided violently in the sky. Hao Miao roared against the apocalyptic shockwave. Do you really think I came here completely unprepared? Gu Changge. A dark, calculating smirk crossed Changge's handsome face. No, he thought to himself. You are nothing but a convenient stepping stone for my master plan. The sky above became a chaotic battlefield of blinding purple and brilliant fiery light. The catastrophic shockwaves threatened to shatter the entire continent into dust. The defending disciples watched in absolute horror. That is the forbidden art of the primal demonic sect. How can young Master Gu wield such apocalyptic power? He is actually suppressing a great saint expert. Another guard screamed over the roaring winds, struggling to stay upright. If the ancient city's defensive runes were not active, half of our palace would have been vaporized by now. On the opposing side of the shattered battlefield, the aquatic army was completely paralyzed by the suffocating purple aura, unable to move a single muscle. After a terrifying exchange of blows, Changge hovered proudly in the sky, completely unharmed. Is this the so-called peak of a great saint? How absolutely pathetic. If you came here today begging for justice, then carve these words into your skull, within the borders of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace. My word is the only justice that matters. Hao Miao coughed up blood, screaming in furious despair. You arrogant little bastard, you push us too far. That wretched girl murdered our royalty first, and now you dare to play the righteous protector. Drop this pathetic good guy act. Gu Changge. The dark history between you two is no secret. You and her are absolute sworn enemies. Why risk the supreme dignity of the Gu family for someone you hate? Are you seriously sticking your neck out for her? Or are you just desperately trying to cover up your own cruel sins from the past? Gu Changge's gaze locked onto Gu Xian'er, bringing up the dark sins of the past. He descended from the sky like a god. His voice echoed with absolute dominance. Why wouldn't I dare to admit it? I was the one who extracted your bone. The Gu family had absolutely nothing to do with it. Today, I shall put an end to this intertwined fate once and for all. Gu Xian'er froze in absolute terror. Her eyes widened in shock as an eerie, brilliant azure light began to radiate from deep within Changge's chest. The Dao bone I stole from you. Changge's voice was eerily calm. I was young, foolish, and blinded by arrogance. Now, I am simply returning what is rightfully yours. Meanwhile, hidden deep within the shadows, Ancestor Gu Nanshan watched the entire spectacle unfold. Hao Miao gasped in sheer disbelief. You? Ignoring him entirely, Changge locked eyes with Xian'er, his voice dropping to a heavy whisper. This grand Dao bone, it always belonged to you. Xian'er, I ruthlessly stole it for my own gain, forcing you into a life of wandering and misery. The immortal Gu family and I carry a massive debt of guilt. So today, right here in front of everyone, I will finally give you the justice you deserve. With zero hesitation, he plunged his own hand straight into his chest. Agony twisted his features as dark crimson blood spilled from his lips. Xianxia. He choked out weakly. You have suffered far too much all these years. Watching this brutal, bloody scene, Xianxia bit her lip so hard it almost bled. Hot tears began cascading down her face. Stop, she sobbed uncontrollably. Changge. Just shut up. I already awakened a new Dao bone. I do not need yours anymore. With a sickening crunch, Changge forcefully ripped the glowing bone from his flesh. Instantly, the sky darkened. Apocalyptic thunder roared as black clouds swirled above. The Sea King's elite guards shrieked in horror. Is that the legendary Grand Dao Bone? What terrifying latent talent! Just exposing it to the air is enough to trigger a heavenly phenomenon. If the Grand Dao Bone holds this much absolute power, no wonder he committed the ultimate taboo and betrayed his own little sister back then. Trembling, Changge extended his bloody hand, offering the radiant bone to Xianxia. This Dao Bone, he murmured softly, has finally found its way back to its true master. Xianxia stood completely paralyzed, her tear-filled eyes wide with utter shock. Unable to form a single word, Changge. You. She stared at the man standing before her. Even now, he remained tall and unyielding, but right in the center of his chest was a gaping, gruesome void. Torrents of blood poured from the wound as rampant energy surged wildly around him. Yet, he just smiled calmly. Do not worry about me, Xianxia. It was just a little extraction. Deep inside her heart, an overwhelming storm raged. This excruciating pain. I know exactly how it feels. Ding! At that exact moment, a system prompt chimed in his mind. Hatred of the daughter of fortune. Xianxia. Successfully resolved. Rewarding 8,000 fortune points and 40,000 destiny points. Wiping his chin, Changge projected his voice. Xianxia has suffered bitterly for years. As her older brother, I will make things right. But this is strictly immortal Gu family business. I suggest the rest of you stay entirely out of it. Hao Miao's jaw hit the floor. The power of reincarnation. I cannot believe you actually master such a divine law. What terrifying strength. He already healed half of that fatal wound. Another cultivator gasped in awe. It seems the Dao Bone was never senior brother Gu's only trump card. A leading palace guard trembled like a leaf. Is he really already in the Void God realm? Standing in front of him, we are nothing more than pathetic fireflies trying to outshine the brilliant moon. While casually channeling his aura to heal his shattered ribs, Changge delivered his absolute verdict. Xianxia is the supreme prodigy of our immortal Gu family. What the Sea King's palace did here today, I consider it a direct declaration of war against my family. He casually wiped the remaining blood from his smirk. His voice dropped to a freezing chill. Are you all ready to die? Hao Miao roared in pure desperation. So what if you wield the power of reincarnation? If I wasn't holding back to respect the peace between our factions, do you really think a great saint like me would be pushed around? Changge let out a dark, mocking chuckle. Oh, a great saint. Is that so? Without missing a beat, he respectfully cupped his hands and looked up toward the empty sky. Ancestor, what are your thoughts on this? The very fabric of space ripped wide open, stepping out from the absolute void. Ancestor Gunanshan revealed his supreme presence. His voice boomed like divine thunder. The Sea King's palace. None of you are leaving this place alive today. Seeing the legendary Gu family ancestor blocking their only escape route, Hao Miao completely lost his mind in panic. It is the Gu family's ancestor. He frantically threw up his strongest defensive barriers, screaming into the heavens. This is bad, mighty Sea King. Please shield your loyal subjects. Boom. A colossal, terrifying merman avatar materialized, gripping a massive golden trident. The majestic projection spoke with ocean-shaking authority. The Gu family dares to bully the weak. Have you completely thrown away your honor, how? Meow groveled on the ground. My league save us. Gu Nanshan simply scoffed. He casually pulled out a rusty, brutal-looking pig-slaughtering knife. His aura instantly exploded, crushing the atmosphere. All bark and no bite. Your flashy illusions are totally useless against me. With a deafening boom, he rocketed forward for the kill. But out of nowhere, Changge casually interrupted. Hold on a second. Thinking there was a deadly ambush, Ancestor Nanshan slammed the brakes in midair, turning back with maximum annoyance. What now? He barked. Changge just flashed a totally innocent smile. I just wanted to remind you to aim carefully. Ancestor, please do not accidentally wipe ancient Heaven City off the map. The Great Elder would be incredibly pissed if you did. Veins popped on Gu Nanshan's forehead as he roared in absolute frustration. Next time you have something to say, spit it out sooner. Never interrupt my flow when I am casting my supreme arts. Changge gave a sarcastic, obedient nod. Understood. Sir, the Sea King Avatar tried to negotiate. The Sea King's palace has no intention of making enemies with the Gu family. If you just hand over Gu Xian'er before he could even finish. Nanshan's eyes flashed crimson. He mercilessly cut him off. Shut your mouth. Who the hell do you think the Sea King's palace is? You are nowhere near qualified to stand in our way. With a single cresseted, devastating swing of his rusty blade, the majestic Sea King avatar was effortlessly cleaved perfectly in half. The terrifying shockwave completely obliterated the small fry hiding behind it. The elite guards were instantly wiped from existence. Not even a single scrap of their armor survived. Everything dissolved into pure, empty nothingness. 3 days later, in a desolate, freezing wasteland entirely blanketed in pure white snow, Changge sighed, visibly annoyed. What is your problem now? Spit it out. Xian'er stood perfectly still beside him, glaring daggers with absolute zero warmth in her eyes. Gu Changge, what is your actual endgame here? Are you just playing another sick mind game with me? You literally ripped out your own bone to return it to me. Yet for 3 whole days, you haven't even looked my way. What is all this supposed to mean? Shoving his hands in his pockets, Changge casually kept walking forward. Seriously, you dragged me out here for this petty drama. Gu Xian'er, you are really starting to disappoint me. Instead of focusing on your cultivation, you are out here wasting precious time on absolute nonsense. He shot her a dangerously toxic smirk over his shoulder. What's wrong? Lacking motivation to train. Do you need me to generously rip out a few more of my bones to inspire you? Stomping in the snow behind him, Xian'er completely lost her temper. Stop acting like you are some righteous mentor, trying to teach me a lesson. I don't care what kind of facade you put on for everyone else, but I know exactly who you are. A two-faced snake acting completely different behind my back. Gu Changji's expression darkened. Gu Xian'er, do not think your Dao body makes you invincible. Have you lost your mind? Keep pushing, and I will literally kick you across the sky. Furious, she aimed a swift kick right at him. Try it. Let us see who gets kicked first. With insulting grace, Gu Changge effortlessly dodged her strike. Her foot met empty air. Before she could blink, he countered with a ruthless kick of his own, launching her miles into the distance. Her furious voice echoed through the clouds as she sailed through the air. Gu Changge, you absolute bastard. Just you wait one day. I am going to beat you to a pulp. The scene shifts to Ye Langshan's grand estate. A shadow guard knelt, delivering a full report of the chaos at the ancient heavenly city. Ye Langshan fell into deep thought. To think Brother Changge carried such a heavy past. Yi Liuli tilted her head in pure confusion, ripping out his own bone to return it to his sister. He must care for her deeply. Right. But big brother, what happens now? Will the Sea King Palace declare war on the immortal Gu family? Dishue chimed in with a soft sigh. Little Z. Highly unlikely. The Sea King Palace does not have the backbone to face an ancient titan like the Gu family in open combat. Ye Chen nodded firmly. Exactly. Not unless the Sea King has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean waves in the Sea King Palace, the sovereign of the seas roared in blind rage. Absolute garbage. My empire has ruled the endless waters for eras. Never have we suffered such crushing humiliation. Beside him, a scheming turtle chancellor offered a deadly plan. My liege, you only need to say the word. I will mobilize our elite aquatic legions. We shall slaughter the immortal Gu family. Wash away this shame in blood. And remind the world who rules the tides. But the Sea King gritted his teeth. Fools. The divine projection I granted him. It shattered instantly against that monster's power. If we truly trigger an all-out war with the Gu clan, I fear the consequences. His voice trembled with a rare, suffocating dread. Yet, the oblivious old turtle kept fueling the fire. But your majesty, our great oceanic empire is boundless and eternal. Every warrior is ready to lay down their life for our glory. It is just one measly ancient ancestor. If we unleash the full might of the ocean, we will not lose. Suddenly, the entire ocean violently convulsed. The turtle shrieked in absolute terror. What the hell is that? The Sea King's face drained of color as panic seized his soul. That terrifying aura. It is the Gu family patriarch. The narrative flashes to the peerless immortal dynasty. A loyal shadow guard knelt before Empress Yue Mingkong. Your Majesty, this is the complete report. Everything that transpired in the ancient heavenly city, young Master Changge has made a public decree. From this day forth, anyone who dares lay a finger on Gu Xian'er will have their entire bloodline erased from existence, and their bones brutally harvested. Yue Mingkong's eyes remained cold and unreadable. I understand. You are dismissed. The guard bowed deeply. Yes, Your Majesty. He vanished into the shadows. Left alone, the Empress fell into a turbulent silence. Gu Changge. Just what kind of twisted game are you playing? You feel exactly like the monster I knew. Yet entirely different. Every move you make plunges me deeper into confusion. In my past life, Xian'er suffered a fate worse than death. But now the timeline is fracturing, twisting away from my memories. Suddenly, an image flashed in her mind. Gu Changge, teasing her, making her smile. Her heart ached with a complicated warmth. Whether it is his fierce protection over Xian'er, or his strange gentleness toward me, if he truly wanted me dead, why go to such lengths? I was such a fool. It took me far too long to realize the truth. Deep down, he actually cares for me. Yue Mingkong stood up, a regal aura flaring around her. So be it. If trusting him is a fatal mistake, then let me burn for it. From this moment on, even if you declare war against the very heavens, I will be the sword standing by your side. Her mind drifted back to the dark timeline of her previous life. Once the ancient immortal continent arc concluded, the Sea King Palace would hunt Xian'er relentlessly. In retaliation, the Gu family ancestor would wipe them out completely, sealing their domain for 100,000 years. Right after that, the apocalyptic absolute Yin disaster would descend upon the world. This catastrophe would force all supreme factions to unite, establishing the true immortal academy to forge a new generation of gods. And where the absolute Yin falls, the human ancestor rises. The ancient legends were clear. Whenever a world-ending calamity struck, the human ancestor would awaken to save all living souls. The human ancestor was an eternal, immortal entity. He simply endured agonizing cycles of reincarnation to protect the mortal realm. But once this reincarnation fully awakens and reclaims his divine power, Gu Changge's true identity as the demonic art inheritor will be dragged into the light. She gazed out into the endless horizon, her mind racing with deadly calculations. Given his current level of strength, Changge is not yet powerful enough to crush the human ancestor. I have to intervene. I must find a way to delay the awakening of that golden boy. Standing at the absolute pinnacle of her grand palace, the Empress issued her imperial command. Hear the decree of your sovereign. The Peerless Immortal Dynasty is officially founding the Peerless Guard. Any cultivator possessing exceptional talent may join our ranks to defend the Empire. Below her, an ocean of court officials and elite warriors fell to their knees in perfect unison. By your will, Empress, their voices shattered the heavens. Inwardly, her eyes darkened. This Peerless Guard, it is the ultimate killing machine that Changge commanded me to forge in my previous life. By using the grand array of creation, I will strip away their humanity, transforming elite soldiers into flawless, slaughtering puppets. In the critical hour, their life forces will perfectly resonate, absorbing and sharing the burden of lethal damage. I am recreating the blood-soaked path of my past life. Only then will I be strong enough to shield you. A fiery resolve burned in Yue Mingkong's eyes. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber miles away, the legendary Dao bottle hovered before Changge, releasing ethereal spirits that danced around his majestic frame. A sinister purple light flared in his eyes. The Great Elder is far too soft, giving the Dragon Clan days to deliberate. How laughable. Humph. Those arrogant lizards will definitely plot a rebellion. A blue-haired subordinate bowed respectfully. Master, the intelligence from the Dragon Clan confirms your suspicions. Changge smirked coldly. Excellent. Now, hey Ming, spill the details. Tell me everything about that immortal scripture. A demonic figure with two jagged horns chimed in with greedy excitement. He is right. My good brother, you stumbled upon a massive fortune. You cannot just hog such divine secrets to yourself. Can you? Meanwhile, someone muttered about repaying the divine crocodile tribe. A heavily intoxicated Haiming raised his wine glass. Ha, just put all the credit under my name. He chuckled to himself. Surely, that supreme cosmic entity wouldn't mind if I recruit a few disciples in his holy name. Watching everything unfold from the shadows, Changge smirked wickedly. Oh, I do not mind at all. Who would have thought this foolish kid would be so generous? Spreading my wedding dress immortal technique like a virus. You just saved me a massive amount of work. Absorbing the pure immortal aura, Changge's eyes flashed with lethal intent. Ancient Dragon Clan, if you are so eager to court death, I will gladly grant your wish. As for the divine crocodile tribe, it is time you bow before your true master. His voice dripped with pure, unadulterated malice. Atop the great wall, a guard trembled with excitement. This immortal scripture from the Black Heavenly Eagle tribe is absolutely mind-blowing. In just 10 short days, I broke through a bottleneck that trapped me for decades. Ha ha ha. And those fools tried to keep this divine art a secret. His companion sneered. Our young master is the true genius here. It only took 2 cups of cheap wine to scam this legendary scripture out of Haiming. A bald cultivator nodded in awe. Cultivating this technique feels like leveling up at light speed. But seriously, where did that loser Haiming even find something so overpowered? Suddenly, the long-haired guard gasped in sheer terror. Enemy attack. A phantom-like silhouette materialized out of thin air. You two seem to be having a wonderful time. Care to share the joy with this goo? The guard drew his weapon, roaring. Show yourself. How dare you trespass into the divine crocodile territory? The bald guard squinted, then froze in absolute shock. Changge, what is the legendary heir of the Gu family doing here? Chang stepped out of the void, his dark robes fluttering in the wind. Oh, so you recognize me. That makes things incredibly simple. Tell your tribe leader to crawl out here and welcome your new master. The sheer arrogance of his words sent the guards into a blazing fury. You arrogant punk. Before they could strike, a massive, heavy-set figure emerged from the spatial tunnel, trespassing on our sacred grounds and demanding our absolute submission. Is the legendary heir of the immortal Gu family really this wild and utterly lacking in manners? The 2 guards instantly dropped to their knees. Clan leader, a terrifying supreme artifact began materializing in Changge's palm. I am merely here to collect what belongs to me. How is that lacking in manners? The clan leader's pupils shrank in absolute horror. That aura, that is the power of reincarnation heavens. He is the true successor of the ancient reincarnation supreme. Being Gu Chang unleashed his suffocating pressure. Now then, submit to me obediently, and I might spare your miserable lives. A cold sweat drenched the clan leader's back. Before he could even formulate a response, his hot-headed subordinates erupted in rage. So what if you inherited the legacy of an ancient god? The divine crocodile tribe kneels to no one. Another elder drew his blade. We would rather die than become your lapdogs. Gu Changge. Keep dreaming. With blazing auras, the warriors charged forward in a fierce counterattack. The clan leader screamed in panic. Stop, but it was far too late. A dark, violet light flashed in Gu Chang's eyes. Idiots! He whispered the word with devastating coldness. Instantly, grotesque purple veins erupted across a female warrior's skin. The exact same nightmare consumed the charging mob. Before their weapons could even reach him, they froze, collapsing completely lifeless onto the cold stone. Trembling violently, the clan leader choked on his own terror. Is this a slave mark? A survivor wailed in despair. How can he detonate the slave marks with just a single thought? Gu Changge smirked internally. It seems the dark effects of my wedding dress immortal technique are just as ruthlessly efficient as a traditional slave mark. He looked down like a god, surveying insects. Does anyone else have an objection? Broken and completely hopeless, the clan leader slammed his forehead against the floor. From this day forward, we pledge our eternal loyalty to the young master. The remaining tribesmen collapsed to their knees in unison. We vow to serve the young master. Their unified voices echoed with pure submission. Desperate to prove his worth, the clan leader quickly spoke up. Young master, I have critical intel regarding the ancient snake tribe. Would you allow this humble servant to share it? Gu Chang raised a brow. His interest slightly piqued. Oh, do tell. Speak. The clan leader nervously reported. Regarding the reincarnation Dao platform incident, you absolutely must be careful of the ancient snake clan. They have been secretly amassing military power. I fear they intend to assassinate a successor like you. Gu Chang's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you saying they plan to fight me to the bitter end? The clan leader nodded fiercely. Yes, that tribe is famous for their hardcore stubbornness. However, the scene immediately cuts to the territory of the supposedly stubborn ancient snake tribe, where tens of thousands of elite snake warriors were already groveling in the dirt before Gu Changge. The ancient snake tribe has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Young Master Gu, our entire bloodline belongs to you. We will march through boiling oil and raging fires for your glory. Please lead our clan to absolute greatness and eternal victory. The divine crocodile clan leader stood perfectly still, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Gu Chang threw a glacial side glance at the crocodile leader, famous for their hardcore stubbornness. You said, the crocodile chief stammered, sweating bullets. TF this. Meanwhile, the snake clan leader thought to himself, I may be stubborn, but I am not brain dead. I refuse to let my tribe get completely wiped out like the feathered clan. Trying to save face, the crocodile chief quickly pivoted. Master has conquered the enemy without shedding a single drop of blood. What are your divine orders next? A terrifying, devilish smile curved on Gu Chang's lips. Next, we assemble the Grand Army. Suddenly, the heavens tore open. Two apocalyptic warships from the absolute beginning demonic cult broke through the clouds, surrounded by the catastrophic fleets of the immortal Gu family. Lightning violently shredded the sky as a shadowy dark prince watched the impending doom from afar. A voice muttered from the shadows. Gu Changge is making a massive move. It seems the fate of the ancient immortal continent is finally sealed. The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face. An elder standing nearby stroked his beard. That man is a master manipulator. He's plotting to swallow the entire ancient immortal race. This terrifying ambition didn't just happen overnight. The young master of the Wang family spoke up. Rumor has it, he walked right out of the Grand Elder's heavenly immortal palace, Right before heading straight for the Dragon Clan, nobody knows what sparked the clash. But the Dragon Clan's ancestor actually threw down with the Grand Elder. The sheer force of their battle reduced hundreds of thousands of miles of dragon territory into absolute ashes. In the end, the dragon ancestor was completely devoured. But out of respect for their ancient history, the Grand Elder showed mercy and spared their bloodline from total extinction. Too bad for them. Changge clearly has no intention of letting them off the hook. The Elder scoffed coldly. Those dragons are incredibly stubborn. They never learn. They actually dared to disrespect the Grand Elder's face. Wiping them out wouldn't be a pity at all. The young Wang master raised an eyebrow. Elder, is Changge seriously trying to unite the entire ancient race? The Elder let out a heavy sigh. Things have already escalated to this point. Even if he didn't want to, he has no choice but to calculate his next move. A smirk crept across the young master's face. What a terrifying guy. I wonder, if he went head-to-head with my big sister, who would come out on top? Foolish nonsense, the Elder barked. Comparing that monster to your sister is an absolute insult to her name. Her talent is absolutely peerless. A once-in-an-eon genius, she was literally born to be a saintess. Destined to be chosen by the human ancestor hall as a supreme paragon of virtue. It's just her personality since childhood. The Elder shuddered as a traumatic memory from the past flashed before his eyes. A tiny, fierce little girl, violently bullying a group of helpless old men. What the heck is wrong with you guys, she had screamed. I'm not even of age yet, trying to force an engagement on me. Do you have a death wish? Push me again, and I swear I'll blow all you old geezers straight to the afterlife. The Elder massaged his temples, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Such a karmic disaster. The scene drastically shifts to the legendary human ancestor hall, a majestic sanctuary completely surrounded by breathtaking, glowing barrier arrays. Pulses of terrifying spiritual energy rippled outward from the grand palace. Deep inside the sanctum, a woman draped in flowing, ethereal robes floated in deep meditative cultivation. A female attendant rushed into the chamber, bowing deeply. Reporting to the Holy Maiden, Saintess Ye Chen has completely vanished from the heavenly realm, and she left a message behind. The breathtaking beauty hovering in mid-air slowly opened her eyes. Spit it out. What were her exact words? The attendant swallowed nervously. Saintess Ye Chen stated, she has absolutely zero interest in hunting down the reincarnation of the human ancestor. She claimed that the human ancestor hall was just holding her back. She even declared she quits being a saintess. She just wants to find a handsome husband and get married. The ethereal beauty gracefully touched the ground. Her eyes flashed with icy fury. She is absolutely dreaming. Once you step foot in the human ancestor hall, you belong to the hall for life. Tracking down the reincarnated human ancestor and guiding him to rule the world is the sacred duty and heavy burden of our lineage. She narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. According to the prophecies, the reincarnated ancestor is about to reveal himself. It seems I must step out into the world as well. In this era, the demonic art inheritor has resurfaced, plunging the entire realm into utter chaos. I have to hunt him down first and erase him from existence entirely. The camera cuts to the vast open skies. A luxurious flying carriage was tearing through the clouds at breakneck speed. At the front, an old driver intensely focused on steering the spiritual beasts. Meanwhile, a sassy feminine voice echoed from inside the cabin. Stop following us. Go back and tell your precious young master to stop wasting his energy. This lady has zero interest in him. The desperate cultivators chasing right behind them hollered back. Lady show these are the young master's absolute orders. Our hands are completely tied. Please don't make this any harder for us. Inside, the fiery maid threw her hands up in absolute frustration. Zhao Tianxing, why won't that annoying creep just give up already? Our young lady had endless lines of top-tier suitors back in the heavenly realm. He doesn't even stand a chance. One of the pursuing guards quickly tried to defend his boss. Hey now. Lady Shu our young master, is the future head of the ancient Zhao clan. Your words are crossing a serious line right now. The guard flying next to him chimed in. Exactly. Besides, the young master is completely devoted to the saintess. He sent us to escort you just in case some shady villains tried to pull a fast one. Even if we don't get credit, you gotta respect the hustle. Suddenly, boom, a blinding surge of azure light erupted from the carriage. The stunning woman inside snapped. You guys are the actual shady villains here, while this lady is still keeping her temper in check. Get lost. The massive wave of blue aura blasted toward the airborne cavalry. In a split second, it transformed into countless razor-sharp spiritual swords. Her terrifying voice echoed across the sky. Tell Zhao Tianxing, if he doesn't learn his place next time, not even the heavens themselves will be able to save him. And you can quote me on that. I am Ye Chen, one of the terrified guards shrieked, in absolute panic. It's the Ye Chen saintess, at the front. The old carriage driver burst into a booming, hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Since the young miss isn't in the mood, let's kick things into high gear. Inside the cabin, Wang Ziqing crossed her arms, fuming. Damn it. I seriously despise fake nice guys the most. Her maid tilted her head, completely confused. My lady, what exactly is a fake nice guy? Wang Ziqing paused for a second, then went into full explanation mode. Oh, that. It's like when some random dude hands you a bouquet of flowers, buys you exactly one meal, and then acts like you owe him your hand in marriage. If it were you, would you accept that garbage deal? The maid furiously shook her head side to side. Huh, heck no. Obviously, Wang Ziqing nodded in sheer approval. Exactly. But then the maid started counting on her fingers. One meal is way too cheap. I'd say he needs to buy me at least 10. Wait. No. 100 meals before I'd consider it. Wang Ziqing deadpanned, utterly speechless at her maid's food logic. Oblivious. The maid clapped her hands in absolute awe. Wow. Young lady, you really know everything. Wang Ziqing proudly flicked her nose with a smug grin. Of course I do. But as her eyes closed, a secret thought crossed her mind. Duh. I used to be a legendary keyboard warrior in my past life. A sudden wave of nostalgia hit her like a truck. Memories of her past life flashed before her eyes. Back in my original world, I had god-tier looks and came from a filthy rich family. But tragically, my body was incredibly fragile. I spent my entire existence trapped inside 4 suffocating hospital walls. She remembered the agonizing feeling of being bedridden, fading away at the young age of 20. Staring out the carriage window, a wistful smile touched her lips. Dying and actually getting to transmigrate to this fantasy world. I hit the absolute cosmic jackpot. I finally scored a perfectly healthy body, roaming the world and living my absolute best life. That's the only fate I'm choosing now. Who cares about this whole human ancestor-successor nonsense? Honestly, I couldn't care less. It literally feels like I got isekai'd straight into a cheesy reverse harem novel. You know the tropes. The icy, overbearing prince, the wildly unpredictable demon lord. Am I seriously supposed to be some brainless fangirl chasing after them? As if those so-called peerless geniuses are completely lacking in the brain department. Hearing this, her loyal maid tilted her head. My lady, were you joking about finding the perfect husband to marry? Wang Ziqing smirked, her eyes gleaming with ambition. Obviously, that was a massive lie. Your lady is destined for greatness. I will become the ultimate female immortal king. I will crush the 3,000 realms and conquer the 14 provinces with my bare hands. Why would I let petty romance chain me down? The little maid gasped, stars practically forming in her eyes. But then reality crashed back in. Wait, my lady, we sneaked out without saying a single word. What about the Holy Maiden? Zichen rolled her eyes, cutting her off. Oh, please, if I actually asked for permission, Do you really think she would let us leave? She constantly walks around with that icy glare, acting like the entire universe owes her money. She is way too obsessed with her own pure and flawless image. The maid timidly tried to defend her, but the Holy Maiden is genuinely kind. She is just a little frosty on the outside. Plus, she is always fighting for justice. Ye Chen clapped back instantly. Sure, she is a good person, but what she desperately needs is a boyfriend. Maybe then she would stop acting like every single guy, besides the human ancestor, is absolute garbage. Before she could even finish her rant, the maid pointed eagerly at the horizon. Look over there, my lady. That is the inner region of boundless heaven. Rumor has it that young Master Wu Shuang is there right now. Should we go pay him a visit? Ye Chen scrunched up her nose in pure disgust. Ugh. Wang Wushuang, my completely useless little brother. Hard pass. But the maid was not giving up that easily. Please. Listen, boundless heaven is the center of the world right now. They say the heir to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace is absolutely unrivaled among the younger generation. Ye Chen gave her maid a deadpan stare. So, after all that rambling, you just want to go sightseeing? Do you not? The maid completely ignored her and kept fawning. Rumors say he is an absolute taboo existence. They say he possesses the talent of a true immortal. Young Master Gu Changge, his prestige in boundless heaven is unmatched. He is the heir to the immortal Gu family, not to mention the sole heir to the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace, backed by the absolute beginning divine cult, and countless other immortal factions. Ye Chen just closed her eyes and scoffed. The talent of a true immortal. Give me a break. Did his dad just pay someone to spread that rumor? It sounds like massive overcompensation. With all her meta-novel knowledge, she knew exactly how this played out. These flashy, overhyped geniuses, they always die early. Miserable deaths. Plus, just look at his name, Gu Changge. That screams arrogant mid-boss, not main character. Everyone knows the real protagonists always have humble names like Fan or Ling. She turned to give her naive maid a reality check. Listen closely to me. Guys like him are destined to be cannon fodder. Just stepping stones for the real hero, and here you are, swooning over him. The maid blinked in total confusion. Cannon fodder. Ye Chen just kept lecturing, fully in her element. Of course, you would not understand the tropes. I bet right at this very moment, some underdog named Ling is being bullied by this Gu Changge. And soon, that underdog will awaken his true power and slap the absolute taste out of Gu Changge's mouth. The fox maid immediately puffed her cheeks in defense. My lady, you should not speak ill of young Master Gu. He sacrificed everything to fight the demonic art inheritor. He damaged his own life essence. He nearly died a hero on the heavenly antiquity continent. He is a beacon of absolute righteousness. And on top of that, everyone says he is flawlessly handsome, an ethereal being completely above the mortal realm. Ye Chen held up a hand. Completely done. Stop, not another word out of you. Anyone listening would think you were his maid, not mine. Meanwhile, the scene shifted dramatically. The sky burned with a blinding golden brilliance. Massive, terrifying warships dominated the heavens. Down below, absolute hell had broken loose. A blood-soaked war raged between Gu Changge's forces and the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Patriarch roared, shaking the earth, "You arrogant Gu family brat. Do not dream that the proud Dragon Clan will ever bow to you. We have ruled these lands since ancient times. Even in the face of a true immortal, we have never knelt. What gives a little punk like you the right to command the immortal antiquity high above?" Gu Changge just smiled, his voice chillingly calm. You misunderstand completely. Patriarch, I am merely a humble junior. I would never dare to claim rulership over these lands. However, you issued the true dragon order. You sent the feathered clan to assassinate me. Today, I am simply here to collect my pound of flesh. Call it poetic justice. The Dragon Patriarch spat in absolute fury. Pure slander, you twisting snake. You march an entire army to slaughter my people, and you dare cloak yourself in the name of justice. You drag our noble clan's honor through the mud. I will rip you limb from limb. Dark aura violently erupted around Changge. Two razor-sharp long blades materialized behind him. Humming with death, he merely chuckled, thoroughly entertained. Oh, come now. We are far past the point of diplomacy. Why so furiously defensive? Patriarch. If the mighty dragon clan chooses death over submission, then do not blame me when I completely wipe your bloodline from existence. Panic ripped through the dragon warriors below. Meanwhile, hidden spectators watching from afar gasped in pure horror. Good heavens, is that the ancient wheel of reincarnation? Another spectator quickly corrected them, voice trembling. No, it cannot be the original divine artifact. It has to be a flawless replica, forged by the ancient reincarnation heavenly exalted. A wave of dread washed over the crowd. But how is this even possible? Why does a kid like Changge possess such terrifying power? Whispers of absolute terror spread like wildfire. What is his connection to the heavenly exalted? Damn it all. Does this monster have a hidden background we do not even know about? This is a nightmare. We need to surrender right now. Hearing the panic, the patriarch gritted his teeth. Cunning bastard. He brought out that artifact just to shatter our army's morale. He unleashed a desperate, heaven-shaking roar. Hear me. The pride of the dragon clan is eternal. We die on our feet. We never live on our knees. Do not expect us to bow like dogs. Kill them all. The loyal subordinates surged forward, their razor-sharp claws tearing through the air, just as an assassin attempted a sneak attack. Changge was already gathering his aura. He silently gauged the power of a quasi-supreme. Suddenly, the Black Heavenly Eagle clan leader descended from the sky to shield him. The leaders of the Divine Crocodile, Snake, and Heavenly Eagle clans materialized at once. Their voices echoed across the battlefield. Young master, we have arrived to assist you. The Dragon Clan leader stared in absolute horror. You traitors. You were plotting a rebellion this entire time. His oppressive aura exploded outward as he roared. You absolute bastards. Assume your true forms. Unbothered. Changge spoke with icy calm. Grand Elder, I expect you to honor our agreement. Instantly, a colossal pillar of divine light crashed down upon the Dragon Clan leader. Drawing out an agonizing scream, the members of the Dragon Clan froze in terror, screaming into the chaos. Clan leader, that blinding pillar of light blasted the earth apart, sending shockwaves that violently threw the surrounding warriors away. As the golden-white radiance pierced the dragon domain, a voice echoed from the heavens. The Dragon Clan leader has fallen. There is no need to accumulate any more bloody karma. Watching from afar, the Snake Clan leader swallowed hard, to suppress the Dragon Clan leader with a single strike. What a terrifying existence. Thank the heavens I surrendered early. Meanwhile, Changge was also calculating to swat away a quasi-supreme so casually. The Grand Elder's true power far exceeds my estimates. Stepping forward, Changge's voice rang out with absolute authority. Your leader has been defeated. Bow before me, or join him in death. The surviving dragon kin looked at each other, their eyes falling upon the tragic corpses of their fallen youth. An elder stepped forward, his voice trembling with defeat. The era of our dragon clan is over. We yield. We will submit to you. Changge let out a bored sigh. Good. He sneered in his mind. Classic fools. They never shed a tear until they see the coffin. Following his word, a streak of purple light shot up into the sky. Clasping his hands, Changge played the role perfectly. It is finished. This victory belongs entirely to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder turned his face away, his tone stern. Remember the promise you made to me. Changge immediately raised his voice for all to hear. As a proud disciple of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, I naturally accept this duty for the safety of our sect. A wave of shocked whispers erupted among the cultivators of the Immortal Palace. Realizing the trap, The Grand Elder spun around in a furious rage. You unreasonable little brat. You planned to drag the entire immortal palace into this mess from the very beginning. Changge offered a flawless, innocent smile. Whatever do you mean? Grand Elder, do not forget. You still owe me a massive favor. If any troublesome matters arise in the future, I will definitely be knocking on your door. Before he could even finish his sentence, the Grand Elder vanished into the void, leaving behind a string of curses. Utterly shameless. Stay as far away from me as possible. I never want to see your face again. A victorious smirk played on Changge's lips. But suddenly, the crisp chime of the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. A new son of fortune has been detected. Hidden identity confirmed. The target is an otherworldly transmigrator. Changge's eyes narrowed with dangerous interest. A transmigrator. A wicked, predatory grin spread across his face. So, another soul from my old world. How fascinating. Fellow countrymen are always the easiest to manipulate. The leaders of the ancient immortal clans bowed deeply in unison. Young master, your orders have been executed. The Dragon Clan rebels have paid the ultimate price. Changge nodded in approval. Excellent work. Very well done. His mind was already spinning a new web. With 3 major ancient clans under my control, the great orthodoxies will definitely feel threatened. I will keep them hidden in the shadows as my trump card. But this new transmigrator, did they arrive in this world before me? Or after? Regardless, such an unpredictable anomaly must be crushed immediately. Far away from the bloody battlefield, a mysterious clan elder watched the aftermath. His voice heavy with awe. If I had not witnessed this with my own 2 eyes, I would never believe a youth could orchestrate something so magnificent. Standing beside the elder, young master Wang Wushuang shook his head. In some aspects, Changge is far more terrifying than the inheritor of the demonic arts. The elder nodded in agreement. According to the rumors, that demonic art inheritor ultimately suffered a crushing defeat at his hands and fled for his life. Yet, to this day, no one has uncovered his true hiding place, even if that monster is launching sneak attacks on young prodigies. He must have been severely wounded by Changge. His injuries are definitely not light. The elder paused, his gaze fixed on the distant figure in white. In the current younger generation, I fear it is nearly impossible to find anyone worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Young master, moving forward, you should truly observe Changge and learn from his methods. Wang Wushuang let out a bitter laugh. When it comes to sheer ruthlessness and tactical brilliance, I am miles behind him. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks become completely useless. Besides, does our Wang family not still have my older sister? Out of nowhere, a sharp voice cut through the air behind them. Always hiding behind your sister the second you see a real powerhouse. With an attitude like that, you are destined to be a background character forever. The sudden reprimand made both men jump out of their skin. Wang Zikin practically leaped out of the sky, landing a flying kick squarely on her brother's back. Do you have any ambition at all? Are you not embarrassed to wear those noble robes? After all these years, how are you still so utterly pathetic? Right on cue, her loyal maid touched down softly beside them. Wang Ziqin's flawless kick had sent Wang Wushuang tumbling head over heels into the dirt. He scrambled back to his feet, grumbling as he dusted himself off. Did the human ancestor hall teach you absolutely zero manners? What kind of noble lady acts like a complete brute? Wang Ziqin's expression instantly grew serious. Wushuang, you better carve this into your brain. There is always a higher mountain, and there is always someone stronger beyond the heavens. The 3 great ancient clans were no fools. Just holding the title of the ancient reincarnation supreme's heir, that wasn't nearly enough for Changge to conquer the immortal continent. The clan elder quickly bowed in deep respect. Greetings, young miss. Her brother frowned in confusion. Then what are you suggesting? Sister Wang Zichen merely narrowed her eyes. her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. I have been watching him for a while now. His methods are absolutely ruthless. Yet he hides his true power flawlessly. Even I cannot fathom his true depths. Her maid sighed with heavy regret. What a pity. Rumor has it that Changge is already engaged. Otherwise, he would be a perfect match for you. My lady. Wang Ziqin smirked with absolute confidence. It is his loss for missing out on a top-tier genius like me. Still, I suppose his fiancé scored the jackpot. The clan elder chimed in. It is rare to see you praise someone so highly. My lady. Shall we pay him a visit? Wang Ziqin paused, then nodded. All right. Let us go see what he is made of. Her brother stood there, totally bewildered. Wait. What on earth is happening? Does she not absolutely despise blind dates? Her maid was just as confused. Exactly, she had zero interest before we got here. Smack. Before she could finish, Wang Ziqin delivered a swift flick to her forehead. Who asked for your opinion? Meanwhile, at another location, subordinates were busily sorting mountains of glittering loot. Haul those chests over here, one shouted. Watch it, these are supreme artifacts, another barked. Handle them with care. Changge stood quietly in the corner. His eyes locked onto a floating holographic screen. Ding, daughter of fortune has taken an interest in the host. Fortune points increased by 1,000. Destiny value increased by 5,000. Changge blinked in mild surprise. Oh, you can farm points just like that. A dark smirk crept onto his face. It seems my fellow transmigrator has noticed me, and she is actually intrigued. I guess my natural charisma is simply overwhelming. She definitely watched that entire battle unfold. If my calculations are correct. Before he could finish the thought, a guard rushed in, dropping to one knee, reporting to the young master Wang Wushuang. The heir of the immortal Wang family requests an audience. They are waiting at the edge of Dragon Island. Changge's mind raced. Well, that was fast. The immortal Wang family. Huh? He waved his hand dismissively. Escort them to the summit. The guard bowed deeply. At once. Young Master Changge licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with predator-like calculation. To think she dropped so much destiny value just from mere curiosity. With fortune that massive. He mused inwardly. Is she not the ultimate walking goldmine? Outside the grand pavilion, the guards led the way. Right this way. Esteemed guests. Young Master Changge has already prepared the tea. Her maid leaned in, whispering. Young Master, why are you so eager to meet this guy? Wang Ziqin chuckled behind her fan. Haha. It is a burden being this gorgeous. Do you think I want him stealing my spotlight? Oh. Shu air. You just do not understand. Being born with such devastating good looks is truly a curse in disguise. But internally, her thoughts were sharp and tactical. Besides, I cannot afford to expose my true identity as the Holy Maiden of the Mortal Palace just yet. This cultivation world is overflowing with arrogant, boring prodigies. Changge, you better not disappoint me. The guard gestured respectfully toward the highest peak. Our young master awaits you at the top. Wang Wushuang clasped his hands in a formal martial salute. We appreciate your hospitality. Wang Ziqin's sharp gaze swept across the courtyard. She was secretly analyzing Changge's military strength. Wait. Even his basic perimeter guards are at the God King realm. His hidden foundations are terrifyingly deep. No wonder he acts completely fearless. Weaponizing one's family background this efficiently is a supreme talent in itself. Approaching the pavilion, Wang Wushuang bowed deeply. Greetings, Brother Gu. Changge rose gracefully to welcome them. Brother Wang, there is no need for such formalities. We are far from home, so the accommodations are quite humble. Please, excuse the simplicity. The maid stared at him, absolutely starstruck. Wow, he is even more breathtaking up close. Such an elegant and gentle aura. You can just tell he is a deeply righteous man. But Wang Ziqin was not fooled for a second. Oh, please, she thought, rolling her eyes internally. That is the classic textbook villain smile. Fake warmth on the outside, absolute ice on the inside. One glance is all it takes to know he is basically walking trouble. Changge flashed a dazzling smile, gesturing to the luxurious jade chairs. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Once everyone had settled down, Changge poured the immortal tea and calmly spoke. To what do I owe the pleasure of this sudden visit? Brother Wang. Wang Wushuang smiled respectfully. I witnessed your brilliant and ruthless tactics in suppressing the ancient dragon clan. I was deeply in awe and came seeking your profound wisdom. Changge furrowed his brow, looking perfectly humble. Brother Wang, you flatter me far too much. For countless eras, the dragon clan has bullied the weak. They covered the heavens with their arrogance, running totally wild. Today's tragic ending is simply karma catching up to them. Furthermore, I merely went with the flow of the times. It was the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace pulling the strings from the shadows. You all saw how ruthlessly the Great Elder struck. I was nothing more than a convenient pawn, pushed onto the front lines to take the heat. Wang Wushuang quickly waved his hands. Ah, Brother Gu, there is no need for such extreme modesty. In our entire generation, who else could completely dominate the Dark Heaven Eagle tribes like you? The Wang clan elder sat silently, casually sipping his spiritual tea. Changge also raised his porcelain cup. He took a slow, elegant sip before speaking. You are giving me far too much credit. Brother Wang, domination is a strong word. I simply leaned on my connections with the ancient immortal of reincarnation. It was their mighty assistance that sealed the deal. Now that the ancient immortal continent is unified, my backers have all packed up and left. At that exact moment, Wang Ziqin dramatically snapped her fan open. She had enough of the polite banter and decided to make her presence known. To spit out such gloriously hypocritical nonsense with a straight face. You really are rotten to the core. Are you not? Pfft. Both the clan elder and Wang Wushuang sprayed their tea straight across the table. Her maid frantically tugged at her sleeve. Young master, are you crazy? You cannot just say the quiet part out loud to his face. Changge widened his eyes in feigned innocence. And who might this bold individual be? Wang Wushuang scrambled to smooth things over. Please forgive the grave offense. Brother Gu, this is my older brother. His name is Wang Ziqin. He has zero filter and constantly speaks absolute nonsense. Please, do not take his unhinged words to heart. Changge stared right through her disguise, his voice casually cutting through the tension. Oh, I see. So this is your older sister. Total absolute silence. All three Wang clan members froze, absolutely stunned. He is my older brother. Wang Wushuang stammered helplessly. Changge took a slow sip of tea, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Oh, please. With an otherworldly aura like yours, Miss Wang, it's incredibly obvious you aren't a guy. Above her head, a glowing system window flashed into existence. Target Wang Ziqin. Gender female. Luck value 12,000. Meanwhile, her mind was racing. I exposed his disguise right to his face. Yet he didn't even flinch. She thought. His observation skills are absolutely off the charts. He's definitely not your average cannon fodder. Now this is getting interesting. But no matter how overpowered he might be, there's zero chance he knows I'm a transmigrator from another world. Raising her teacup with a bold laugh, she leaned in. Haha, rumor has it that Brother Gu possesses the ultimate talent of a true immortal. I thought the world was just hyping you up. But seeing you in person, the legends don't even do you justice. Changge merely chuckled. Those are just empty titles. Miss Ziqin gives me far too much credit. Standing up, she threw out a casual challenge. Opportunities like this are extremely rare. When it comes to the power dynamics and future of our current immortal realm, I'd love to pick your brain and see where we stand. What do you say? Brother Gu naturally. The villain played along smoothly. The floor is yours. Miss Ye Chen. I am all ears for your brilliant insights. Their high-level banter left their three companions absolutely clueless and staring blankly. Deep down, Gu Changge was laughing maliciously. She really has no idea who she's dealing with, he mused. To a transmigrator like her, use native geniuses are just clueless NPCs waiting to be farmed. Looks like I need to put on an Oscar-worthy performance. It would be an absolute waste to let her sudden interest in me die out. Just wait until we get a little closer. Then you'll truly understand the absolute terror of catching the ultimate villain's attention. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the moonlight took over. Their clueless entourage was still glued to their seats. I can't believe the young miss and young master Changge are vibing this hard. A maid whispered. The other two nodded in pure disbelief. Finally, Wang Zichen broke the flow. Wow. Look at the time. It's getting pretty late. Brother Gu, your methods might not exactly scream righteous hero, but you're way more authentic than those hypocrites who constantly preach about justice. Gu Changge humbly bowed his head. I wouldn't dare claim such high praise. Honestly, hearing your unique takes today has been an absolute breath of fresh air. Meeting you makes me regret that our paths didn't cross years ago. She burst into laughter. Haha. The feeling is completely mutual. Brother Gu, the way I see it, you are absolutely destined to stand at the very pinnacle of this world. You'll be watching empires rise and fall like mere ripples in a pond. Gu Changge let out a perfectly timed sigh. Alas. Not finding you sooner is truly one of my life's biggest regrets. Twirling a fallen leaf in her fingers, Wang Zichen tossed out a casual, yet loaded question. Oh, aren't you worried your fiancé might hear you saying things like that? The bold question caught Gu Changge slightly off guard. Right before his eyes, she finally dropped her disguise, revealing her true, breathtaking form. But honestly, I don't think it's too late. She purred. Why don't you just trash that old engagement and marry me instead? What do you say? That crazy proposition made her followers literally choke on their tea. Young miss, they coughed out in panic. Ignoring them, Wang Zichen stepped closer. Brother Gu, we're both top-tier masterminds here. An alliance between the two of us would be the ultimate power move. With our combined brains and brawn, the entire world would be ours for the taking. Gu Changji's eyes remained ice-cold, but he managed a polite chuckle. You must be joking. Miss Zichen, that engagement was set in stone by my parents when I was just a kid. Even if I wanted to say yes to you, there's no way the massive faction backing you would ever let it happen. Her heart skipped a beat. Is he talking about the Wang family? She panicked internally. Did he seriously figure out my true background in just a single afternoon, refusing to back down? Wang Zichen puffed out her chest. You don't need to sweat the details about my family. When I decide I want something, nobody can stand in my way. But honestly, getting rejected by you this quickly really hurts a girl's ego. Gu Changge casually poured himself another cup. Your talent and combat specs are unmatched in this generation, Miss Zichen. But right now, your current weight just isn't heavy enough to tip the scales. Wang Zichen's mind went into overdrive, analyzing his file. As a kid, he ruthlessly ripped out his own cousin's Dao Bone. He came back from the lower realms flexing insanely rare spatial magic. And now, he's casually flaunting the inheritance of the ancient reincarnation immortal. His judgment is terrifyingly precise. His methods are absolutely ruthless. And he's got both the brains and the brawn to back it up. This Gu Changge is an endless abyss. It seems I really messed up by underestimating him from the start, unable to handle the intense atmosphere anymore. Her fake brother hastily stood up. He was internally screaming. He's so calm and collected. It's insane. He didn't leave a single opening out loud. He said, All right. It's getting pretty late anyway. Catching the hint, the entire group started shuffling to make their exit. Ye gave a final nod. I won't take up any more of your time tonight. The fake brother cupped his hands in a respectful bow. We will take our leave, but right before walking away, Wang Zikin threw a dramatic glance over her shoulder. By the way, Brother Gu, do you think our paths will cross again instantly? A system notification flashed in his mind. Wang Zichen's attitude had officially shifted. Host's luck value has increased by 2,000. Destiny points have increased by 500. Maintaining that flawless, charming smile, Gu Changge cupped his hands in return. Of course, it is entirely inevitable that we will meet again. Later, standing completely alone on the towering city walls, his facade finally dropped. Memories of the intense, passionate moments spent with Yue Mingkong flashed through his mind. His voice turned icy. Shadows, report. In the blink of an eye, an elite subordinate materialized from the darkness. Gu Cheng's gave his ruthless command. Send our best scouts to track Princess Mingkong. I want a full report on her recent movements. The female assassin bowed with utmost reverence. Consider it done, my lord. Left to his own devices, the villain began calculating his next mastermind move. Since Yue Mingkong is a regressor, she definitely holds the cheat codes to future events. By tracking her every move, I'm guaranteed to stumble upon some game-changing clues. And if Wang Zikin is truly the successor of the human ancestor hall, her stepping into this world today changes everything. The current generation's human ancestor was about to emerge. But fortunately, that transmigrated girl had her own agenda. She clearly had absolutely no intention of being a tracking dog for the human ancestor's reincarnation. This works perfectly in my favor. The human ancestor and the demonic art inheritor are destined to be mortal enemies. Worse yet, he possesses a method to sniff out my demonic lineage. This hidden threat, whether I replace him or erase him, it needs to happen fast. As the thought settled, Gu Changge shattered his teacup into dust. His eyes flashed with cold resolve to crush this hero before he could even awaken. Meanwhile, inside a breathtakingly majestic palace, a loyal shadow guard knelt, delivering his urgent report to Yue Mingkong. Reporting to the Empress, the spatial coordinates for the Heavenly God realm have been fully locked down. The Peerless Guard has selected their elites, and the second squad is currently assembling. Yue Mingkong dismissed him with a graceful wave. Excellent work. You may leave. Her gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. In her memories of her past life, the human ancestor's reincarnation ascended directly from the Heavenly God realm. If I want to protect Gu Changge, I have to strike the fatal blow before that so-called hero returns to the upper realm. Luckily, the Heavenly God realm is millions of miles from the inner domain. Even the Ancestral Hall won't track down his reincarnation anytime soon. I must use this brief window to return to my own Ancestral Hall. Once I receive the Emperor Weapon Empowerment, I can fully refine my remaining immortal essence. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned glacial. Gu Changge, if you dare to betray my heart again in this lifetime, I will personally drag you to the abyss. High above, Gu Changge looked down like a god. Below him, Haiming knelt in absolute terror. Haiming. Gu Changge's voice echoed. I hear you wish to shatter your clan's slave mark and escape my absolute control. Haiming trembled like a leaf in a hurricane. No, I wouldn't dare. Gu Changge slowly descended the steps, his aura suffocating. So, you want to play the tragic hero? Cold sweat soaked through Haiming's clothes. I was wrong, I beg you, master. Please don't kill me. Give me one last chance. I will walk through raging fires for you. I will bleed for you. Gu Changge finally stopped right in front of him. Relax. I have no intention of taking your pathetic life. After all, you are the one chosen by the Supreme Being. Haiming snapped his head up, completely stunned by those words. How? How do you know about that? Gu Cheng reached out and helped the terrified boy to his feet. The Supreme Being. instructed me to guide you, with a sincere heart. All things are possible. Chant his true name, and borrow the cycle of reincarnation to find eternal life. Pure ecstasy washed over Heiming's face. Wait, does that mean you are also a devoted follower of his divine grace? No wonder. No wonder your aura felt so incredibly familiar to me. Changge placed a finger to his lips, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The Supreme Being has bestowed a holy mission upon you. You have exactly 3 months. Find 3 individuals with extraordinary talent and turn them into devout believers. Once you chant his supreme true name together, you will be granted an audience with the true God. It was like a blinding light of revelation hit Heiming. He bowed deeply, his loyalty burning brighter than ever. I understand perfectly. Please rest assured. Master, I will fulfill this holy mission. Even if it kills me. Changge patted his shoulder with a dark, hidden smile. He has placed a tremendous amount of faith in you. Do not let his divine grace down. Even if my bones are ground to dust, Heiming swore fiercely. I will never disappoint the Supreme Being. Watching the foolish pawn scurry away, Changge chuckled darkly to himself. A perfect blend of absolute terror and blind fanaticism. He'd gladly throw his life away, simply to worship the illusion of power. Changge turned his back, tossing one last reminder over his shoulder. Remember this well. The Supreme Being favors you alone. Etch that honor into your very soul. Inside his mind, the gears of a much darker plot were already spinning. The Absolute Yin Forest. The Human Ancestors Hall. If this little experiment goes smoothly, I can officially trigger Phase 2 of my master plan. Heiming dropped to his knees in the distance, screaming his devotion. I will remember, I will exceed all expectations. Thank you for your divine guidance. Master, please. Have a safe journey. Changge's thoughts drifted further. The absolute yin heaven. To ordinary mortals, it is an apocalyptic plague to be feared. But to me, it is an unimaginable treasure trove of power. Later, atop the supreme peak, Changge sat lazily on his divine throne. A shadowy subordinate materialized to report. Reporting to the master, the Sea King has been critically wounded. The Sea King Palace has officially declared a total lockdown, forbidding anyone from leaving the ocean for 100,000 years. Changge barely reacted. You may step down. The shadow bowed deeply and vanished into thin air. Changge rubbed his chin in deep thought. It is time I brought Xianxia back into the fold. This is the perfect excuse to finally make contact with that mysterious peach village backing her. I've carefully crafted this tragic heroine backstory for her for so damn long. The grand climax is finally about to begin. Miles away in a quiet courtyard, Xianxia stared blankly at a glowing parchment. Eldest uncle actually wrote this himself, demanding my return to the family. She let out a long, heavy sigh. Honestly, the day Changge publicly acknowledged my identity as a member of the Gu family, I already saw this coming. Don't you agree? Da Ching. She glanced at the brilliant blue bird, lazily playing beside her. The mystical creature chirped loudly in agreement. Squawk. Xianxia swatted the air, sending the letter fluttering away. She scoffed indignantly. Not a single ounce of sincerity. They still look down on me way too much. She shot up from her seat, crossing her arms with absolute stubbornness. I'm not going back. And that's final. Whoever wants to go can go. Bottom line is, I am absolutely not returning. Suddenly, a smooth, chilling voice brushed against her ear. Oh, not returning, you say? Changge had materialized behind her like a literal ghost, making Xianxia jump completely out of her skin. She stumbled back in pure panic, Changge creeping around like a shadow demon. Are you trying to scare me to death? Without missing a beat, she channeled her spiritual energy and leapt into the sky. But even mid-flight, she refused to back down. Hemph, I said I'm not going. And I meant it. You ruthlessly kicked me out of the Gu family back then. And now you think one measly letter will drag me back. Keep dreaming. But the very fabric of space violently rippled. 3 massive golden chains shot out of the void, instantly blocking her escape path. Changge just shook his head slowly. Gu Xianer, you truly disappoint me. You struggle this pitifully just trying to run away. Yet you have the audacity to challenge me every single day. You bore me to death, bound tightly by the glowing golden chains. Gu Xianer thrashed wildly and screamed. Gu Changge, you shameless bastard. This isn't fair. If you have the guts, suppress your cultivation base and fight me on equal ground. Gu Changge tightened the chains, slamming her mercilessly to the ground before responding with a voice as cold as absolute zero. If I truly wanted you dead, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Out there in the cruel cultivation world, your enemies will not care about fairness or reason. His piercing gaze locked onto her. Father sent a letter. He ordered me to drag you back. She glared right back. I refuse to go. That is your father, not mine. Years ago, he was the exact same man who ruthlessly banished me from our family. For a brief second, Gu Changge was completely speechless. He let out a heavy sigh. Gu Xianher, you seem to be misunderstanding the situation. My orders are to capture you, not invite you for a pleasant stroll. You never had a choice to begin with. Gu Xian'er thrashed violently, fighting desperately against her bindings with ultimate stubbornness. Hemph, say whatever you want, but I would rather die than return with you. Without warning, Gu Changge snatched her by the slender waist. Her heart instantly skipped a beat. Is this arrogant jerk actually going to carry me back like a princess? But her romantic delusion was instantly shattered. Instead of a gentle embrace, he brutally tossed her over his broad shoulder, like a sack of potatoes. Panic flashed in her gorgeous eyes. Gu Chang, what on earth are you doing? Put me down right now, he simply smirked. Stop your struggling, or I will completely tie you up and drag you back by force. Besides, it is not like I never carried you when we were little kids. Hearing those sudden words, her thrashing completely stopped as a wave of buried memories crashed over her. A tiny, sweet voice echoed from the deep depths of her mind. Big brother, I cannot take another step. I am so incredibly hungry, completely exhausted, and my eyes are falling shut. The image of a much younger Gu Changge suddenly surfaced in her mind's eye. He was grumbling with absolute annoyance. I am heading to my intense martial arts training. Why on earth did you tag along like a clingy little shadow? And do not even think about drooling all over my brand new robes. Snapping back to reality, a massive spatial portal ripped open the sky above them. Gu Xianer muttered with burning cheeks. Could you at least carry me in a more dignified pose? Gu Changge coldly snapped back. You talk way too much. Down below on the ground, an angry string of curses suddenly shattered the silence. Spit! What absolute bastard just trampled all over my glorious back? It turned out to be Da Qing, who was just taking a peaceful nap, becoming an innocent victim of their chaotic exit. The scene takes an epic shift. We arrive at the legendary primordial royal family, specifically the divine territory of the nine-tailed Heavenly Fox clan. A breathtakingly majestic palace pierced the heavens, guarded by a monumental statue of a nine-tailed fox deity. Meanwhile, a sickly, bone-thin young man laid groaning in the dirt. What in the world is happening to my body? His heavy eyelids fluttered open, and he let out a horrified gasp. What is wrong with this frail vessel? He shot up from the ground, screaming into the void. How did I turn into such a pathetic loser? Frantically scanning his surroundings, the bitter truth hit him like a physical blow. He was inside a filthy horse stable. Beside him, 2 spirit horses were literally being affectionate with each other. His supreme mind completely short-circuited. Where the hell am I? Just a second ago, I was cultivating my supreme power inside the glorious Heavenly Emperor Palace. How did I suddenly end up in this disgusting dump? Without missing a single beat, He scrambled desperately toward a nearby wooden bucket to check his reflection in the water. Absolute horror flooded his veins as his tactical mind raced. Do not tell me. Did my supreme soul get swapped with this lowly servant? If not, then why is my head completely empty of his past memories? Staring back at him from the water was a face so outrageously ugly he could barely look at it. He released a low, furious growl. I am the proud and dignified son of the mighty heavenly Emperor Ying. I am the chosen destiny, meant to rule over the myriad races. What kind of suicidal maniac dared to use a forbidden technique on someone as legendary as me? Suddenly, a maid rocking several fluffy foxtails strutted over with a massive attitude. Chu Fan, are the young lady's spirit horses fed yet? You better not be slacking off. If you ruin her grand entrance to the Gu family matriarch's birthday banquet, it will be your head. The pitiful servant's face instantly twisted into pure, murderous rage. He ground his teeth together with a sickening crunch. So, his name is Chu Fan. You just wait and see. I will make whoever did this pay. Meanwhile, miles away inside a ridiculously luxurious palace, an arrogant and wicked laughter echoed loudly. A breathtakingly handsome young man wearing robes spun from divine silk stood tall. Yet, his expression was utterly repulsive. He threw his head back and roared with absolute wicked laughter. Ha ha ha, to think I would actually steal the body of the heavenly emperor's own son, possessing the ultimate royal bloodline. This must be the absolute will of the heavens. His eyes widened with an absolutely twisted and psychotic obsession. Lady Yin Mei. Oh wait. I am no longer a worthless rat. I am a prince of the heavens now. Dark memories flooded his mind. Ever since I was a child, I roamed the filthy gutters like a stray dog, freezing, starving, and lacking everything. In this brutal, dog-eat-dog cultivation world, I had already accepted my miserable fate. I was fully prepared to rot away and embrace death. As the vivid memory sparked, a gentle warmth hit his cold heart. It was the beautiful Yin Mei. She was the only one who pulled me from the dark abyss and gave me the hope to keep breathing. A dramatic flashback revealed her radiant form. When she extended her flawless, jade-like hand, Chu Fan's filthy, trembling fingers desperately latched onto her like a drowning man, finding a lifeline. Snapping back to his stolen reality, he clenched his fist with blazing intensity. That brain-dead idiot Bai Lai is completely unworthy of her divine grace. I am the only man in this entire universe who truly loves her the most. A sickeningly creepy smile stretched across his stolen handsome face. He unleashed a villainous, maniacal cackle. I swore an oath, sooner or later. Her heart, body, and soul will belong entirely to me. Ha ha ha. An epic scene transition takes us back to the legendary immortal Gu family estate. The sky was completely blotted out by an armada of colossal flying ships and roaring, ancient spirit beasts swarming toward a single destination. Thunderous announcements shook the very heavens. The peerless immortal dynasty has arrived. The immortal Wang family makes their grand entrance. Countless supreme experts soared straight toward the grand central hall. Amidst a sea of legendary figures, the heir of the immortal Wang family stepped forward. Brother Gu, it seems destiny brings us together once again. The supreme elders behind him perfectly synced their bows, cupping their hands in absolute respect. Greetings, Brother Gu, projecting an aura of absolute perfection. Gu Changge returned the gesture with an elegant bow. Welcome, my esteemed guests. The Gu family is honored to host you all. At that exact moment, Wang Zikin's sharp gaze locked onto a certain someone. If I may be so bold, Brother Gu, just who exactly is this stunning young lady? Her piercing eyes were dead set on the girl standing right beside him. Gu Changji casually waved his hand. Oh, she is just my little sister. We have been together since the days when I was so dead, broke I could not even afford a fresh set of robes. Hearing this blatant nonsense, Gu Shener furiously ground her teeth together. Gu Changge, you are running your mouth way too much. The camera then pans deep into the heart of the Great Hall. Yue Mingkong stood silently, her supreme empress aura radiating absolute coldness. She sneered internally. It seems some clueless little vixen decided to crash the party the second I turned my back. Her icy, calculating gaze locked onto Wang Zichin as she let out a condescending scoff. A woman trying to disguise herself in men's clothing. Did she really think she could pull a cheap trick like that on me? What an absolute joke, Gu Changge. My darling, I have already broken through to the legendary Supreme Divine King realm with just a single, terrifying glance. I can strip away any illusion and see exactly who is male and who is female. Suddenly, the Divine Maiden of the primeval divine sect, Gu Changge's mother, leaned in. Mingkong, what has captured your attention? The question made her flinch, caught completely off guard as she stammered. Ah, mother, I was just looking at Changge. She deflected, but the elegant woman merely smiled. Are you sure you aren't looking at that girl over there? I have never heard of such a terrifying genius from the immortal Wang family. To reach the quasi-saint realm at her age, it is absolutely unheard of. Yue Mingkong froze in disbelief. The quasi-saint realm. At that exact moment, Wang Zikin glanced up toward the VIP seats, a playful smirk crossing her lips. Oh, have I caught their attention already? Gu's mother chuckled softly, her voice teasing. Our little Mingkong isn't getting jealous now. Is she? Mingkong frantically waved her hands in denial. No. Of course not. I have absolute faith in Changge. The older woman gently stroked Mingkong's hair. Her eyes filled with warmth. Rest easy, my dear. Knowing Changge's personality, he probably just views her as an acquaintance. Besides, I raised both of you myself. Despite her outward composure, a storm of anxiety raged within Yue Mingkong's mind. Wait a second, she thought. Could she actually know the real reason behind Changge's sudden change? Gu's mother sighed deeply, her expression turning sorrowful. It has been such a long and difficult road. You have suffered so much for him. Mingkong lowered her gaze, her voice dropping to a whisper. Mother, I cannot blame Changge for any of this. It was my own misunderstanding. I failed to see his true intentions. This revelation shocked Gu's mother. She glanced around cautiously before whispering. Mingkong, do you actually know everything? About his demonic nature? Mingkong kept her composure, nodding slowly. Yes. Mother, I finally understand the heavy burden Changge carries. Hearing this, the Divine Maiden pulled her into a fierce, emotional embrace. As expected of my precious daughter-in-law, she declared proudly. My heart is finally at peace, Yue Mingkong gasped, her face flushing crimson. Ah, mother, we aren't even officially married yet. The sudden outburst drew confused stares from the surrounding guests, unbothered by the audience. Gu's mother just laughed. Oh, please, that is only a matter of time anyway. But internally, Mingkong's gears were turning. What exactly happened 6 months ago when I regressed to this timeline? Did Gu Cheng really descend to the lower realm just to hunt for fortuitous encounters? She turned back to the matriarch. Mother, I heard that when Changge returned from the lower realm, he brought back 2 women. One of them is Lin Chuhan, who is currently studying the art of alchemy with the Four Extremities Pill faction. The other is Su Changge, whom he sent directly to you for cultivation training. Gu's mother nodded slowly. That is true. Why do you ask? My dear, Yue Mingkong's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Did you notice anything unusual about those 2? The matriarch hummed in thought. I am not entirely sure about the Lin girl. But as for Changge, she possesses an incredibly rare dual soul constitution. I even used a secret technique to trace her origins. But her soul fragments are too shattered to read. 2 entirely separate entities reside within her body. One of pure light, and one of pure darkness. Mingkong looked away, her mind racing. Just as my own investigations revealed, Changge never actually cared for her. Once she outlived her usefulness, He just tossed her aside like a broken tool. Her gaze drifted to Changge, who stood tall among the greatest prodigies of the upper realms. The gears of fate were shifting. In my previous life, he never brought anyone back from the lower realm. Something massive must have happened down there to alter his entire destiny. The timing aligns perfectly with my regression. Could the butterfly effect of my return be the cause of his transformation? Meanwhile, across the grand hall, Ye Longtian spoke up. Brother Gu, the demonic art inheritor has been causing absolute chaos in the shadows. Do you have any brilliant insights on this crisis? A prodigy with massive golden wings chimed in, seeking guidance from the so-called righteous leader. Brother Gu, you are the only one here who has actually clashed with this demonic monster. Your perspective must be far beyond ours. Changge flawlessly masked his true nature, putting on an expression of grave concern. To be perfectly honest with everyone, this exact matter has been haunting my thoughts. When I crossed blades with Yi Ling, I dealt him a devastating blow. Yet, he showed absolutely no fear. It was as if an unseen force was backing him. Coupled with my own severe injuries from the clash, I lacked the strength to pursue him. I could only watch helplessly as he escaped into the shadows. Standing off to the side, Gu Xian'er let out an exasperated sigh. Ugh. This outfit is insanely expensive, but so tacky, she grumbled internally. Well, at least I am draining Gu Changje's wallet to pay for it. Suddenly, a bald monk wearing a necklace of giant prayer beads gasped loudly. An unseen force, Brother Gu. Are you implying that the demonic art inheritor isn't just a lone wolf named Yi Ling? Gu Changge nodded, his face a perfect mask of righteous solemnity. Based on my deductions, the inheritor of the demonic arts is not acting alone. There is a very high probability that an entire dark syndicate is operating behind the scenes, pulling the strings. Yi Langtian furrowed his brows, struck by the chilling logic. We should have realized this sooner. Whenever a demonic inheritor emerges, the entire universe plunges into rivers of blood and chaos. And now, that harbinger of doom is yelling. The golden-winged prodigy shivered with dread. Heavens above. How are we supposed to fight a threat like that? A suffocating gloom fell over the grand hall, leaving even Ye Luli sighing in despair. Meanwhile, far away in boundless heaven, whispers of this impending doom were already spreading through the streets. Man, what is going on lately? I haven't seen a single beautiful fairy in boundless heaven for days. A female servant beside him quickly replied, Young master, it must be due to the recent bloodbath at the Sea King Palace. All the young maidens are too terrified to show their faces outside. The young master dramatically groaned. Ugh! What a massive disappointment. But just then, a stunningly gorgeous woman slipped past them in perfect stealth. Gu Changge and the demonic art inheritor. Huh, she muttered under her breath. The mysterious beauty's sharp, calculating gaze locked onto the towering gates of the heavenly immortal palace. Her mind was already racing, piecing together the dark rumors and the strange timeline of events. The board was set, and a new player had just entered the game. Rumor has it the demonic art inheritor violently clashed with Gu Changge at the ancient continent's border. The outcome, the villain was totally outclassed and forced to retreat. But wait, a demonic art inheritor has never lost a one-on-one fight in history. They are infamous for pulling an endless stream of trump cards out of their sleeves. Sir, Gu Chengzi's strength is off the charts, even earning him the legendary title of True Immortal. But claiming he soloed and severely wounded this ultimate menace, it just does not add up. Plus, look at Bai Li, the first victim with insane potential. His fiancée, Yin Mei, somehow managed to stay right by Yi Ling's side and actually walked away alive. That survival story cannot be written off as him just falling for her looks. The real red flag here. Everything flowed way too perfectly. It is almost like a mastermind penned this exact script ages ago, and everyone involved, just mere actors playing their parts on a chessboard. She stood gracefully on the high tower, lost in deep thought. Yi Ling might have been the main character of that mess, but he was practically led by the nose the entire time. Meanwhile, Yinmei played a suspiciously crucial role, and now that she is super close with Gu Changge, the ultimate puppet master pulling the strings is highly likely Gu Changge himself. After all, when the dust settled, he was the one walking away with the absolute biggest prize. I really hope my gut feeling is dead wrong. Otherwise, the sheer scale of the power play behind this is absolutely terrifying. She furrowed her brows, anxiety creeping in. Meanwhile, miles away, a massive carriage rumbled down the dirt road. The driver relentlessly cracked his whip against the beast, the sharp sound echoing through the air. Up front stood a stunning woman with an impressive figure, hands planted firmly on her hips as she ranted. Chu Fan, what is your deal lately? You cannot even remember what kind of spirit grass Xiaobai is supposed to eat. The guy, Chu Fan, quickly replied, I got it. Sister Suo, I swear it will not happen again. But her fiery temper was not put out. You better start taking this seriously. If it was not for the young miss, you would have starved in a ditch somewhere. Hearing this, thick veins practically popped out on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, his inner monologue raging. To think I have fallen so low that a random servant girl can scream at me. If this were the past, how could a lowly maid ever dare to disrespect me like this? Not only got my soul forcefully swapped, but the divine soul weapon my imperial father crafted for me completely vanished. Right now, I am nothing more than a pathetic cripple. But then, a sudden realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Wait, it is not over yet. I still have a play. If I can just make contact with the beings from Heavenly Emperor Mountain, I can easily prove my true identity and finally tear the mask off that fake. Without thinking, Chu Fan blurted out, Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The maid instantly snapped. Chu Fan, what are you babbling about now? What Heavenly Emperor Mountain did a donkey kick your brain? Is that a sacred place a nobody like you can casually name drop? She shrieked. Are you still having delusions of being the Heavenly Prince? There is a limit to such foolish delusions. Never forget your absolute place. Meanwhile, inside an opulent palanquin, Yin Mei sat in perfect, chilling silence. Her mind raced with dark thoughts. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, that guy Chu Fan had been acting incredibly bizarre lately. Not only was his behavior completely unhinged, but he wouldn't shut up about the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. A sly smile crept onto her lips. Well, isn't this an interesting little twist? Master will definitely want to hear about this next time we meet. Cutting away to another domain. A girl barged through the grand doors uninvited, practically shouting, Brother, I heard you are planning to step into the world. It was Ying Yu, the Heavenly Emperor's daughter. The blonde man turned and smoothly replied, What is it? Is that an issue? Ying Yu crossed her arms. But according to father's calculations, our grand debut should happen right around the time the path of enlightenment appears. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around the blonde man, pouting playfully. Whatever, if my brother has made his choice, I will obviously back you up. This reaction left him completely stunned. In his head, he was screaming, What the heck? You might be the Heavenly Emperor's daughter, but compared to her, you are incredibly plain. Back when I was just a lowly errand boy, you were an untouchable cloud in the sky, completely out of my league. As memories flooded his mind, the real Chu Fan stared longingly at Yin Mei. Yin Mei, I know your kindness toward me was not just pity. In my eyes, you are entirely different from the rest of the world. Yin Mei had turned around back then, her eyes swirling with captivating charm. The real Chu Fan convinced himself. She only held back because of my pathetic status. Oh, I understand her hidden feelings perfectly, but the brutal reality, right at this exact moment, Yin Mei's mind was totally consumed by the memory of Gu Changge, carrying her in his arms like a literal princess. Totally oblivious, the real Chu Fan kept swimming in his delusions. Just wait a little longer. Soon, I will stand before you with ultimate pride and erase all your worries. You want to restore the glory of the Heavenly Fox clan. Consider it done, because right now, I hold the absolute highest authority among the 10,000 ancient races. While the real Chu Fan was drowning in his ultimate power fantasy, Yingyu violently shook his shoulder, snapping him back. Brother, he quietly vowed to himself. The Gu family's longevity banquet is coming. Yin Mai. Just wait for me. Meanwhile, at a completely different grand stage, countless epic airships hovered before a colossal gate. As an ocean of people gathered, Gu Changge stood tall, officially welcoming the ultimate prodigies arriving from every major sect. Slipping away from the bustling crowd, Yue Mingkong and Gu Xian'er found a quiet spot. Yue Mingkong crossed her arms and asked, Xian'er, what is so urgent that you dragged me out here? Gu Xian'er's eyes sharpened. Sister Mingkong. While digging into Gu Changge's past within the family today, I think I actually hit the jackpot. Yue Mingkong's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait, what did you just say? Xian'er's expression turned dead serious. Think about it. Ever since Gu Changge was brought into this world, every single midwife and insider from that day vanished without a trace. Someone erased them to bury a massive secret. Mingkong leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. Are you implying something went horribly wrong on the day of his birth? Mingkong's mind raced. As far as she knew, besides his parents, she was the only living soul who knew about the forbidden demonic arts coursing through his veins. But wait, demonic arts are something you learn over time. They are not something you are born with. That dark power was a seed of absolute world-ending chaos. So what exactly was the Gu family hiding? A chill ran down her spine as the image of Changge's ruthless, blood-soaked smile flashed through her mind. Xian'er crossed her arms, lost in thought. Honestly, I still feel like the day he tore out my Dao bone was entirely orchestrated. Like his hands were completely tied. It is like he is carrying some unbearable, unspeakable burden. And whenever he looks at me, I can sense this overwhelming guilt. She furrowed her brows, trying to piece the puzzle together. If you look at it from another angle, he intentionally made me despise him. His cold and ruthless act. It was all just a brutal training method to force me to grow stronger. Mingkong stood there completely dumbfounded, her jaw practically hitting the floor. She screamed internally. Oh, my sweet, naive Xian'er, if I told you how brutally he slaughtered you in our past life, would you still be romanticizing this psycho? Xian'er clenched her fists, a fire igniting in her eyes. But my power is still nowhere near his. If I do not catch up soon, he is going to be incredibly disappointed in me. Meanwhile, miles away, a glowing blue system panel exploded into view. Ding alert, target Xian'er has been successfully brainwashed. Heavenly destiny points skyrocketing. Fortune value massively increased. Reading the holographic text, Changge literally choked on his drink. Xian'er, you absolute fool, he muttered out loud. Sitting across from him, Fairy Qiling blinked in pure confusion. Back with the girls, Xian'er continued her mental gymnastics. My master used to claim Changge was born with a demonic nature. But later on, he said Changge's actions were demonic. Yet his true core was entirely different. Born with a demonic nature, Mingkong echoed, her mind racing. There were countless cursed entities that fit that exact description. Could it be an innate demonic soul or maybe primordial demonic energy? Just what kind of horrifying dark force possessed him to walk the forbidden path? Suddenly, two heavy hands clamped down on both girls' shoulders. Well, a smooth, dangerously familiar voice purred. Are my two favorite girls gossiping about me behind my back again? Unbelievable. Here I am, grinding away and fighting for our survival without a second of rest. And you two are hiding out here slacking off. Xian'er jumped like a startled cat, her face burning beet red. Gu Changge, she squeaked. Completely panicked, she turned on her heel and sprinted away, heavily panting as she fled the scene. I have important cultivation to do. Bye, she shouted over her shoulder, leaving Changge and Mingkong staring at her dust trail in absolute silence. Smoothly closing the distance, Changge leaned his towering frame against Mingkong. My sweet Mingkong, the greatest prodigies from every realm have gathered here. Aren't you going to help your loving future husband clean up this mess? A deep blush crept up Mingkong's cheeks. What exactly do you need me to do? She stammered. Changge let out an overly dramatic, heavy sigh. These so-called elite geniuses are absolute trash. They are far too weak. I cannot find a single pathetic soul worthy enough to be my scapegoat. With a subtle flick of his eyes, he signaled to Mingkong. The message was crystal clear. The hounds from the human ancestor hall were closing in on his scent. Before Mingkong could even process the danger, Changge leaned in with a wicked smirk. You know, if I die out there, you are going to become a very lonely widow. The romantic tension shattered instantly. A widow in your wildest dreams. You jerk, Mingkong snapped, clearing her throat to regain her icy composure. She pointed a slender finger. What do you mean you cannot find a scapegoat? She gestured subtly toward the grand courtyard. Take a look over there. I would say we have the perfect sacrificial lamb walking right into our trap. Changge followed her gaze, letting out an intrigued O standing near the pavilion columns. Wang Zijin and Wang Wushuang were locking eyes directly with them. Big sister, Wushuang whispered nervously. Brother Gu and his fiancée. I think they are glaring right at you. Zijin scoffed, flipping her hair with ultimate confidence. Why are you acting so shocked? Little bro, with my flawless main character aura. Of course, the future empress is threatened by me. Though, I am honestly surprised she is not throwing a jealous tantrum right now. From across the courtyard, the villainous power couple flashed matching, terrifyingly pleasant smiles at the siblings. Mingkong leaned into Changge. See, her arrogant vibe makes her the ultimate fall guy. Changge chuckled darkly. You are not wrong. But considering her actual hidden identity, making her take the fall might be a bit complicated. Mingkong tilted her head, genuinely confused. Identity? What are you talking about? She is just a privileged brat from the immortal Wang family. Changge smoothly clasped his hands behind his back. My dear, he whispered delightfully. Wang Zijin is the secret successor of the human ancestor hall itself. Do not tell me the great regressor empress missed out on that juicy detail. Mingkong's breath hitched in her throat. Wait. What? She is the human ancestor successor. Changge's eyes gleamed with calculation. It was obvious now. In Mingkong's previous timeline, the holy successor of the ancestor hall must have been an entirely different person. That meant the ancient faction was hiding multiple successors. Meanwhile, Mingkong was absolutely spiraling. Damn it, she cursed internally. The script of this timeline is completely ruined. The butterfly effect is destroying all my future knowledge. Her fingers twitched as she rapidly calculated their next move. Okay. Setting up Wang Zijin is too risky. We need a backup plan. Changge, listen to me. You should shift your target to those ancient freaks instead. The ones who just woke up from their eternal slumber. Like the supreme prodigy from the Undying Lake. Or the sealed flame Dao child from the Vermilion Bird clan. Even the Golden Chilin heir would be a flawless target. Hearing her evil plotting, an incredibly amused grin stretched across Changge's face. Oh my. What happened to my pure and righteous Mingkong? He teased ruthlessly. Are you seriously conspiring with your villainous husband to frame innocent geniuses? Steam practically erupted from Mingkong's crimson ears. Before she could bite back, Changge closed the gap, his warm breath grazing her earlobe. Do not worry though. I am absolutely obsessed with this ruthless version of you. Pulling her tightly against his side, he wrapped an arm over her shoulders. Relax. My queen, you do not need to stress over the details. I already have a flawless, devastating trap ready to spring. Mingkong nodded slowly, completely trusting his terrifying intellect. But beneath his charming smile, the ultimate villain's mind was already plotting his next massacre. Honestly, when will you drop the act and finally confess your little reincarnation secret to me? After all, the rewards are still piling up. Suddenly, a translucent blue panel materialized in his vision. A fresh system alert flashed. New Son of Fortune detected the mortal possessing an overlord trope has appeared. Changge raised an eyebrow, deeply intrigued. A mortal hijacking a supreme powerhouse. Now that is a trope the system has never flagged before. Let us see what makes this one so special. A sinister, calculating grin crept across his face. Perfect timing. I needed a fresh scapegoat to take the fall anyway. Just then, a scout rushed in, dropping to one knee. Young Master Lady Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox clan has arrived. Changge stood calmly, clasping his hands behind his back like a true sovereign. Oh, then roll out the red carpet, he ordered smoothly. Almost instantly, Yue Mingkong shot him an absolutely lethal glare from the sidelines. Sensing the immediate, wife-induced danger radiating toward him, he quickly backpedaled. Hey now, I am merely fulfilling my hosting duties. Behind his charming facade, Changge's mind raced. Knowing how the system operated, this shiny new Son of Fortune had to be right under his nose to trigger the alert. Seems like this new prey is closely tied to Yin Mei, he deduced. Stepping out to the courtyard, he flashed a welcoming smile. Junior sister to travel thousands of miles just for my banquet. Your dedication truly warms your senior brother's heart. Hearing this, Yin Mei and her entire entourage stepped forward to pay their respects. A genuine flush of gratitude hit Yin Mei. Getting this much warmth from him was rare. Moving in unison, she and her followers bowed deeply. Yin Mei greets senior brother, she chimed respectfully. Meanwhile, Changge's piercing gaze locked onto a random servant standing beside her. Is it him? The guy looked like a complete, ordinary non-player character. He wondered what kind of legendary powerhouse was trapped inside that weak vessel. Noticing his stare, Yin Mei tilted her head. Is something wrong? Senior brother. Changge waved it off with an effortless smirk. Oh, it is nothing much. I am just slightly surprised you brought a mortal servant without a single drop of cultivation. He looks quite different from what one would expect. Hearing this, the undercover prince trapped in the servant's body began to internally panic. What in the world? Why is an absolute monster like Changge paying attention to a total nobody like me? Cold sweat drenched his back. He knew exactly how terrifying Changge's reputation was. Having this villain's eyes on you was essentially a death sentence. Yin Mei giggled, quickly explaining. You are overthinking it. Senior brother. He begged to join the convoy, so I brought him along to experience the wider world. A dangerous purple glint flickered in Changge's eyes. A mortal with ambition, I like that. His tone dripped with hidden sarcasm. The disguised prince felt his legs turn to jelly, feeling as if his very soul had been scanned. Right above his head, his pathetic luck value hovered at a miserable level 2. The head maid violently shoved him. Chu Fan, young Master Gu, just graced you with a compliment. Get on your knees and thank him. Or do you have a death wish? The courtyard erupted into whispers. Man, this kid hit the jackpot, getting acknowledged by the young master himself. Too bad he looks completely brain dead, left with zero options. The prince trapped in a mortal shell hit the pavement, tettering like a broken record. Thank you, young Master Changge. For your boundless grace, please forgive my pathetic manners. He was sweating like a pig on a roast. In his mind, he was screaming. The rumors did not do this guy justice. Just one look from him radiates a crushing pressure that normal geniuses could never hope to output. He originally planned to blend into the crowd and find an old friend to prove his true identity. He never expected to be put on the spot like this. Damn it all, if only Mingyu were here, she would definitely recognize the real me. Changge smiled warmly, playing the perfect saint. You can stand up now. Kneeling all day will only make people think I enjoy bullying the weak. Internally, the villain was taking notes. This guy knows when to swallow his pride. He is already a bigger threat than Ye ever was. According to the system's breakdown, this mortal-possessing overlord trope was basically a flawless soul-swapping glitch. It allowed them to play the pig to eat the tiger. As the prince cautiously got to his feet, thanking him again, Changge connected the dots. It was obvious that Chu Fan's soul had completely hijacked this body's original owner. Turning his attention back, he spoke gently. Junior sister, the long journey must have drained you. Why do you not head inside and rest for a bit? Yinmei's face lit up. I will follow senior brother's arrangements. Changge casually replied. Make yourself at home. But suddenly, she hooked her arms tightly around his. Yue Mingkong stepped right in, her voice dripping with absolute ice. Changge still has elite guests to entertain. How could he possibly leave so casually? That sharp reality check left Yinmei totally speechless. But secretly, Changge sent a telepathic message right into Yinmei's mind. Keep a very close eye on that servant. Report any odd behavior directly to me. Yinmei's eyes widened slightly in shock. But she quickly responded through their mental link. Understood. Looking thoroughly exhausted by the drama, Changge sighed. Xianer, be a good girl and escort Yinmei to her quarters. Xianer, who was happily munching on snacks and watching the drama, choked. Wait. Me. Changge shot her a deadpan look. Stop stalling and do it. Or pay me back every single coin you owe. In a quiet corner of the banquet, Wang Wushuang nudged his sister. Hey, do you sense something weird about that servant? Wang Zichen narrowed her eyes. I cannot put my finger on it. But he is radiating total main character energy. Wu Shuang blinked, completely baffled. Main character energy, what does that even mean? Wang Zichen ignored him, lost in her own thoughts. Wow. Even the goddess of the Fox clan is falling head over heels for Changge. Later that night, under the glow of a silvery moon, rows of silent, imposing figures stood rigidly inside Changge's private chambers. Changge muttered under his breath, his eyes turning cold. Enough playing around. It is time to test out these great Saint Realm puppets I looted from the reincarnation Celestial Venerable. He paced in front of the elite mechanical army, nodding in deep approval. As expected from a legendary creator, their life force feels exactly like real, breathing warriors. Right in the center of a female puppet's chest, a brilliant red core pulsed with raw energy. Changge's lips curled into a wicked smile. Once I infect these cores with the demonic art of swallowing immortals. Suddenly, a colossal wave of power erupted from him. The overwhelming energy flooded the space, seeping into every hidden corner. His dark aura surged outward like a raging storm. Changge smirked to himself. Isn't this the perfect setup for the legendary demonic art inheritor? A demonic inheritor at the great Saint Realm appearing out of nowhere, launching a deadly strike against Wang Zichen, who was secretly hiding her identity as the ancestral hall's successor. It was an absolutely flawless script. Before him, 5 hyper-powered puppets flashed dangerously wicked smiles. A sinister purple light flashed in Changge's eyes as his master plan took shape. I bet you can hold on until I make my grand hero entrance. Right, my dear Holy Maiden. The board was set. He just needed the final piece to fall into place. Suddenly, Yinmei's eyes widened. Who goes there? She barked. Stepping from the shadows, Changge casually replied. I see you haven't been slacking. Still training as hard as ever. Seeing his face, Yinmei's guard instantly dropped. Master, she gasped, dressed in a dangerously captivating nightgown. She softly asked, Master, what brings you here so late? Does it have something to do with Chu Fan? Changge casually made himself comfortable on the bed. Chu Fan, you mean that little errand boy? Tell me his backstory. Yinmei gently massaged his shoulders as she recalled the past. I actually picked him up off the streets when we were just kids. He was on the brink of starving to death. I felt a moment of pity and decided to take him in. Changge's mind raced. A life-saving benefactor. So this so-called son of fortune had deep karmic ties with Yin Mei. Noticing his silence, she asked nervously, "Master, is there a problem with him?" A wicked smirk crept onto Changge's face. "The Chu fan you know is long gone. If you want the truth, bring him here. Let us have a little chat." Moments later, inside the grand hall, Yin Mei led Chu Fan into the room. She bowed respectfully. "Master, he is here, the heavenly prince, trapped in the servant's body." Froza. Wait. Did I hear that right? He thought. Yin Mei just called him master. She definitely was not acting like this during the day. Playing the fool. The fake Chu Fan bowed deeply. Why has young Master Changge summoned this lowly one? Changge cut right to the chase with a chilling question. "Tell me, brother, what is your real name?" Cold sweat drenched the fake Chu Fan's back. Damn it, he panicked. I cannot hide anything from this monster. This guy is on a whole different level. His terrifying strength, absolute authority, and elite status. It is all overwhelmingly real. Even the ancient 10,000 races bow to his every word. Wait a minute. Maybe he is exactly the person I need to help me. Flipping his attitude, the fake Chu Fan forced a smile. Brother Gu, your vision is truly piercing. You caught me red-handed. You are right. I am absolutely not Chu Fan. Yin Mei shot him a sharp glare. Her suspicions were confirmed. Someone else had stolen his body. The imposter continued. I will not lie to you, Brother Gu. My real name is Ying Shuang. I am the direct bloodline descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. I have been sealed away since the ancient era. I never once stepped foot outside the Emperor's hall. I have no idea how my soul got dragged into this pathetic body. Brother Gu, I have always admired your greatness. If you could just lend me a hand. Dropping heavily to one knee, he offered his total submission. I swear to follow you for the rest of my life. I will be your most loyal dog if you just help me. Yin Mei was completely speechless at the revelation. Meanwhile, a look of twisted satisfaction washed over Changge's face. The legendary Heavenly Prince, he mused. In his head, the fake Chu Fan was celebrating. Thank goodness I am so quick-witted. Everyone says Changge is a righteous hero, even if he refuses to help. There is no way he would actually kill me. Right, but Changge's voice was ice cold. So what you are telling me is that, besides the memories in your head, you are utterly useless. For a so-called heavenly prince, your only real value lies in a very specific part of your existence. Suddenly, violent streaks of purple energy erupted around Changge. The air grew heavy with lethal intent. This aura, the fake Chu Fan screamed internally. Sheer panic setting in. He scrambled backward, begging desperately. Brother Gu, please do not kill me. I swear I will forget everything I saw. I will do whatever you want. I will be your ultimate slave, Brother Gu. Please, I can still be useful to you. Changge let out a dark, hollow laugh. Oh, you are absolutely right. Your memories are extremely valuable. His expression twisted into a demonic sneer. But I do not need you alive to take them. In the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Prince's blazing golden soul floated helplessly in the palm of his hand. Changge admired his prize with wicked delight. Truly worthy of the Heavenly Emperor's bloodline. To think he etched so many ancient inheritances right into his very soul origin. If that son of fortune had not triggered this soul swap, snatching these treasures would have been a real headache. With a gentle flick of his finger, Changge shattered the glowing soul. The ancient energy immediately scattered, shooting straight toward his waiting puppets. The power fused flawlessly into their bodies. Changge's eyes blazed purple as he tested his control. Perfect. He smirked. Having the Heavenly Emperor's aura as a disguise is incredibly convenient. With the unmistakable scent of the Heavenly Emperor's mountain on them, it is the ultimate scapegoat disguise. The 5 puppets now pulsed with terrifying, godlike power. "Give me a smile," he commanded. Instantly, their faces twisted into horrifying, blood-chilling grins. As streaks of light prepared to launch from the grand hall, Changge gave his final order. "Time is of the essence. Take these suppression talismans, and make sure you hit them where it hurts." "Yes, Master," the puppets echoed in unison. Before blasting off into the night sky, Changge stepped through the grand doorway. His hands rested casually behind his back, a dark anticipation burning in his eyes. "Wang Ziqin," he thought, "you had better not disappoint me today." Meanwhile, cutting away to Wang Ziqin's sprawling personal courtyard, a heavy, invisible pressure blanketed the entire area, forming an absolute protective barrier around her domain. Having just finished a grueling cultivation session, her bare feet lightly touched the ground, floating down as gracefully as a falling feather. She admired her own flawless physique with a smug smile. "I possess the legendary heavenly spirit body," she reminded herself. "Absolutely perfect with 0 impurities. My cultivation speed is off the charts, and even my basic senses are magnified to an insane degree. So why did Changge give me such a bizarre illusion? Just thinking about him makes my heart race. Why am I feeling this strange, overwhelming impatience to see him again?" Wang Ziqin rocked a surprisingly modern outfit, an eye-catching graphic tee featuring a certain yellow sponge, which perfectly highlighted her endlessly long, model-like legs. She bit her lip in an anxious inner monologue. "Is my cultivation level simply too low right now? It seems this magical fantasy world still holds elements that can completely shake my core." But then, she tightly clenched her fists, a spark of excitement igniting in her eyes. "Now this is what I call a truly interesting development. It is incredibly rare to find someone who actually piques my modern sensibilities, no matter what it takes. I absolutely have to pursue him to the very end." Wang Ziqin let out a heavy breath of pure determination. "Listen up, Changge. You will never escape the palm of my hand." But suddenly, a terrifying chill ran down her spine. A lethal aura of danger was closing in fast. From the pitch-black shadows behind her, a massive, muscle-bound puppet materialized, bursting with overwhelming brute force. It brutally smashed into Wang Ziqin, sending her flying into a solid stone wall, shaking off the dizziness. She locked eyes with her attacker and let out a panicked gasp. A great Saint Realm expert, wiping a streak of blood from her mouth, her voice dropped into a dangerous growl. "Who exactly are you? How dare you brazenly attack me right under the nose of the immortal Gu family?" The towering mountain of muscle glared down at her, his voice colder than the abyss. "I am acting strictly on my master's orders. I am here to claim your worthless life." Wang Ziqin stared at the monstrous enemy, waves of sheer anxiety crashing over her. Just what kind of terrifying identity does his master possess? To actually make a great Saint Realm cultivator bow down and obey like a loyal dog? The thought had barely crossed her mind. The great saint closed the distance in a blur of teleportation. He appeared right in her face, unleashing a devastating punch that sent her rocketing backward once again. Before she could even process the bone-crushing impact, the giant violently snatched her ankle, ruthlessly slamming her into the ground and thrashing her around like a broken ragdoll. The towering great saint flashed a sinister, mocking grin. "Are you feeling completely trapped right now? That is because I have already sealed this entire mansion with a grand suppression array." Wang Ziqin was being brutally pulverized, tossed back and forth without a single shred of mercy. Through the blinding pain, a helpless realization hit her. Damn it all, he came fully prepared for an ambush. With my current cultivation stuck at the quasi-saint realm, I am absolutely no match for a monster of this caliber. My only option is to drag this out. I have to stall until the Gu family spots the anomaly and sends backup. But the great saint charged forward with murderous intent, roaring out like a demon. "In this world, anyone who blocks my master's path must die. Just drop dead right now." But where exactly was Changge during all this chaos? The massive brute dove down to deliver the killing blow. By pure instinct, Wang Ziqin twisted her body to dodge the fatal strike. In a flash of survival, a radiant jade orb glowing with pentacolor light materialized in her palm. "Activate!" Wang Ziqin screamed at the top of her lungs. "The pentacolor bone orb, this is my ultimate defensive artifact." But the Berserk Great Saint did not even flinch. He kept charging like a runaway train. "My master's foresight is truly divine. He predicted you would be carrying life-saving treasures. But even with them, your death today is absolute." Gritting her teeth, Wang Ziqin desperately channeled her energy into the shield. "Just who the hell is your master anyway? Do you have any idea who you are dealing with? Can you really afford the catastrophic consequences of laying a finger on me?" In response, the Great Saint's eyes rolled back into a pitch-black void. An explosive shockwave of pure demonic power erupted from his body. How utterly laughable. A dead woman does not need to know the truth. Just accept your execution. But suddenly, Wang Ziqin's eyes widened in absolute horror. This vile energy, it is demonic aura. Are you connected to the demonic art inheritor? Just as the dark rumors said, the inheritor is not working alone. There is an entire organization behind him. Boom. The Great Saint threw another catastrophic punch. Wang Ziqin's beautiful courtyard was instantly vaporized into rubble. The brute sneered in triumph. "A pathetic little glowing bead is not going to save your miserable life." Wang Ziqin furiously bit her lip, frantically chanting a new spell while her heart pounded out of her chest in pure panic. Damn it all to hell. Why will this bastard not start an evil villain monologue so I can buy some precious time? Left with absolutely no choice, she screamed into the roaring wind. Manifest the Pentacolor Star River map, but activating it took a massive toll. As her spiritual energy reserves were already scraping rock bottom, a suffocating wave of despair washed over her. Why on earth is the demonic art inheritor explicitly targeting me? I have been so careful. My true identity has not been exposed to the world at all. Wait a second. There is something strangely familiar about this guy's aura. But before she could finish the thought, another terrifying Great Saint punch came crashing down from the heavens, accompanied by a sickeningly cruel taunt. "Do not die yet. I am still having fun." The devastating impact launched Wang Ziqin across the ruined courtyard. She coughed up fresh blood, crying out in agonizing pain as bitter disappointment gnawed at her soul. "Damn it, I refuse to let my story end in this miserable place. My glorious new life in this fantasy world has only just begun. I have no other choice. I have to use my ultimate trump card." She reached out to activate her final life-saving talisman, but a massive, shadow-cloaked boot slammed down in a split second, crushing the fragile ancient paper into useless dust. Wang Ziqin let out a harrowing, blood-curdling scream. The towering Great Saint violently grabbed her by the collar of her graphic tee, lifting her off the ground with a sickeningly arrogant sneer, preparing to flee with his prize. "My master already anticipated that a rat like you would have escape tricks. So you had better be a good little girl today." Taking a closer look, you actually have quite the pretty face. Maybe I should just shatter your cultivation base right now to save myself the headache of you resisting. How does that sound? A truly disgusting, vile grin stretched across his monstrous face as he spat out stomach-churning words. "Honestly, I have never tasted the sweet flesh of the human ancestor Hall's Saintess before." Ha 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 ha, dangling helplessly from his iron grip, Wang Ziqin's eyes hollowed out in absolute despair. "I am a transmigrator from the modern world. Am I not supposed to be the untouchable main character of this epic story? Why is this kind of humiliating, incredibly tragic villain plot happening to me? This is completely off script." Meanwhile, hidden safely in the distant shadows, the true mastermind, Changge, manipulated the puppet's strings with a dark, calculating smirk. He watched her despair reach its absolute peak. The perfect moment to play the hero has finally arrived. Suddenly, from the highest peak of the Grand Hall, Changge's furious, righteous roar echoed like thunder across the entire immortal Gu family domain. "How utterly audacious! To dare commit murder right under the nose of my immortal Gu family! You are courting death back at the ruined courtyard." Wang Ziqin hung there in excruciating agony, silent tears of pain and humiliation streaming down her bruised cheeks. But that thundering voice had awakened the estate. Every single cultivator resting in the nearby courtyards instantly mobilized, surging toward the battlefield in shock. What just happened? Is it an ambush? Qi Ling scanned the area, her eyes wide with shock. That massive spiritual tremor. Was that Brother Gu? Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, analyzing the chaotic energy. If my senses are right, that came straight from the immortal Wang family's quarters. Hurry, we need to check it out. In a flash, countless streaks of divine light tore through the sky toward the danger. Watching from the shadows, Yue Mingkong secretly smirked. So, your master plan finally begins. Are you making your move on Wang Zichen? Meanwhile, a chilling laugh echoed through the Wang family's courtyard. A terrifying Great Saint Realm assassin had Wang Zichen completely pinned down.